Welcome, everyone. This is the final day of the regular season. We are at Truist Park, Atlanta, Georgia, with the longtime rivals. The Braves and the Mets will play to decide if they keep on playing. This is what has been described by baseball lifers that are here today as a weird, unique situation. A doubleheader where if you win one game, you advance. If you get swept, you go home. There's a third team that's sitting home watching. That's the Arizona Diamondbacks. You take a look at what this season has done. The Dodgers, despite all their injuries, end in the National League with the best record. The Phillies are second. The Padres, they are the team that is also watching this one to find out who their opponent will be tomorrow night when we start the wild card games on ESPN. Here are the scenarios for these two teams today. Mets, you win one and you move on. The Braves win, they go nowhere but San Diego. They sweep, they play San Diego. If the Mets end up sweeping, the Braves go home and we invite the Diamondbacks to play Milwaukee. Game one is what this is all going to be about. So we welcome you inside our booth. Of course, David Cohn, Eduardo Perez, I'm Carl Ravitch. Just start treetops. This is unique, right? I mean, that's certainly from a guy, Brian Snitker, who's seen everything. This concept is very interesting to be playing today.
Yeah, big time. Look, this is a team right now, both teams, that don't know what's going to happen, let's say, in the next 6 hours. But even if you win game one, you're not allowed to celebrate.
Right.
So that's going to be the interesting part.
All right, let's get to the specifics. The Atlanta Braves, of course, 6 years in a row, they have been in the postseason. They got a really good chance by winning one today. It's going to be 7. They've done it with so many guys hurt. There have been individuals who have stepped up, like the starter today, who we'll talk about in a moment. But more importantly, the 3 M's in the middle. It's been Matt, Marcell, and Michael, and more recently, Matt and Michael.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, you see right there, Harris missed 52 games during the regular season, but he has been able to come back and hit in the leadoff spot and get on pace, not only on base, but also hit for power and play a spectacular defense. And ever since Matt Olson choked up on the bat, changed a little bit of his stroke, brought the hands in, he's also been slugging a lot more. You see the OPS now over 1,000.
All right, Coney, you pitched in big games. Get us inside the head of Spencer Schwellenbach. He's just a kid here. And here are the numbers. He's got 2 starts against the Mets. He's been dynamite. So you take a lot of confidence, but the other team got to figure at some point it's our turn to get the kid.
You would think, right? I mean, that's what you're hoping on the Mets side. On the Braves side, there's a tremendous confidence in this kid, and rightly so. He's no longer a rookie. He's got 20 starts under his belt. It's at the end of the season. They have supreme confidence in his ability to throw strikes, miss the barrel of the bat, and then also get you to chase his pitch. That's the trifecta that you love as a pitcher.
Talk to some Mets players. There's something to look forward to as you watch the game. Schwellenbach's slider, game 1 against them was unbelievable. Game 2, they thought it was down a little, and he just missed some of the bats where the Mets did not have themselves a good game. Meantime, on the other side, the New York Mets, this was a season they didn't think was going to end this way. You talked to Carlos Mendoza before the game. You're sitting there at 24-35. Beginning of June, he thinks we're sellers. All of a sudden, they go on a 64-37 run, best in baseball, and they got themselves in a really good position. He said, yes, I'd sign up for this at the beginning of the year. All right, Eduardo, what's been the difference for them?
Francisco Lindor. Look, he's been out with a bad back, and he was able to finally come back, play his position, and do what Francisco Lindor's been doing all season. First he gets on, and then he steals second, 1 shy of 30. He smiles, next pitch up the middle. He has to score now on this throw from center field, and this is the part that made a lot of people nervous. Trying to get up from that second slide at home plate, is able to do so. Look, he's okay when it comes to swinging the bat. Francisco Lindor jumping all over it and getting greeted at home plate by the OMG guys, and I'm telling you right now, this is a guy that can carry a team. They're hoping he can do the same thing here tonight.
Yeah, he is looking for a 30-30 season, needs 1 more stolen base. First shortstop with 3 years of 25 and 25. Another steal today gets him 30. You talk about just different guys stepping up. Tyler McGill was sent to the bullpen. Well, all of a sudden, Paul Blackburn gets hurt. He's been Superman since.
He is. I mean, a big guy, really excellent extension. It's like he sticks his foot in your face, and when you're in the batter's box, it really reaches out there. He's developed a 2-seam fastball to go with his 4-seam, so that sort of back and forth combination on his fastball has really helped him kind of keep hitters off balance.
All right, it is going to be a good pitching duel, McGill and Schwellenbach. It's game 1 of a doubleheader, and game 1 means everything. First pitch, Braves, Mets, Truist Park. Coming up when we come back.
The only thing I don't like about payday is waiting for it. Chime lets you get up to $500 of your pay whenever you need it. There's no interest, no credit checks, no mandatory fees. I'm not waiting for payday anymore, and you shouldn't either. Join me at chime.com and get paid when you say.
Brisket is back at Chipotle. Seasoned, smoked, seared, spiced, sauced, bold, and guacced. It's a whole new kind of brisket done the Chipotle way.
People are going to want to see you fall when you get to the top.
Once again, undefeated.
I have such high expectations.
You get competitive in those moments.
You can lose in the blink of an eye.
Cardoso for three. Banks it in!
There's always been pressure in my life. This is what I was supposed to do. We fought so hard all season long to plan these environments. This is what we work for.
You could not have scripted a better ending to this magical women's college season.
Liberty Mutual customized my car insurance, so I saved hundreds. But the money I saved, thought I'd get a wax figure myself. Oh, right in the temporal lobe. Beat it, punks! Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
After Homoglow cleaned our place for $19, we fired our old housekeeper. Homoglow tackled everything, from our kitchen to our bathroom, all our laundry. You just pick a date, pick a cleaner, and enjoy a spotless house for $19.
Popeye's crispy, juicy, tender signature chicken is the meal your craving deserves. And now you can get 3 pieces of the chicken you crave for just $5. We don't make sense, we make chicken.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
The Mets would love to make it 3 straight over Atlanta. There it is, 7-4. The Mets beat Atlanta in 3 straight games.
And the New York Mets will fall a little bit short. This season ends with a 5-game losing streak and a 7-2 loss to the Braves.
That ball is out of here! Out of here! There will be a game 6! I don't know if they'll let Ventura circle the bases. Hit in the air to deep right center. And gone! To tie the game at 7. Walk ends the game. They won't give it. The Braves are in the World Series. The Braves are in the World Series.
And here's the man the Mets want up in this spot.
And it's hit deep to left center. Home run! Mike Piazza! Grand slam! Home run! Brian Jordan!
And the lights have gone out in Georgia. The Mets are done.
3-run pinch hit homer. Greg Norton. Another meltdown by the Mets bullpen.
Daniel Murphy ties it! This team just doesn't know how to lose! And he's got it to win the game! And the Braves have stunned New York tonight.
And the Braves have swept the Mets and dealt them a devastating defeat. You come at the Kings, you better not miss.
Farhan fired.
Welcome, everybody, and too often for Mets fans, as that reel just showed, they were often tying games up, and eventually the Braves would end up winning those games. Today feels a little bit different, and it is so different just by the circumstances alone. Let's get some more on that with Buster Olney.
Yeah, Carl, very different circumstances. It's very possible that at the end of the day, you're going to have 2 teams having champagne celebrations at the exact same time in the same ballpark. Major League Baseball has told the 2 teams, look, if you were to clinch in Game 1, we don't want you doing a champagne celebration at that point. And you know what? It wouldn't have mattered if they told them, because teams aren't inclined to do that. They would have a Game 2 to play as well. I love Carlos Mendoza, the Mets manager, who said we all just ought to meet out on the field and hug if that's what happens. Who knows? It is an unusual day.
That would be a first. Again, reminding everybody, the doubleheader clinching scenarios. Both of these teams today just need to win one of the 2. And in talking with both managers, if they win Game 1, how they manage Game 2, it's gonna feel a bit like a spring training game. They're not going to use their leverage arms. They're likely going to rest a lot of the regulars. The biggest decision is Schwellenbach picks the baseball up for the 2 managers in a close game. 5th, 6th inning, down a run or 2, Coney. Do we chase the win, or in a sense, do we kind of concede the game so we can go for it in Game 2?
Yeah, bullpen management, a real key in this Game 1. You use your high leverage guys if you're down a run or down 2 runs, chasing that win. Stay tuned, we'll find out. And that's where the strategy is going to come down to. Which managers use which relievers. And see the lineup there for the Mets, going with their defensive outfield.
Yeah, Tyrone Taylor in right field, Bader in center field, and of course in left field, Nimmo. It is a very big outfield from line to line. Of course, that wall, the brick wall in right field, one of the unique features of Truist Park. As Schwellenbach is on the mound, this was a kid that was taken in the second round, a 59th pick overall, a shortstop at Nebraska who in college had thrown a total of 31 2/3 innings. So the arm is fresh, and he has got an aggressive bulldog mentality out there on the mound.
Yeah, and look, I was really interesting. John Morosi actually today had tweeted out he has great internal drive. He's not the loudest kid around. He thinks his way through things, and he can teach himself and pick things up immediately. And that was a quote from his high school coach, Ron McLeod, and he's been able to take that to the next level and without a hitch.
We are just about set to start. Francisco Lindor, bad back and all, crawling across home plate yesterday. It's a great sign to see a smile on his face as he will lead things off. It'll be Lindor followed by Iglesias and Vientos. Urshela is at third base. Arcia, your shortstop. Albies is back playing second. Olsen is at first. Around the outfield, Ramon Laureano in left. Michael Harris is in center field. Jorge Soler is in right field. Scott Barry is the umpire. He'll call balls and strikes. Lance Barksdale's down there at first with Jim Wolf and Laz Diaz at second and third. Underway, Lindor looks at one. It is a fastball 96, strike one. And there's a great off-speed pitch. It was a curveball in there for a strike. Between the two starters today, they throw 14 different pitches. 6 of them by Schwellenbach, and we've seen a heater and a curveball. And now we've seen one bounced up there.
And this is what makes it really difficult to prepare offensively against Schwellenbach. It's because he will go after you differently, not only every time up, but also every game. So it's tough to prepare.
Acuna there, of course, stepped in when Lindor went down, doesn't chase on a splitter that was up. 32 home runs for Francisco Lindor. 25 of those have come when batting first in a game. He's got 39 doubles. That's out of play. Coney, it's not like you're coming up with a new wrinkle. You know, he's faced them twice already. I mean, how does he continue to have an edge over the offense?
Well, generally against left-handed pitching, left-handed batters, he'll throw that curveball more.
Lindor wraps one on the ground. Should be an easy one for Albies, and there's one down on a ground ball on a cutter at 96.
You know, one thing that really makes Schwellenbach so remarkable is his filling up the strike zone. His walk rate well below league average. So all those different kind of pitches, a way to get right-handed batters out, more sliders to righties, more curveball and splitters to lefties. He throws them all in the strike zone. Gets you to chase his pitch.
Jose Iglesias, OMG, in the middle of everything for the Mets, on and off the field, swings and fouls off the first one. He's got a 20-game hit streak going. Shohei Ohtani, Jose Iglesias, second highest batting average. It's crazy someone's hitting 416 and somebody's ahead of that, 429, and that, of course, is Shohei Ohtani.
It's early, but it's a great sign for the Braves. First 2 hitters already 0-2 counts.
Sets up outside corner. Schwellenbach finds it. Iglesias goes. He's punched out. Good start for the rookie pitcher.
I guess you call this a hard slider at 90 miles an hour. Was never really a strike, and that's too far.
Talk about the highest strikeout rates of rookie pitchers. Paul Skeens is the #1 by far, and on that list is Schwellenbach, who's 5th at 9.4 Ks per 9. First pitch fouled off, and he starts the first 3 hitters off with 4-seam fastballs at 97. This is Mark Vientos.
That being said, Carl, you're looking already at 10 pitches thrown, 5 different pitches already for Schwellenbach.
Really good season for Vientos. The everyday third baseman bat is right down the middle, 98 miles an hour.
0-2 again.
He got him, and that's that slider. And very effective here in the first inning to strike out both Iglesias and Vientos. He threw 12 pitches, 10 of them went for strikes, and the kid looks cool here in a big day.
The future is threatened by enemies often unpredictable. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant: Marines.
This is the story of the one. The one knows that when the big game is days away, the unexpected can put everything on the line. But with a solid game plan and a teammate like Grainger that she can rely on to deliver the product she needs when she needs it, she's confident that she will always win the day. And her team will do the same. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Beware the wild cards, where all it takes is one hot streak to make a run for the title. Welcome to October. The Wild Card Series on ESPN.
Baseball is a sport, pero la verdad es que para nosotros, el béisbol es otra cosa.
El béisbol es un corrido, un dembow y un reggaetón prendido. Es un plácata bien fuácata. Eso es otra cosa.
It's the Plátano Power and the Arepa Power. It's a familiar name and juniors who dare to dream big.
El béisbol es otra cosa.
Back with Coney, Eduardo, Buster, Carl Ravitch here. September 21st, the odds of making the playoffs for the Braves dip below 40%. They have done really well against the Mets. They won 22 in the last 31. Harris, Albies, Ozuna would lead things off here in the first against this guy, Tyler McGill, who has owned righties with a sinker all of a sudden. That's really what turned his season around, just as a pitch goes.
Yeah, give him a second look. So you can throw right off of each other, four-seam, two-seam, and it's really served him well.
Harris has been on a tear, squaring up everything as McGill starts him off with a fastball. The Mets have allowed 9 base runners and 4 runs in the first inning this week. So 4 games, 4 runs in the first inning. Right on the ground to the shortstop, Lindor. Harris thrown out. Low throw that's taken care of by Alonso.
Carl, you were talking about that sinker. Well, when the Mets sent him to the minor leagues in July, before they called him back up, he worked with Grayson Crawford, their AAA pitching coach, on refining his grip of that pitch. And he came back, and it was a completely different pitch. He also got better at game planning, preparing for each start.
They'd love to see Albies get comfortable. Eduardo, he's just back. 7 games he's been struggling, but first the ground ball.
Guys, and we have to look at all the ground balls hit, because McGill with that two-seamer, will Francisco Lindor with his back be able to follow the throw? One of the big things that we saw in Milwaukee was he had a throwing error. It's because he could not follow the throw because of his lower back. One thing that he's going to try to do is continue to throw and follow to make sure it gets to Pete Alonso.
Albies had a fractured left wrist, so he's only hitting from the right side, and it's been a bit of a struggle for him, to say the least. 4 for 31. That's a 129 batting average since coming back in 7 games, and he's got 1 extra base hit. Usually he'd be facing a righty from the left-hand hitting side. Here we go on a 2-1, and 2 balls and 2 strikes now to Albies.
Certainly you would think he would see a steady diet of breaking stuff from McGill.
Alvarez, who's back, also bothered him earlier this week. Trying to frame that, but he couldn't really really a big decision in spite of the Milwaukee Brewers running game to start Alvarez. That's what Carlos Mendoza said he was going to do, and likely to see him in game 2 if they lose game 1.
I am so impressed with Ozzy Albies here, being able to lay off some of these pitches against Miguel, having been a switch hitter and still having to adjust, not being 100% because of his wrist, can only hit from the right side. That is one difficult thing to do.
So he's aboard. He's got 8 steals, and Marcell Ozuna, the designated hitter, comes up looking for his 40th home run of the season. That is a swinging bunt, and it is going to roll foul, and it's finally touched by Vientos. This McGill was chasing it like he was chasing a ball bowling down the street in the wind.
Well, I don't blame McGill right there, Coney. I mean, Vientos took a little bit to get to that ball. Once it goes foul, get it out of the way. You're not going to get Marcell Ozuna. Once this thing goes foul, get it. Didn't see Vientos there, so he panicked a little bit.
Ozuna went for 40 last year, 40 and 100. He's got 102 runs batted in this year. He's had a bit of a downturn here when it comes to driving the baseball, at least recently. But a top 5 MVP year for another DH. That sinker to righties at 94, and he swung right over it.
Got to be careful with Marcell Ozuna on the inside part. Loves the velo in the inside part of the plate. Have to keep it down.
Missed inside with a sinker. This is an Atlanta Brave team last year, of course, with all their first inning runs. A very different story this year. Still hitting home runs. They had 307 last year to lead baseball, 211 this year, 4th. Good take. Slider too far outside. They were just dominant. Of course, Acuna was a big part of that. 146 runs, 47 homers in inning number 1 last year, down to 28 this year. And every time we came to Truist Park or saw the Braves, and we saw them a lot on Sunday night, Brian Snitker and the staff, we had no explanation for it. Not going. Ozuna is going. No, foul right off of and down in a heap goes Alvarez. Ouch. Back of that left ankle. You watch baseball every day and you watch a particular team, it is unreal the punishment catchers take. Unreal.
Tools of ignorance.
It's the fastest way to the big leagues. If you got a kid, you can take the pain. Especially a left-handed hitting catcher.
Ready to go again. Crowd starting to fill in here at Truist Park. Didn't even know the game was going to be played until last night. 2-2 off speed. Got him swinging there. A cutter at 88. And down goes Ozuna.
Well, those two-seamer and sinkers inside set this one up. 88-mile-an-hour cutter.
The current Iron Man of Major League Baseball is Matt Olson, 600 and now 19 consecutive games played, and he has been hot here in September. Off speed to get ahead 0-1. It was an 80-mile-an-hour curveball. I mentioned the 14 different pitches that these two throw. I mean, you can go down to about a 1% on a sweeper, but there's 8 different pitches McGill is comfortable throwing.
Tell you something, it is tough to prepare against these guys on the mound.
Because of the number of pitches?
The number of pitches, and they'll throw it in any count as well.
Strikeout rate aberrationally low in 2023. It's back up to where it had been in 21 and 22 for Megill. The Mets have won each of his last 5 starts. He got recalled on the 30th of August. Since then, a 1.78 ERA and an opponent batting average of 1.87. 1-2 to Olson. Swing and a miss. A fastball gets Olson after the off-speed pitch struck out Ozuna. Let it eat. Underway. Mets and Braves. Zeros on the board through 1.
With Chime, I get to decide when I get paid. My pay lets me get up to $500 of my pay when I need it. There's no interest, no credit checks, no mandatory fees. And that's why I Chime. Join me at Chime.com and get paid when you say.
After Homoglow cleaned our place for $19, we fired our old housekeeper. Homoglow tackled everything from our kitchen to our bathroom, all our laundry. You just pick a date, pick a cleaner, and enjoy a spotless house for $19.
How you guys doing? They want to join us tonight. Y'all cool with that?
My brothers are my best friends. Growing up, we were constantly challenging each other, and it made us all stronger.
I knew that my brother was sick when we were younger, but I didn't know how serious it was.
Kamani still being here because of us, it's something that ties us together. They saved my life.
E60 presents Blood Brothers, streaming now on ESPN+.
He did it again.
Yeah.
Oh.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Go to InventHelp.com. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today. Go to InventHelp.com for free information.
2 games, 1 Monday night. Oh, Titans-Fins rematch on ESPN. Busted. With Seahawks-Lions going down in Motown on ABC. Who am I talking to? Decaf. Need to switch to decaf.
Well, even though this feels like a postseason game, the postseason actually starts tomorrow. Every game, best of 3 wild card, ESPN, ESPN2, ABC, ESPN, ESPN Deportes Radio, and the ESPN app. It all starts with Detroit and Houston at 2:30, followed by Kansas City and Baltimore. The American League is set. National League will be decided by the end of the day. Brandon Nimmo, swing and a miss. Boy, Schwellenbach looked good early, man. He is pounding the strike zone, getting ahead again. 0-2 to every batter he's faced. Harris takes a few steps to his right on the 0-2 and it's fouled straight back.
And he's getting a lot of chases out of the zone. So that's the hardest part of being able to do as a pitcher, right, Coney? To be able to force guys out of the zone. He's done it successfully.
Yeah, one of the best in the league, 96th percentile in chase rate.
Fastball. Oof. 3 strikeouts in a row for Spencer Schwellenbach, the 24-year-old.
It got you too, didn't it? That's the tough part. Looks like a fastball, then it cuts last second right there, and you commit to it thinking down and in as a lefty, and you swing right over it.
96 miles an hour on that cutter.
Coney, what'd you say between innings? He's too young to look this good in a situation like this?
Yes, I mean, when you think about it, the experience level that you covered, Buster, his college, his collegiate career, just not a lot of meat on the bone, so to speak there. This guy pitches like a 10-year veteran right now.
Alonso on the ground to third, staying down on it. Urshela, easy play to get Alonso. 5 up, 5 down for Schwellenbach.
Yeah, this is someone who was a position player in college, and the Braves were scouting him thinking they could convert him to a pitcher, but he would need Tommy John surgery. They knew right after they drafted him. The big question was, after all those years of playing shortstop as an amateur, how quickly would he adapt to being a pitcher? And it's been incredible, Carl, how quickly that has happened.
Out of Nebraska, and here is J.D. Martinez. And getting ahead again, Schwellenbach, 97 down the middle. J.D. Martinez has accomplished a hitter as we've seen in baseball in the last dozen years, and he went through a big-time funk. He believes he's figured it out, and Eduardo as a hitter, belief is about the most important thing.
Yeah, and again, he is so focused on his fundamentals, and he figured out that the hip balance that he was not having earlier was making him pull off pitches, and now he feels that he's in a better position to hit. Now, the big question is, will that translate? And if the Mets are to go far in the postseason, if they get in, they're going to need J.D. Martinez.
Collective sigh of relief after that extra base hit. Broke his 0 for 1 and 2. Just missed off, and a good take by a veteran, Martinez.
Yeah, that's half the battle, right? Get a hit any which way, but it wasn't a prototypical J.D. Martinez hit.
Right.
His hits are mostly left center to right center field.
2-2. Staying alive. There have been other really successful pitchers who were position players. DeGrom certainly, given the Mets playing in this one, come to mind. Shortstop at Stetson. But Schwellenbach's transition in a year in which they've been banged up has been special. JD hits this one on a line. Harris goes back, now stops. He's there. Martinez hit it pretty hard, but right at one of the best outfielders in the game, 104 miles an hour off the bat.
Popeye's crispy, juicy, tender signature chicken is the meal your craving deserves. And now you can get 3 pieces of the chicken you crave for just $5. We don't make sense, we make chicken.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
You see this Dom Perignon? I'm offering this to the next team that goes unbeaten.
But all over the land on this Sunday night, the champagne corks have been popping.
Isn't the champagne on ice somewhere?
So come get this champagne. All you gotta do is beat everybody.
The harder you push, the better we get. Introducing Copperfit Ice, the world's first compression sleeve with a cooling sensation of menthol. The more you move, the more you'll feel the support. Our most advanced compression sleeve yet. A more durable heavyweight weave with seamless 4-way stretch for continuous compression and faster recovery of sore muscles and joints. Copperfit Ice. Get the full line of Copperfit Ice compression at these fine stores.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car's starting kind of slow.
Let's see. Just needs a charge. It's free.
Are you sure it's free?
Positive.
Shall we have a little fun? Welcome to my haunted house.
It's showtime.
You can be a ghost here just like
Everything's led to this moment.
This sounds fun.
31 Nights of Halloween. Watch all October on Freeform.
Here's Jorge Soler against McGill to start things off in the home half of the second inning of the 0-0 game. Winner to the playoffs. McGill now gets ahead 0-1. Where McGill's pitch usage changes against lefties versus righties. Against righties, his slider goes up to about 19%. Throw it 4% of the time to the lefties, where they see the splitter and the curveball far more often. And the development of that sinker about 14% of the time in on the righties. 1 ball, 1 strike to Soler. McGill has gotten 6 swings and misses today. Soler's got 21 homers, 64 runs batted in.
We talk a lot about both of these starting pitchers, featured a lot of different looks, a lot of different pitches, but similar formulas to right-handed batters, more sliders, to left-handed batters, more curves and change-ups or splitters. So you can kind of narrow your focus depending on which side of the plate you bat on.
Little spinner to Alonso. He can take it himself. Soler is retired. bring up Ramon Laureano. He's the left fielder. Of course, Jared Kelnick's name we saw earlier. He has not really been what the Braves would have hoped. Laureano has taken over. Today's doubleheader, it's simple for these teams. You got to win one of the two, and you will be a playoff team. Either team sweeps, then the Arizona Diamondbacks will end up playing the Milwaukee Brewers. Laureano's going to be charged by Vientos, and he fires, not in time. Got hustled by Laureano, who's hitting over 300 his last 40 games. Infield single.
Yeah, and that right there is exactly what Laureano had to do. One of the speedy guys in the outfield, and that translates also on the bases. He sits around the 80th percentile in sprint speed. You see it right there, and that's one of the big reasons, not only because of his arm, but because of that right there, that he can provide for the offense.
Here's d'Arnaud, solo walk-off homer Saturday against the Royals. 1 ball, no strikes. Travis is known to come up with a big hit. He did in that game. That was his 15th home run of the year. He's a candidate for a double play on a grounder. Took one that looked like it got a part of the K zone. Now it's 2 balls, no strikes. Yeah, K zone liked it. It grabbed at it. On the ground, Vientos dives, and he has no play. He looked to throw to second, and in the transition from glove to hand, he dropped it to Amord.
Okay, this was Vientos thinking, okay, should I go to second? But once he dives, common mistake is trying to make the transition away from the body. Right here, he tries to do it. Usually you're taught, bring it right back to the body. Great play extension there. But away from the body creates that, the bobble. A lot of infield coaches, as soon as you do that, do not get overly excited. Transition tight to the belly area to be able to then make a strong throw if it's to first and get at least one.
Atlanta has struggled with runners in scoring position, 4 for their last 28. Big spot here for Gio Urshela.
Talk about a guy that has swung the bat really well. It's Gio Urshela.
Swinging the bat well, swinging the bat often too. Gio's not looking to walk. Just 3 walks in 125 AB so far with the Braves.
This is the guy that Snitker pointed out when we asked him about the players who have been warm, Olsen, etc. Harris. He said it's Urshela who's been the difference maker.
They seem to pick the right guys when they go through those injury bugs, right? Soler, Urshela, and Laureano this year, all 3 have really produced exceptionally well for them when they need it most.
They did. Home run yesterday against Kansas City, 9th of the year.
You know, and the thing with Gio is he sits, you look at the analytical numbers offensively, he sits in the 45th percentile, meaning he's slightly below average, but it consistently barreling it up. But in situational hitting, he's compensated for those power metrics.
DFA'd by Detroit August 16th, released a couple of days later. Riley gets hurt, and the Braves sign him. That one is ripped to right in the corner. Foul ball. Boy, that had trouble written all over it from the bat. It exploded off of his bat. No chance for a play out there by Taylor.
Little body language there.
Hoping. They go with that sinker on a 1-2. Swing and a miss. He didn't. He went with the slider. And boy, a game of inches, if not feet there. Urshela nearly had a double, which would have brought in at least one, and he gets struck out.
Yeah, Carl, I love that you said that. Is he going to get the sinker? Because that's exactly what the hitters are thinking as well. And you see that front hip flying out open, thinking sinker, and then he's able to throw that slider for his third strikeout.
Yeah, great location.
Orlando Arcia, 9-hole hitter for Atlanta. Jam there, and it's 0-1. Full power at the bottom of this Brave order with Arcia, 17 home runs. And double figures, 10 of them over his last 57 games. Got 2 guys on with 2 down here in the bottom of the second. Braves amongst the best hard hit rate teams in the big leagues. And it goes 1 through 9.
Yeah, they're one of those teams collectively, Carl, where their expected numbers are much better than what their real numbers are based on what you said.
Yeah.
Quality of their contact, the exit velocity, suggesting that they've hit a little poor luck this year.
Two and 2. Take a look at StatCast. It's powered by Google Cloud to the point about hard hit rate and barrel rate. Number 1 in exit velocity as well. It's a great combination for an offense. And those BABIP gods sometimes, as you say, Coney, get in the way. If you keep putting the ball in play at hard hit, barrel rate, exit velocity, better things than not are going to happen. McGill's working this inning. 20th pitch on the way. Did he go? Yes, he did, says our first base umpire. And that's a punch out for McGill. They get 2 on after Laureano single, but they will strand 2. McGill's got 4 strikeouts. We are through 2. Winner moves on to the postseason. Then we play another one.
What the biggest companies deliver is exceptional customer experience. What makes it possible is unmatched connectivity and 5G solutions from T-Mobile for Business. T-Mobile connects 100,000 Delta Airlines employees, powers Tractor Supply stores nationwide with reliable 5G business internet, and helps Red Bull revolutionize coverage of live events. This is how business goes further with T-Mobile for Business.
Order Pizza Hut now and get a free large pizza later. That's a free pizza on your next order. So you can pizza now, then pizza again. Free pizza means your next dinner is covered. Your future self will thank you. Get it while it's hot. Only at Pizza Hut.
Chunky is spicy, and it's good to be spicy. I'm talking hunks of fiery, delicious protein. Oh, is it hot in here? Or is it just chunky? Soup that eats like a meal.
Get ready for the American Kennel Club on ESPN, the ultimate series for all dog lovers. From heart-pounding agility trials to lightning-fast races, AKC on ESPN brings you the best of the best in dog sports. Join us all year long as we follow the journey of these incredible dogs and their dedicated handlers. Tune in to AKC on ESPN all year long and be a part of the greatest dog sports series on television.
One of the UFC's most lethal weapons. Let's get it, 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 I got it.
Mets beat Milwaukee 5-0. That was yesterday. That snapped a 3-game losing streak. Overall, they've won 19 of their last 27. 7-8-9. Taylor, Alvarez, Bader due up against Schwellenbach, who's gotten ahead of all of them there, and it's now 0-1 as he threw him a slider. Yeah, it's coming back towards fair territory. It's fair, and that's a mistake by Schwellenbach. He waited, maybe the infield instincts. He thought he'd be able to pick it up and flip and get the speedy Taylor, but it's an infield hit.
I think it was a smart play that he picked it up. He just lobbed it over. When he saw it, Tyrone Taylor took his time and then he read it immediately and underestimated the velocity of Tyrone Taylor. One of the big reasons he's in there. That ball is all out of whack as well.
He tore the cover off it.
Exactly.
That had to be 15, 20 feet foul with all that spin. So Taylor's aboard. He's the threat with 10 steals. He's going right there, and he steals it easily and nearly thrown into center field. But Tyrone Taylor took off at the advice of his first base coach even before Schwellenbach threw it.
Yeah, they must have something. Go first move in a position, and good job right there by Tyrone Taylor and their scouting department of being able to pick that up.
Francisco Alvarez to Hopper, fielded, and Arcia will throw out at first, but down into scoring position now at third base is Tyrone Taylor.
What grace base running by Tyrone Taylor. Tears the cover off this ball right here, and watch how he sees it, reads it, and immediately does not hesitate. A lot of hitters hesitate, ball spins back, beats it out, then steals second, and then on that jump right there, ground ball to shortstop, gets to third base and forces the infield in.
The infield is in here, and it is Harrison Bader. All four on the infield on the grass. Bader beats it into the ground right at Urshela. Exactly what the Braves wanted. One pitch and a ground out to third. Just back to that play. Would you feel that? Would you let it come back to fair territory?
I was just going to say, I've never seen a ball that foul come back fair before, like ever. And then Bader, aggressive on the first pitch, beats it into the ground right at third base.
Yeah, that foul ball had a rudder on it, which made it work its way back over the first baseline.
Chance for Francisco Lindor. 2 outs, runner at third. Strike one. So what would you have done? Did you think...
Eddie's right. I mean, you got a split second to make a quick decision. The problem was in the feed.
Yeah.
Needs to be more aggressive with the feed to first base.
Again, the former infielder instincts. 0-1 Lindor. Schwellenbach, curveball, filthy. 0-2.
Guys, Harrison Bader allowed the game to speed up on him. Instead of just waiting for the pitch that he has to be looking for, he forced it on a pitch that just you cannot go the other way with and get it in the air. That's what Schwellenbach wanted him to do. Pull the ball. If you pull it, it'll be on the ground. Fell right into the trap.
Talk a lot about the poise of this kid right here. He was apparently rattled by Taylor's stolen base. Throws one wide there. Talk about the things that could get in the head of a pitcher. You talk about youth. A spinning ball. Runner safe, takes off to second before he throws it. Now dealing with the Mets' best hitter. Top 3 MVP candidate. I tell you, Tyrone Taylor is halfway down the third baseline. Urshela is way off the line at third.
Anything in the dirt right now, you have to tell him, keep taking a big lead. Anything in the dirt, do not hesitate with 2 strikes. Just go.
Lindor on the ground. Olsen stays down on it. And Lindor sprints to the bag. Bad back and all, but he's beaten by Olsen. Taylor stranded at third. Schwellenbach again gets through it. 0-0 to the bottom of the third.
When I was just a little girl, I asked my mother, what will I be? Will I be pretty? Will I?
He did it again. Yeah, poor guy. Oh.
After Homoglow cleaned our place for $19, we fired our old housekeeper. Homoglow tackled everything, from our kitchen to our bathroom, all our laundry. You just pick a date, pick a cleaner, and enjoy a spotless house for $19.
Stuck at the DMV, and I think I'm late on my car insurance.
Good thing the General gives you a break with flexible payment options.
Let's get you a break while you wait.
What is this place?
This is our DMVIP.
Vending machine charcuterie.
For a great low rate, go with the General.
Sounds like you need to vaporize that sore throat.
Vapocool drops?
It's sore throat relief with a rush of Vicks Vapors.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks Vapocool drops.
The future is threatened by enemies often unpredictable. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant: Marines.
Beware the wild cards, where all it takes is one hot streak to make a run for the title. Welcome to October, the Wild Card Series on ESPN.
You can be a part of history helping select the 2024 All-MLB team presented by MGM Rewards. Vote today for the players you believe had the best performance this season. Terms, conditions that will apply. See MLB.com/all-MLB for details. Wild inning there. Schwellenbach kept his composure. We haven't seen golf balls move that far, that fast on greens. That Tyrone Taylor spinner. Swing and a miss there. Michael Harris, the center fielder, grounded out to the shortstop his first time up. What a month. An OPS of .956 in September, third best of his career. We're not putting him in the Chipper Jones category, but he haunted the Mets, certainly in this game. But that big home run, and then you talk about a confident guy. On that catch he made to center field, all sorts of head nodding. No, not against me. Michael Harris, quiet and confident as he checks his swing there, and he does not go, says Laz Diaz.
One of the big reasons his nickname is Money Mike. Talented athlete. By the way, that neon is really standing out.
The arms and the shoes.
Very minty.
Very minty, yes. He flies mint.
And the oven mitt as well. In his back pocket.
Carl, I was trying to think today of a player in the past who I thought, was as understated as Michael is. I had a great conversation with him today, but on the other hand, is so loud out on the field. He's such a great guy, and man, as you talk about, he is super confident.
2-2 for the Atlanta native, up the middle, and Lindor dives. You can't get to it. He's able to get back up, given the back, but that's a leadoff single for Michael Harris.
It's exactly what you want the leadoff hitter on. This pitch is out of the zone. He goes out and gets it and pulls it where there is no defenders right there. Miguel would love to have a chance back at being able to make that play.
That's where all the base hits are going now from left-handed batters because of the ban of the shift. Shortstop normally be playing on the other side of the bag.
And Albies, who is a switch hitter, but not right now with that left wrist injury, has to bat from the right side. Eduardo, what are the challenges for a right-handed hitter who's usually a switch hitter having to face a righty?
You don't see any breaking stuff go away from you. Everything comes into you. The left-handed pitcher is throwing to you from the right side. You just have to worry about that, and that's one of the big reasons why McGill so far has thrown Albies 2 sliders and 3 curveballs in the first at-bat, and already has thrown him 2 sliders in this at-bat.
Outfield fairly deep against Albies, and that's in there for a strike. Connor right at the knees.
Another thing that Willie McGee had told me, one of the great switch hitters in the game, was getting out of the pitch, getting out, getting away from the pitch. Any pitch that comes in, you have to roll with it from the right side. You see is that front hip always flying open. That being said, any slider that's thrown at his hip, he can hit it a long way. Will he be able to keep it fair? That's the big question. That's why everything is down and away.
Albies is sort of the opposite, too, guys, of Harris. Albies will talk a lot around the batting cage. He will talk a lot before the game. His old buddy Ron Washington, of course, I mean, they had running dialogue. Harris not going, and Albies sends this one to left field. That sends Nimmo back. Still back, looks up, it's out of here! Ozzie Albies turns the slider around, and the Braves stay on top. They lead this game 2-0.
That's the pitch that I was talking about. That slider, if he throws it at his hip, it can go a long way. It's designed to be middle away. Instead, it stays in. And Ozzie Albies, the leader of this ball club, maybe not in stature, but when it comes to energy, when it comes to being able to get his guys ready, Ozzie Albies has been there. That's why he only swings from the right side, but his presence is vastly needed in this dugout.
And you can see how important that was to not only Albies, but the team. And in this situation, huge. Out of 29 of 30 ballparks.
It's one thing to get the hanger, another thing not to miss it.
Line shot caught by Vientos off the bat of Ozuna. That's his second extra base hit since coming back. And remember, he had been 4 for 32. The 2 extra base hits are both homers. The only ballpark that doesn't leave is Oriole Park.
And it's the Hankin sliders. That's the one. The MO is throwing the breaking pitch. But the good thing for the Braves today is he hasn't chased out of the zone against those breaking balls.
Boy, early runs getting the lead so huge in this game in which the winner qualifies for the postseason. Olsen out of play. Swing of Ozuna, it appeared, oh my goodness, it hit Alvarez hard on the top of the helmet, left side of his head. That throw back goes underneath McGill and rolls into the outfield, so he'll get a new baseball.
Carl, when we talked to Carlos Mendoza, the Mets manager, before, is interesting where he said, yeah, that if the team that falls behind, then the questions start to build about how far do you chase a win once you fall behind.
Absolutely something to think about. 1-1 to Olsen. Too far inside, 2 balls and a strike.
And obviously, this early in the game, that's not going to be a factor. But if the Braves added on here, then yeah, at that point, Carlos Mendoza would have to start making assessments about how he's going to handle the late innings of this game, which relievers to use.
Olsen hit it hard. That's going to get through. Both Harris and Olsen ground balls up the middle for singles. Third hit of the inning for the Braves.
Exit velocity 110.5 miles per hour off the bat. I think for the Arizona Diamondbacks, this could be the best scenario if the Atlanta Braves win Game 1.
Why is that?
And it's because 1, you're at home. 2, you don't. They're not going to throw Sale, but they still have a vast amount of, I think, influence with their fan base and playing at home. I think they'll won't leave a lot on the table compared to what the Mets could be.
And guys, speaking of the Diamondbacks, employees of their team are at a restaurant there at the ballpark watching this game, a group watch. The players will report to the ballpark in a couple of hours. They're going to have a group there, all the players gathering to watch the game together.
So many thoughts going through the head of Mendoza and his staff, how we're going to navigate this. Down 2-zip. He blew one right there by Jorge Soler. both Snitker and Mendoza, for all their experience, had never experienced a day like this where you just know in game 2 the team that wins game 1 is resting regulars, and pitchers that are used generally in games aren't going to be used. It feels like, again, this is the difference between what it feels like and what it may be, but it feels like the team that loses game 1 is going to have a massive advantage in game 2, just given the plans of the teams. But you don't want to lose game 1. You want to win it, check that box, and get into the postseason.
Not only that, the Braves, most likely they'll rest some of their starters, but the guys that they have a veteran bench. And that veteran bench is going to be playing in game 2 if they win game 1. And that plays. That plays in a major way with the experience that they'll be putting out there.
All right. Some of those names, Murphy, Duvall, Merrifield. Of course, they get all sorts of arms, but they're not going to use any of their leverage arms. Game 1 of the wild card's tomorrow night. It's not like you get a day off. They're going to go and play tomorrow night. Garcia and Albies having a blast there on the bench after Albies in his 10th to give the team a 2-0 lead. That ball is driven to center. Bader underneath it. Soler retired, and Olsen stays at first. Ozzie Albies off of a broken wrist. Played but 8 games. Eduardo said he is one of the big-time leaders on this team, certainly emotionally. And when he's healthy with his play on the field, that's a big extra base hit, a big home run. Now Laureano. He sends that into right field. That's going to get down. Taylor picks it up. Olsen advances to second. Ball was smoked by Ramon Laureano.
Did not wait. Right down the middle. That head stayed nicely through the zone. He's got to be happy with that right there. Drilling it the other way.
Laureano's 2 for 2 today. McGill again laboring as far as just innings and number of pitches per inning. Last inning was a long one. Here is 25 pitches this inning.
Yeah, well over 60 now here, just into the 3rd.
Travis d'Arnaud, call time. Now he's ready. He's got a couple men out there in a 2-0 game. Foul ball. One of those great discussions about the clutch gene, whether it exists or not. This guy will say it exists, d'Arnaud, and many will tell you about him that it exists, and he's got it. That didn't slice Queso, and it got all of it. Saw what happened there, though. Alvarez was set up inside. It went out over the middle of the plate. And instead of it being a strike, it's a ball. 1-1. That one got by Alvarez.
Should have been another strike as well. In the zone, Alvarez trying to pick it up before the pitch. Before the ball got there. Trying to steal it. That'll go down as a pass ball.
Two and 1 now to d'Arnaud. Gets that. Called strike. A slider on the outside corner and down. Given the significance of the game, this feels like a huge at-bat for d'Arnaud.
Huge pitch.
He got him. 97, the sinker against the righty, and that's a big one. But the big blast so far today, off the bat of Ozzie Albies. 2-0 Atlanta as we head to the fourth.
You don't know who I am.
You can push through anything as long as you believe.
Our family calls Alex the Phoenix. He always rises from the ash.
Paterno never faced any charges, but he didn't escape judgment.
Who has like a career-defining moment at 37?
The whole country is watching, and the world is watching.
People are going to want to see you fall when you get to the top.
Once again, undefeated.
I have such high expectations. You get competitive in those moments. You can lose in the blink of an eye.
Cardoso for three. Banks it in!
There's always been pressure in my life. This is what I was supposed to do. We fought so hard all season long to plan these environments. This is what we work for.
You could not have scripted a better ending to this magical women's college season.
Who just picked up Buffalo Wild Wings Go? The Hankster!
Hank!
What?
Jimmy already got B-Dubs Go.
Yeah, Jimmy already got B-Dubs Go. Jimmy already got B-Dubs Go?
Jimmy already got
Okay, Jimmy already got B-Dubs Go delivered. But did he get 10 free boneless wings?
Yeah.
No!
The power of baseball goes beyond the field.
It starts with kindness, reaching out a helping hand. Even the smallest gestures mean the world to a lot of people.
Stand up to cancer.
Together. 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 Together.
Albies has given him a crooked number, 2-0 in the third inning. Schwellenbach now pitches with the lead. He's been dynamite so far, and his pitch count is well under control. It is 2-3-4 for the Mets, starting off with Iglesias. Schwellenbach, an absolute living getting ahead, Cody. Now, do you become a little more aggressive offensively? First pitch strikes all over the place.
Yeah, the thing is, he can drop that slider in, too, to keep you off balance.
Yep, 10 of 11. Right at Albies. Getting ground balls to strikeouts today.
He's just doing it differently, right? Francisco Lindor, second time around, starting him off with a curveball for a strike. And with Iglesias, he starts him off with a slider for a strike when he started him off first at bat with a fastball. It's keeping you off balance, guessing, and landing the pitches.
7 ground ball outs, 3 strikeouts. And 0-1, 11 of 12 batters he has thrown a first pitch strike. And he feels his position like he played shortstop somewhere. Quite an asset on the mound to have an athlete like that. Schwellenbach made that look pretty easy. That came off the bat at 103 miles an hour.
Build your positions right there. I mean, right to the glove side. So certainly part of it is location. But quick reaction nonetheless.
Braves tradition, Greg Maddux.
And now Nimmo, 39th pitch of the game, and he falls behind Nimmo, 1-0. It's a good shot too. You can see Albies was also right in position if Schwellenbach didn't make the play.
Let's not go too far. Max Fried is a brilliant defensive guy as well from the left side. I think it's helped Schwellenbach having that presence of all those pitchers in this rotation. Morton, Sale, Fried. You can feed off a lot of those guys.
Buster, how did they settle on Schwellenbach to start this game?
Yeah, so last Thursday, after they had the rainouts announced in that those last 2 games of the Mets, Brian Setker met with all the pitchers, with Alex Anthopoulos, head of baseball operations, and they talked to them as a group about how they wanted to handle the off days. Now, the first thing they felt was that Max Fried is very much a creature of habit, and that his preference was to stay as close to being online as possible. So he got the ball on Friday. Then they also thought Charlie Morton's kind of like that too. He wound up being lined up on Sunday, and their thought about Chris Sale was he's going to be our guy to break glass in case of emergency. And that way, as this has played out in recent days, he backed up, he backed up, he backed up to the point where today If they can win the first game of this doubleheader, Chris Sale then will pitch game 1 of the wild card series. If they lose this game, Chris Sale, of course, pitches game 2.
Two balls, 2 strikes to Nimmo. 3 balls and 2 strikes. The other part of that, too, that he told us was that Sale, when asked, when do you want to pitch, he said, I'll roll out of bed and pitch. It doesn't matter to me. I'm a strike thrower, and I'm just going to go out there. You tell me the day. Swing and a miss. Schwellenbach does it again. A 1-2-3 fourth strikeout. Fielding his position, getting ground balls, and a whole pile of punch-outs.
Don't freak out, but you can get 50% off all menu price Domino's pizzas when you order online right now.
Right now?
Right now.
Right now?
Right now?
Right now.
50% off, honey, right now!
Now through the end of the week, get 50% off all menu price pizzas when you order online at Domino's.
Why has America accepted the wait for payday? Introducing MyPay from Chime. Get up to $500 of your pay before payday. No interest, no credit check, no mandatory fees. Get paid when you say. With MyPay. Get started at Chime.com.
Starburst gummies, different every time.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first.
Okay, let's get going. Can everybody see that?
Like, to check your desktop first before sharing your screen.
Ah, that is not the, oh, no. Know how that got in there? No, that,
Yeah, checking first is smart.
Okay, everybody get out.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
HomeAglow just cleaned my entire house for $19. No, seriously, $19. They showed up right on time and did my dishes, my laundry, they even cleaned my windows. You just pick a date, pick a cleaner, and enjoy a spotless house for $19. I love using HomeAglow, and I think you will too.
I can feel the winds of change.
Hurricane Helene, of course, terrible consequences in the Tennessee area and elsewhere. Caused a couple of cancellations of games 2 and 3 of this series, and as a result, we are here on the day after the regular season ends. Baseball, they weren't really wishing for any outcome other than the fact that this is probably the least favorable outcome when you have 2 teams that know with a split they both will go to the postseason. Game 2 for these teams, especially the ones that win, will be about staying healthy and rested and getting ready for a game tomorrow. Ahead 0-2 to Gio Urshela here, bottom 4, and Albie's home run the difference, and McGill blows it by him with the elevated 4-seam fastball. Strikeout number 6 for Tyler McGill.
Get them started early.
They do in Braves country, and you get 2 for the price of 1 here on this double dip. Swing and a miss there from Arcia. Fangraphs gives the Braves an 82% chance to make the postseason. The Mets a 66% chance, and Arizona about a 50% chance when this day began. Interesting on double headers. It feels like most of them are split, but that's not, nearly half are sweeps. You look up the numbers, not only this year about 47%, but even historically, it's almost half sweeps. It just didn't feel like that's how they end. It feels more like you have splits.
It's always been baseball wisdom, right? You heard that? I've heard that forever. Old-time baseball coaches talk about that a lot. Nowadays, with modern bullpens, a lot of extra guys down there. A lot of hard throwers and velo in the bullpens nowadays.
Well, this year for the Braves, it's been split city. 3 doubleheaders they played this year. Split against the Padres and 2 against the Cardinals.
There's the 82 and 66 for Atlanta and the Mets. The Philadelphia Phillies, of course, in. That's many people's choice to win the whole thing in a year, in which I saw Jeff Passan and Tim Kirkshin and Buster, the Baseball Tonight crew yesterday, talk about how wide open this race is. As Harris sends one to center field, Bader goes back. He now backpedals onto the track and stops. Harris has that one taken away. Phillies, one of those favorites to win it all. 8 pitches from McGill, including a couple of strikeouts.
Taste is not an option. Taste is everything. 1800, the world's most awarded tequila.
The future is threatened by enemies often unpredictable. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant: Marines.
Dad, are you certain this is gonna work?
Nothing to it.
Are you for imprint certain?
Certainty matters, like the certainty of 4imprint, your home for high-quality promotional gear, including exclusive items and brands they love. Printed perfectly and guaranteed to arrive on time. To wow your clients, nail your next event, or inspire your team, check out 4imprint.com.
4imprint, for certain.
When I was just a little girl, I asked my mother, what will I be? Will I be pretty? Will I?
He did it again. Yeah, poor guy.
No! NHL on ESPN Plus is back. Enjoy 1,000+ out-of-market games, exclusive matchups, marquee NHL events, and so much more. That's hockey on ESPN Plus. Sign up today.
Schellenbach hasn't thrown, Eduardo, more than 12 pitches in an inning.
No, and he's been just dominant with getting chases outside of the zone and being able to have that presence. You get ahead early, you're able to do that, then you start playing around with these Mets. The only guy that he's started behind on has been Pete Alonso. Started him off with ball 1 in the first at-bat. And now is ball 2, first one of the night.
Fell behind Nimmo 2 in the last inning, and then he came back to strike him out. Now it's 2 balls, no strikes. Alonso, J.D. Martinez, Tyrone Taylor. 2-1. Boy, he wasn't just throwing it down the middle. That was on the black. A 2-0, 064 mark against the Mets this year.
Carl, one of the things that the Braves have done to Schellenbach all year is that when possible, they've tried to get him an extra day of rest. 5 days between starts. So the way this played out, where he started against the Mets last Tuesday, now starting here on Monday, again, an extra day of rest.
Yep. Obviously will not pitch in the wild card series, should they get there. 2-2 to Alonso. That's 3 balls and 2 strikes to Pete.
So most likely he would not be, if not pitching the wild card, not on that roster.
Pete hits one between third and short. Leadoff hit for Alonso. Second time they've had the leadoff man aboard as Pete Alonso reaches for the single.
Starts off the count 2-0, gets to see more pitches, and Pete Alonso, who's been chasing up in the zone. This one a hittable pitch up, stays with it on the cutter and is able to drive it for the base hit.
First one, Schellenbach's left up and out over the plate all day.
He fell behind 2-0 in the count, worked his way back. Now J.D. Martinez gets ahead with a cutter at 92. Alonso with a hit. He has not had much success against the Braves organization, especially power-wise. 15 home runs against him, which is the lowest total against an NL East opponent. JD, wild swing and a cutter. Trellenbach ahead 0-2.
Too much middle right there on that cutter.
Right. 2-strike pitch, yeah.
Right there, 2-0. 0-2, better said, gets away with a pitch that JD Martinez, when going well, makes a lot of damage on.
Right center field's been a pleasure spot for JD. Side.
That's a great take. His front hip did not go flying. Stayed right there on it. That's a good indication on takes that a hitter has seen that pitch really well. Time to switch it up.
Snitker's got a well-rested bullpen. Everyone's available. And JD reaches out, a little blooper into center. It falls. Alonso breaks on. And JD Martinez squeaks one in. 2 on, nobody out.
Guys, take a look at the take. Watch the front hip right here. It stays closed the entire time, recognizes it. Goes back to the slider this time and is able to just get it in there for a base hit. Not a lot of exit velocity, but with 2 strikes, perfectly placed.
Covered that pitch, went out, got it to the outfield grass.
A little stirring in that Braves pen now. Here is Tyrone Taylor. He squared to bunt, pulls it back. A cloudy day here in Atlanta. The lights are not on in the ballpark. The sun hides behind the cloud. A little difficult to pick the ball up.
I like that he showed bunt, but this time he was actually swinging the bat. Now you work the count again. 3rd count of the day, 2nd of this inning, that it's 2-0.
Slow runners out there in Alonso and JD Martinez for Tyrone Taylor on a 2-0. 2-1 as he fouls it back. A .270 hitter with runners in scoring position. Schwellenbach throws that cutter. We're even up at 2-2.
Yeah, 2 pitches out over the plate. Pretty decent pitches to swing at. Fouled off.
Francisco Alvarez in the on-deck circle. There's nobody out. The Braves have a 2-0 lead over the Mets. The winner qualifies for the postseason. Game 1 of a doubleheader. He got him chasing. Boy, a nasty curveball. And Taylor's punched out 5 strikeouts for Schwellenbach.
After a couple of cut fastballs out over the plate, he goes to the curveball. This one changes planes. Vertical drop down, right over the heart of the plate.
Man, that's a great comeback after a 2-0 count.
Now the Mets catcher, Francisco Alvarez. A slow roller. And Schwellenbach, bare hands. Oh, that was smooth. Wow, did Schwellenbach make that look routine? And now there are 2 outs as both runners advance. Come on, Coney, 24 years old?
Yes, the athlete is bouncing off the mound. There's a little hop at the end. Nice. Little half crow hop right there.
Guys, I love this visit right now by Travis d'Arnaud because you have to revisit it. 2nd time now that Bader comes in with the runner at 3rd. This time with the runner at 2nd and 3rd and 2 outs. You have Francisco Lindor on deck. Just to let him know what pitch, reminding him what pitch they were able to get Bader out. That was a fastball up and in his last at bat. How are they going to approach him? We've seen him go to the cutter when he needs to, and then to the curveball to put away. So great talk right now by d'Arnaud to slow down the situation.
Absolutely, and this guy is you got to go after. You do not want to face Francisco Lindor.
Runners in scoring position, you saw that graphic, have been a nightmare for the Mets this last week. Bader swings at the first one, and he's behind 0-1. Cardinal, former Yankee, and Snitker looks on. Harrison Bader. Alonso at third, JD Martinez at second. Schwellenbach trying to work through it with 2 down and the 0-1. Now he's ahead 0-2, can go any way he wants.
Bader swung at all 3 pitches he's seen. None of them have been hitter's pitches. No way I'd throw anything in the zone right here.
Darno did a good job on that last curveball in the dirt for a strike. Sailed one high. Winner qualifies for the postseason. There is a game 2 of this doubleheader, a makeup from a rainout. You win this one and you're in. Schwellenbach steps off. His defense has been a difference in this game to go with his pitching. Bader towards the seats. Olsen will give it a look, but it gets into the seats.
Tony, you're just going to keep elevating if you're Schwellenbach?
Yeah, you got to try to expand the zone. That pitch got too much of the plate, the last slider.
1-2. Beaten on the ground, Albies. Bader cannot deliver. Mets stranded couple. Schwellenbach is through 5. It stays 2-0 in favor of the Braves, and the home run hitter, Ozzie Albies, leads things off when we come back.
How you guys doing? They want to join us tonight. Y'all cool with that?
My brothers are my best friends. Growing up, we were constantly challenging each other, and it made us all stronger.
I knew that my brother was sick when we were younger, but I didn't know how serious it was.
Kamani's still being here because of us. It's something that ties us together. They saved my life.
E60 presents Blood Brothers, streaming now on ESPN+.
You see this, Don Perignon? I'm offering this to the next team that goes unbeaten.
But all over the land on this Sunday night, the champagne corks have been popping.
Isn't the champagne on ice somewhere?
So come get this champagne. All you gotta do is beat everybody.
Popeye's crispy, juicy, tender signature chicken is the meal your craving deserves. And now you can get 3 pieces of the chicken you crave for just $5. We don't make sense, we make chicken.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Harrison Bader, he left a runner at third in the third. He leaves a runner at second and third with this ground out. And Spencer Schwellenbach has done his job for the Atlanta Braves. Marking into that leather of his, it's helped him too. And here comes Ozzie Albies, who had that home run, the 2-run home run, the difference in this game. A good sign for Atlanta to see Albies swinging a bat like that. He's walked and homered. It'll be Ozzie followed by Ozuna and Olsen. McGill picked up 2 strikeouts last inning. He's got 7 in the game, and that's ball 1. Atlanta wins. They go to San Diego. Game 1 tomorrow night, with still the second game of this doubleheader to be played. Ozzie's backing up on that pitch. It's 2-0. Three balls, no strikes. And we're in that 5th inning now. It's 2-0. Couple more runs may accelerate the thinking of Mendoza and how he plays the rest of this game, with an eye on game 2.
And Carl, this is the part of the order that gave him a lot of trouble in the 3rd inning, where he had to throw 29 pitches. 3rd time around the order, it stands to be even harder for McGill to get through this part of the lineup. A hanging slider, the exit velocity is there. The height, the depth, only one ballpark could have held it, and that's Camden Yards. Every other ballpark, that would have been a home run in. He sat on a breaking slider just right down the middle.
The DH is Marcell Ozuna. Lined out hard to Vientos his last time up, and he watches one go down the middle for strike one.
Carl, there's movement in the Mets bullpen.
Yeah. Yeah, and the key is going to be who's moving. Give you a little indication as to where the Mets are thinking. Down 2-zip, bottom 5, rested Braves bullpen. Brazoban looks like he's going to be the guy throwing first. Second and third innings, 20+ pitches for McGill. He's at 81 now. Cutter on the inside corner, and Ozuna swings through it.
Ozuna looking for that 40th home run of the season. It's got 39. Took him a while between 38 and 39 as he hit a home run opposite field for his 39th earlier this week.
He's hit 4 of those against the Mets this year as well. 359 batting average, so he's done damage against the New York team.
40 and 100 magical numbers, of course, certainly with this Braves organization. There haven't been a ton of them. Henry Aaron, of course, leads Atlanta in that category. As Ozuna sends one on the ground, should be 2. Lindor, Iglesias, and it is an easy double play. McGill needed the pitch, and he threw a big one there, a sinker to get the ground ball out. And that brings up Matt Olson. Curious season for Matt Olson, who in September hitting .329. He's got 4 homers and 21 runs batted in. There have been some mechanical changes. That was the first one off. What has been the most significant change, Eduardo, you've seen?
Well, he's had a couple. One of the things is now his hands are just a little bit closer as the bottom hand is bent. Bottom arm is bent a little bit more, creating a little bit more flexibility. But he chokes up on the bat right now, something he never did before.
That's going to be fielded by McGill. And he throws it wildly. Alonso apparently held the bag with his foot, then fell off. And it looks like McGill is going to get the out. We'll wait to see if the Braves want to appeal. Using video replay review, we carry on. A polar bear holds the bag on a bad throw by McGill, and after a leadoff walk, gets the double play from Ozuna and a little ground out by Olson.
Might have to call him Bigfoot now.
Big bag anyway, right?
That's a heck of a belly flop right there to get that out.
Ooh, close, huh? Close.
I think it was the right foot that got the bag.
What the biggest companies deliver is exceptional customer experience. What makes it possible is unmatched connectivity and 5G solutions from T-Mobile for Business. T-Mobile connects 100,000 Delta Airlines employees, powers Tractor Supply stores nationwide with reliable 5G business internet, and helps Red Bull revolutionize coverage of live events. This is how business goes further with T-Mobile for Business.
Are you certain that's our ride? Yeah, let's go. Are you for imprint certain?
Certainty matters. So when you need the right high-quality promotional products, printed perfectly and guaranteed to arrive on time, that's the certainty of 4imprint. So wow your clients, nail your next event, or inspire your team by checking out 4imprint.com.
4imprint for certain.
Since its inception, the Boys and Girls Clubs have been more than a fun place for kids to go after school. For some, it's been a second home, where they can learn, play, and grow. Thanks to the partnership between Major League Baseball and Boys and Girls Clubs, children of all backgrounds have access to safe spaces. All right, let's go take a selfie. MLB Together and the Boys and Girls Clubs of America, empowering children and building futures. Bring it in.
Pretty simple. Braves win one game, they're in. Mets win one game, they're in. This is a doubleheader. If one team gets swept, the Arizona Diamondbacks in the postseason. Albies dives. Lindor retired. Good start for Schwellenbach and the Braves, as Ozzie Albies having a game with a homer, but now a web gem in the field.
How about Ozzie Albies right here? Gets a good jump going to his left. Makes a beautiful play. This has been Ozzie Albies' afternoon today with power, now showing defense.
Quick reactions, almost 99 miles an hour exit velocity.
And a big out, too, to get the leadoff man retired. Iglesias, breaking pitch in there, called strike one. Schwellenbach pitches here in the 6th inning, has not allowed a run. He has owned the Mets to this point in 3 games started.
Michael Harris told me that Schwellenbach really reminds him of Spencer Strider in his personality. You see it so unflappable.
Think about the guys giving the messages to Schwellenbach, whether it's Sale or Morton or Fried or Strider for that matter.
What a feather in the cap of the Braves organization to be able to lose a generational talent like Spencer Strider and replace him with another organizational homegrown guy, drafted and developed. That is so hard to do, and the Braves do it as well as anybody, and always have.
Strikeouts and ground balls. It's been the formula for Schwellenbach in this game today. He has gotten one out by the flyout, just one.
The guy knows a little bit about player development right there. Snickers, a baseball lifer.
Sure does. And how about the Braves starting pitching in the month of September, and more importantly recently? You think about what Max Fried did. Creature of habit. Well, that's knowing your own players. And as Buster said, you know, he on 5 days is more ideal. And he was outstanding. How about 3 quick ground balls for Schwellenbach as he gets through another inning, and another, this time sub 12, sub 10. It took him 7 pitches to get through the 6th. They lead 2-0.
Get ready for the American Kennel Club on ESPN, the ultimate series for all dog lovers. From heart-pounding agility trials to lightning-fast races, AKC on ESPN brings you the best of the best in dog sports. Join us all year long as we follow the journey of these incredible dogs and their dedicated handlers. Tune in to AKC on ESPN all year long and be a part of the greatest dog sports series on television.
Order Pizza Hut now and get a free large pizza later. That's a free pizza on your next order. So you can pizza now, then pizza again. Free pizza means your next dinner is covered. Your future self will thank you. Get it while it's hot. Only at Pizza Hut.
You don't know who I am. You can push through anything as long as you believe.
Our family calls Alex the Phoenix. He always rises from the ash.
Paterno never faced any charges, but he didn't escape judgment.
Who has like a career-defining moment at 37?
The whole country is watching, and the world is watching.
Most lethal weapons. The power on display is phenomenal. We got 2 title fights.
Oh man, this is awesome. Let's get it, I got it. But they went and did what I did. Let it call me iconic.
Bobby Cox.
This is game 1. We have the second game 2 coming up next right here on ESPN2. Mets and the Braves. The loser of this one has to win game 2 in order to play in the postseason. And right now, thanks to Schwellenbach, it is 2-0. Albies home run McGill's pitched a really good game. One mistake, one home run pitch to Albies. Otherwise, we got bagels on the board.
It's really true. When you put your head on your pillow at night as a starting pitcher, that is the one pitch he will think about over and over.
So I got a question for you guys. With the Braves leading here 2-0, Jorge Soler, it's no secret he's not the ideal defender. How quickly are you pulling him now that his plate appearance just happened?
You know, I can see that happening next half inning.
Right about now?
Yep.
Yes.
Braves bullpen quiet. Schwellenbach has been outstanding here. Through 6, still a 2-0 lead for Ramon Laureano, and that ball is hit to center field with some carry. Bader back, wall, out of here! Home run, Ramon Laureano. It just snuck over the wall in left center, and McGill gives up his second home run of the day. Laureano, 3 for 3, and it's 3-0.
Okay, Buster, now because of this home run, and with a 3-0 lead, yes, this is the moment to bring in defense for Soler. Before that, I did not answer because I didn't think it was, I thought it was too early yet. But now is the moment. Laureano 3 for 3, what a day. And it all started with the infield hit. Then the base hit the right field sets you up perfectly with a lot of confidence.
Now Laureano's 10th home run in a Braves uniform this year. Limited time.
A couple years ago, they picked up some major moves with Soler, Rosario, and Duvall, and that carried them to a world championship, and looks like they're going right back at it with these guys.
You talk about the front office and the development of Schwellenbach and the ability to recognize the player needs, and then what you do about that is Oscar Brazoban warms in that Met bullpen. That ball is smoked towards the line in right. He's not running because he sees it's going to be foul. So d'Arnaud gets right back in the batter's box.
And how about identifying the talent? Look, Dana Brown used to be the scouting director with the Braves. He's now the general manager of the Astros. Think about the guys they took. Spencer Strider, what a 4th-round pick. Michael Harris, a 2nd-round pick. And, of course, Schwellenbach, also a 2nd-round pick.
The one thing that's undeniable is, yes, the talent, but you also have to have guys that can continue the culture. And that's one thing that Alex Anthopoulos has identified with talent, culture, and making sure that that clubhouse continues to strive for the greater good of this organization.
Well, the formula, too, is also we sign our players who fit all of those criteria to long-term contracts.
Next up, Schwellenbach.
Right. Saw Austin Riley walking underneath the stadium today, though still in a cast. That fracture just hasn't healed. But he's one of them. You go around the infield, Olsen's another. Albies, Acuna, Strider. Chris Sale got an extension. Michael Harris, of course. Foundational pieces, and there's a couple of foundational pieces right there in Walt Weiss and Brian Snitker.
That's a great point, Carl, and that's no small thing. Somebody like a Walt Weiss to act as a filter between the front office and the analytics department and the field office, those guys in the dugout there. That is something that's so important in today's game. Somebody who can interpret that information, get it to the players directly in language they can understand.
And think about it, because one of the stories in Atlanta this year was both Ron Washington and Eric Young leaving. I mean, you talk about foundational pieces on the corners and their pregame drills and their personalities.
It's a heck of a baseball man right there, Walt Weiss.
Yeah. On a play off the bat of d'Arnaud. So we're into that absolute part of the game. 3-0, chasing a victory. Brazoban warming. Thinking about the next game. And the Braves, they told us, we got guys in hotel rooms who may end up starting and pitching in a game 2 if we win game 1. The unique circumstances around this doubleheader in which both teams are playing to get in the postseason, and each needing just one of the wins.
He went down and dug out that cut fastball down and over the heart of the plate, but at the bottom of the strike zone. Drove it right on out of here.
Schwellenbach, who saw the home run leave and his exuberation, Laureano. These are pieces that you didn't necessarily know were ever going to be a part of this program this year. And that one is a little jam shot. Bader's not going to be able to get it. That's going to be a single for Gio Urshela. After a couple of strikeouts, he reaches.
The pennant race. Doesn't really matter how you get here. Just matters how we finish.
Schwellenbach still looks like he's going to come back, leaving the game. Tyler McGill, pitching change here in Atlanta.
How you guys doing? They wanted to join us tonight. Y'all cool with that?
My brothers are my best friends. Growing up, you're constantly challenging each other, and it made us all stronger.
I knew that my brother was sick when we were younger, but I didn't know how serious it was.
Kamani still being here because of us, it's something that ties us together. They saved my life.
E60 presents Blood Brothers, streaming now on ESPN+.
You see this Dom Perignon? I'm offering this to the next team that goes unbeaten.
But all over the land on this Sunday night, the champagne corks have been popping.
This is the champagne on ice somewhere.
So come get this champagne. All you gotta do is beat everybody.
We're back, and you can experience all the autumn action beginning Tuesday postseason. Go to MLB.com/postseason, get your full schedule. We got a full schedule, wild card games on ESPN, ESPN2, ABC as well. And the American League series are set. If the Braves win this game, they will take on the Padres, and then it's up to the Mets to see if they can create a date with the Brewers, or the Diamondbacks are going to be the team that plays Milwaukee. The number 3 seeds, the Astros. Not a lot of folks want to play them, but the Royals bring their young group there. Game 1 Tuesday, 4 Eastern time. Reagans against Valdez. Tigers go to Baltimore to take on the Orioles, with the Guardians and the Yankees, the top 2 seeds in the American League, waiting the winner of the wild card series. Now Brazoban is on in his 38th game, hoping to keep it just 3-0. Urshela's on first base. There's been a Laureano home run this inning. It's 3-0 Atlanta with 2 down.
Hey guys, a light rain has started down here. Seen a little bit of scrambling going on in the stands.
Missed inside, 2-0 with the sinker. Light rain's okay. Anything heavier than that won't be very favorable. Not a lot of scrambling by these fans that have come. Many stay in their seats. Swing and a miss.
Guys, we'll be fine.
Eduardo's gone to Cantore or the radar or just his gut.
We'll be fine. Just a little drizzle for the next 20 minutes. This is Cantore land after all. We're in Atlanta.
Thinking about a makeup game tomorrow already. That's where my brain's going.
You know, Coney, for being a former player, you just liked to raise those possibilities, you know? I mean, I always thought that you weren't allowed to mention those things if you were a superstitious ball player.
Stirring it up. Soup spoon.
Coney rolled onto the airplane, got on the tram, hopped in the car, and boom, he's right here at Truist doing a game. Another one pulls foul. Give a souvenir to another fan Similar spot, a little higher. Good catch out there by a Braves fan. You got it. And Brian Snitker said he slept like a baby last night. He woke up every 2 hours crying. Ball 4 from Brazoban to Arcia, which turns the lineup over to the top.
That'll get you shaking your head in the dugout if you're on the coaching staff of the Mets. Arcia, a pretty free swinger. He's kind of a hard guy to walk. Indeed he does. Now you got to face this guy.
Two on for Money Mike Harris, who looks at one down, ball 1. That's a good take. Braves have been pretty selective at the plate today on balls just off. And look at what he has done in September. 330 average, and OPS just south of 1,000, and he's matched his home runs from the first 5 months. Brazoban's come in and has lost the strike zone 2-0.
Yeah, he can't give in right here. If you're the Mets, you're hoping Huascar can be able to give his offense a chance, get a little closer. That's why Alvarez is going to talk to him right now. You have to go and challenge. Let the defense play.
The problem is he doesn't really know where it's going right now. Life of a reliever, you got to be on right now. You walk the first batter you face, and now you're down 2-0.
9 pitches, 6 balls. When you have an early flight, how do you sleep? Do you sleep through the night, or are you like constantly worrying about alarm clock, etc.?
I got a little worry going on there, yeah. Got a fear of being late.
I was good until about 1:30, and then it's like every half hour you're checking. Like,
all those years in this game, you wake up and you go, do we get a day game today? Oh no.
And guys, it's evolving from a little bit more than a light rain to something heavier.
16 minutes, Buster.
Boy, 3 balls, no strikes. This one in danger of getting away from the Mets. It's like Luis Severino will start game 2 if they lose game 1 for the Mets. That one's in there for a strike. (3-1) Albies home run. He's on deck. 3-2 though, as Harris swings the changeup.
3 straight changeups. Probably see another one right here.
Two outs, 3-2. Runners will be moving. That's Urshela and Arcia. There they go, and Harris sends one to right on a line, and it is caught out there by Tyrone Taylor. They will strand 2. Brazoban, a little bit of an adventure, but they get through it. Ramon Laureano, exit stage left. Row 1, Schwellenbach. Back to the bump when we come back. We'll find out after this.
HomeAglow just cleaned my entire house for $19. Seriously, $19. They showed up right on time and did my dishes, my laundry, they even cleaned my windows. You just pick a date, pick a cleaner, and enjoy a spotless house for $19. I love using HomeAglow, and I think you will too.
I can feel the winds of change.
Brisket is back at Chipotle. Seasoned, smoked, seared, spiced, sauced, bold, and guacced. It's a whole new kind of brisket done the Chipotle way.
Why do we accept waiting 2 weeks for payday? Thanks to Chime, I don't have to wait to get paid anymore. I couldn't believe it. I can get up to $500 of my pay on my schedule. There's no interest, no credit checks, no mandatory fees. Join me at Chime.com and get paid when you say.
2 games, 1 Monday night. On ESPN, Nuke Hopkins bringing that heat in a rematch on South Beach. Tyreek, Waddle, Achane, Fins, so women in a sea of weapons. With Seahawks Lions on ABC, the pride of Motown, taking on DK and the new legion of Who am I talking to? Decaf. Need to switch to decaf.
Popeye's crispy, juicy, tender signature chicken is the meal your craving deserves. And now you can get 3 pieces of the chicken you crave for just $5. We don't make sense. We make chicken.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
7th inning of game 1 of a doubleheader. Eli White has taken the place of Soler in right field, and Schwellenbach is back out there, and Nimmo is the first hitter he sees, and that is ball 1. Down 3 now, and in a position to create a must-win game 2. Otherwise, Arizona will face the Brewers in the postseason, the wild card round.
An incredible 56 strikes from Schwellenbacher out of 76 pitches. Just dominance in the strike zone.
Nimmo, Alonso, and J.D. Martinez. Michael Harris. Pretty interesting when you think about the staff Atlanta has, and Sale's been the guy all year, Cy Young candidate, but Lopez has been really good. We know about Fried and his last start, what he's getting. Like, how do you rank the Braves starting pitchers? I mean, give me a 1 through 5.
You kind of get the feeling they have tremendous confidence in really any of their 3. That's why they kind of, their top 3, that is.
Harris going after it, still going after it. He's going to run and make the play. Schwellenbach, again, 2 quick outs. 8 straight since those back-to-back singles to Alonso and J.D. Martinez.
Makes him look so easy right there, tongue out.
Michael Jordan.
He does. He loves playing baseball, doesn't he?
And what he loves to do is play center field. And he has good jumps coming in, going back on the baseball, going both to his left and right, and that is some kind of special. Only other center fielder right now I could come up with is Kiermaier, who did it for so many years, has played his last game yesterday.
And you guys remember when he was a high school senior, he was a pitcher. A lot of teams looked at him that way, but the Braves asked him what he wanted to do. He said, play position. He loved the idea of impacting the game out in the outfield, and that's what he's done since he joined the Braves.
Remember, he was watching the Braves parade, World Series parade, just as a regular fan. Then he gets drafted by the team. Schwellenbach now falls behind to J.D.
He told me today he met Henry Aaron when he was in high school. Like, Henry Aaron appeared in an event at his high school. He got to shake his hand and have the same experience we all have had.
On the ground in another very quick inning. Boy, he is putting on a clinic. Spencer Schwellenbach through 7. He used 9 pitches to get through that inning. He's got a 3-0 lead. He's dominating.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hi, my check engine light's on. Let's see what our free fix finder service says. And if you need help, we can refer you to a shop. That's an easy fix.
The future is threatened by enemies often unpredictable. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant: Marines.
Soft drinks are just $1 at Wendy's. Any size, anytime. 3 p.m. Fanta, 10 p.m. Sprite, 7:46 a.m. Coke. Yeah, you're built different. Dollar soft drinks, any size, gotta be Wendy's.
I'm certain it's level 5. Are you for imprint certain? I'm certain it's level 5.
Certainty matters, like the certainty of 4imprint, your home for high-quality promotional gear, including exclusive items and brands they love, printed perfectly and guaranteed to arrive on time. To wow your clients, nail your next event, or inspire your team, check out 4imprint.com.
4imprint, for certain.
People are going to want to see you fall when you get to the top.
Once again, undefeated.
I have such high expectations. You get competitive in those moments. You can lose in the blink of an eye.
Cardoso for 3.
There's always been pressure in my life. This is what I was supposed to do. We fought so hard all season long to plan these environments. This is what we work for.
You could not have scripted a better ending to this magical women's college season.
Suit up at MLBshop.com. Get the largest selection of official jerseys, caps, t-shirts, collectibles, and more. Gear up your favorite team. Please go to MLBshop.com and do your shopping there. Back with Cody and Buster, Eduardo Perez. I'm Carl Ravitch. There is the numbers for Schwellenbach in 3 starts. He's 2-0. He's in line to go 3-0. 21 innings, 1 earned run, 20 Ks, and 1 walk. Those are just silly numbers. As Adam Ottavino now on for the New York Mets. We begin the bottom of the 7th. The Atlanta Braves bullpen, you can see how wet the dugout is. The bullpen is tarped. There's nobody warming up. The best case scenario for Atlanta, worst case for the team they'll play, which looks like the Padres, if they win, a rested bullpen. Chris Sale in game 1. The Sale thing is interesting too because he hasn't pitched in so many days. There have been some questions like, is he healthy? Was there a velo dip in his last start? Center field, Bader got a good jump on it, and he is there.
Well, the whole Chris Sale strategy, really, from the beginning of this week,
yeah,
as you tried to map this out, tells you a lot about how they feel about Schwellenbacher, how they feel about Max Fried. And that's not even factored in Charlie Morton
and Lopez. Yeah. So did you ever rank them?
You know, I like Schwellenbacher right in the middle of the 2 lefties.
You keep adding an ER to his name, like Orville Redenbacher. Yeah. You got your mind on in-between game popcorn. Right field, Ozuna bidding for his 40th, but the ballpark will hold it.
I like him splitting up the lefties, you know, if possible, depending on the matchup.
So you like Schwellenbach in the 2 spot or Lopez, then
I like
Fried,
Schwellenbach in the 2 spot.
You do, yeah.
Like Sale, Schwellenbach, and then Fried, depending on the matchup.
Yep.
If it's the Dodgers, you might want to stack the lefties.
Right.
If you get that matchup on down the road.
Well, they've lifted the tarp, and now Jimenez is warming up in the Braves pen. Adam Ottavino's got a couple of quick outs. The skies are lightning here, and I don't mean lightning like bolts of lightning. Lightning as far as so the sun and the dark clouds moving away, which is a good sign. So it's not been an easy road for the Braves and the Mets when it comes to each other for the New York Mets. The Braves have been a thorn in their side so many times, and it goes back really to when, even before they were in the same division. Is going through the mind of Carlos Mendoza, down 3-0, bottom 7, dominant performance by the Brave starter. Got to win one of these 2 games.
Just hold him right there. Give his offense a chance. Right now, you're not throwing your high leverage guys in this game. No need to. You'll have all arms on board for next game.
Called strike 3. Olsen is gone. Good inning there for Ottavino. We'll head to the 8th inning. It'll be 7-8-9 for the Mets, trailing by 3.
When I was just a little girl, I asked my mother, what will I be? Will I be pretty? Will I?
He did it again. Yeah, poor guy. Wow. Oh.
You're their favorite aunt.
So we decided if anything happened to us,
We want you to take the kids. Oh, you guys.
Doesn't count.
This is giving me the fuzzies. But what you need is a will. Trust and Will makes it easy. For as low as $199, you can quickly create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. What's cooking?
Twins.
Twins. Start your will at trustandwill.com and make it count.
After Homoglow cleaned our place for $19, we fired our old housekeeper. Homoglow tackled everything, from our kitchen to our bathroom, all our laundry. You just pick a date, pick a cleaner, and enjoy a spotless house for $19.
Spencer Schwellenbach stays on the mound. Jimenez appears ready. He'll get Taylor, and then Alvarez and Bader scheduled to hit. Talk about efficiency. That's pitch number 84 here in the 8th inning. And the adage of this is the third time they're seeing him, sometimes the advantage shifts to the hitters. It's not been the case the way he's been mixing and matching. Used 16 pitches to get through the 6th and 7th inning. Yeah, he went. What would you describe as the secret to his success today? What is it?
Well, obviously, it's incredible strike rate, just dominating the strike zone. He's got a delivery that's built to last, too. Watch how he finishes, you know, when he lands. You can tell a lot about a pitcher, whether their maximum effort. Does he look like he's trying to throw the ball 97 miles an hour? No, he's very under control, very good rhythm. Especially after he releases the ball. There's not a lot of jerk with his head. There's not a lot of spin out with his front leg. Yeah, that's a delivery that's built to last. He's obviously an excellent athlete.
Yeah.
The kinetic sequence of his delivery, very much under control.
Guys, the most pitches he's thrown in the month of September has been 94. Tops this year was 106. That was his last start in August. But they've been trying to keep him around that 90 mark because they know that they're going to need this arm come playoff time.
Well, the athleticism for a pitcher shows up in the repeatable delivery, the ability to control your body. That's how you know if there's a good athlete on the mound, and he certainly is one.
8th pitch of the at-bat. Towards the line, Olsen gives it a look, as does White, and there's no play out there. Jimenez is continuing to throw in the bullpen, looking into the field. If 90 is the magic number, then this will likely be his last batter. It'll be the 10th pitch of the at-bat. He's got 5 strikeouts in the game. He has pitched to contact, and he has gotten a boatload of ground ball outs. Sort of Nimmo and Alonso in the last inning. He had 1 prior to that in the air. On a line, that is a foul ball. Urshela went for it. It did not. Apparently, he made contact with his glove.
And if you think about one of the 3 hits that he gave up, one of them was to Taylor that started in foul ball territory and spun back into fair and beat it out at first base.
That ball smoked to the gap in left center field. And a good battle after fouling off a handful of 3-2 pitches. Taylor will lead the inning off with a double. And likely that's going to be it for Spencer Schwellenbach. 11 pitches, and a Met finally delivers an extra base hit, and that will do it for Schwellenbach. We'll get a standing ovation from the crowd here. now, depending on how things play out. Could be the last time they see Schwellenbach this season. But boy, what a way to go out if it is.
After Homoglow cleaned our place for $19, we fired our old housekeeper. Homoglow tackled everything, from our kitchen to our bathroom, all our laundry. You just pick a date, pick a cleaner, and enjoy a spotless house for $19.
Get ready for the American Kennel Club on ESPN, the ultimate series for all dog lovers. From heart-pounding agility trials to lightning-fast races, AKC on ESPN brings you the best of the best in dog sports. Join us all year long as we follow the journey of these incredible dogs and their dedicated handlers. Tune in to AKC on ESPN all year long and be a part of the greatest dog sports series on television.
You don't know who I am.
You can push through anything as long as you believe.
Our family calls Alex the Phoenix. He always rises from the ash.
Paterno never faced any charges, but he didn't escape judgment.
Who has like a career-defining moment at 37?
The whole country is watching, and the world is watching.
Phenomenal three-start effort against the New York Mets for Spencer Schwellenbach. 21 innings, 20 Ks, just one walk, one earned run. He's out of the game, responsible for the runner Tyrone Taylor with the double at second base. And now a dominant reliever for the Braves, Joe Jimenez, with an ERA of 2.26. He's got the fourth best expected ERA in the league and the eighth best in baseball. And he will get Alvarez. Looks like Starling Marte will bat for Harrison Bader, and Jimenez goes off speed to start for strike one. That's a fair ball down the line from Alvarez. Hitting third and coming in is Taylor. Alvarez to second. He's got a double. Back-to-back extra base hits. And it's a new ball game. 3-1 with a tying run coming to the plate.
Just a slider that stayed up, and Alvarez was able to keep it fair. See him extending those arms as much as he could, releasing the top hand. And Laz Diaz down the line right on it. Calls it fair, and now they trade places, one run closer to the Braves.
Starling Marte will be the pinch hitter. They got the left-handed hitting Winker as well. They could use, whose numbers against the Braves have been particularly good, but instead it's Marte with Alvarez at second. Ball one, just like that. A couple of hitters later, the starter's out of the game. The momentum can shift.
Still nobody out here.
On a play down the right field line for Marte, who steps in, hitting 266 with 7 homers and 40 runs batted in. That one in the hole. It gets through. Alvarez had to hesitate. It's first and third for the Mets as Marte, the pinch hitter, delivers a single.
Mendoza putting down the right buttons right there, not bringing in Winker. Instead, it was Marte. Both righties and lefties this year have struggled against Jimenez. The slider stays up. Marte hits it hard enough through the infield.
Kranitz is going to go on out and talk to Jimenez, whose month of September has been highlighted by his strikeout rate. He's been outstanding. And when you know it, the closer, Raisel Iglesias, he's up in the bullpen with nobody out here in the 8th inning. Who will end up winning game 1 as we look ahead to game 2, which will be about 40-45 minutes after the conclusion of game 1.
Guys, Tyrone Taylor's at-bat, that big at-bat right there was able to get Schwellenbach out of the game. That being said, he ends up scoring, but you have to look at that at-bat, the way he's run the bases this afternoon has played big for the Mets.
Here is Francisco Lindor, who bats with a bad back. He is the go-ahead run here in the 8th. And the first one sails high, ball 1.
Eduardo, can it lift a dugout when a guy as dominant as Schwellenbach was comes out of the game, even if he's tiring a little bit?
100%. We've seen it throughout all postseason games and during the regular season when a guy dominates and is taken out. And the way he was taken out because of Taylor's at-bat.
They've struggled with runners in scoring position. Francisco 270 on the season in that situation.
It's a good time right here. Slow it down. We saw you just chased out of the zone. Take a deep breath and regroup. Big 1-1 count.
Nobody out. Atlanta plays the infield back. Lindor up the middle. That's another hit. And the Mets have pulled within 1. Still nobody out. And they have knocked around Jimenez. Francisco Lindor, RBI 89, back up the middle.
How about that timeout by Francisco Lindor, 1-1. And this pitch stays outside, and he just hits it right back up the middle. That'll be all for Joe Jimenez, as the captain of the team taking charge right here. Top of the 8th.
Ball off the plate. Drills it back up the middle.
Iglesias coming in. How will the Mets play it with Jose Iglesias and runners at first and second?
Wow.
Grandpa and I used to work on this together. I've never seen a man love something so much. And when I'm gone, I want you to have it. Seriously?
Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. For as low as $199, you can quickly create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. 10 and 2, boss. Start your will at trustandwill.com and make it count.
People are going to want to see you fall when you get to the top.
Once again, undefeated.
I have such high expectations. You get competitive in those moments. You can lose in the blink of an eye.
Cardoso for 3. Banks it in!
There's always been pressure in my life. This is what I was supposed to do. We fought so hard all season long to plan these environments. This is what we work for.
You could not have scripted a better ending to this magical women's college season.
Well, it's going to be Iglesias versus Iglesias. Jose Iglesias, the 2-hole hitter, has got 2 Mets on with runners at first and second against the closer for the Atlanta Braves, who's looking for a 6-out save to send them to the postseason. In this odd situation here, a worst-case scenario is you use your high-leverage guys and you end up losing the game. Iglesias has not had a sacrifice since 2019.
Yeah. This is where you pray, right? Church versus church.
Not bunting at all, and he swings through a slider, 0-1.
But he's been swinging a hot bat, but this matchup right here, this is for the team.
What a spot for Iglesias. Both. Ricefiel's been so good, and he gets ahead 0-2. Another slider.
I'm surprised that no bunt was shown right there or attempted by Iglesias in the first or second pitch.
Elevated 95, and he fouled it back. Among pitchers with as many appearances since his Braves debut, this guy Iglesias, a 1.86 ERA. That's second best in Major League Baseball. Only Emmanuel Clase has been better. 0-2. Fourth pitch of this at bat. Iglesias delivers a 2-strike hit into right. Marte being What a job of professional hitting by Jose Iglesias, slapping it the other way to tie this game up, and the Mets have scored 3 in the 8th.
OMG, is that a moment right there?
You said it, Carl. Professional batting right here. Down 2 strikes. How about that breakdown swing go the other way?
He allowed that ball to get as deep as he could and was able to hit it the other way. And how about Carlos Mendoza saying, forget about the bunt. Right there, yo soy el hombre.
Infield in for Vientos. The go-ahead run, Lindor, 90 feet away. All 1.
This is huge because the Atlanta Braves have used their big guys right now, and the Mets have not. When it comes to the bullpen.
That slider, it may be again. Now we're tied, but it might be even bigger for the Padres if Chris Sale has to go in game 2 for the Braves. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. 3-3. Infield in, 1st and 3rd.
You look at what Lindor did on that 1-1 count. Slow it down, hit the ball back up the middle. Iglesias going the other way as well. This is where Vientos has to think the other way and adjust in.
Instead, he sends it shallow center. Harris is there. Lindor is coming. Here's Harris's throw, and it's not in time. Lindor gives the Mets the lead on a sacrifice fly, and RBI from Vientos. A 4 spot from the Mets in the 8th to take a 1-run lead.
Some impressive at-bats up and down in this inning from the Mets lineup. The slider just stayed up enough to allow Vientos to go out and get it just deep enough.
Iglesias did not advance, so now Nimmo bats. Now Iglesias goes, and he's going to have a steal. The Mets are doing to the Braves what the Brewers did to the Mets.
That's only the 2nd stolen base off Iglesias in 3 years.
They've been aggressive. We saw it earlier with Tyrone Taylor. We saw it right now with Jose Iglesias, not hesitating at all.
Yeah, perfect time to go. Pitcher's most distracted when you just blew a save.
Mets down. Jimenez and now Iglesias have been hit by the Mets. They've been 2 of the most dependable relievers in baseball, let alone for the Braves. Swing and a miss. The Mets were 0 for 6 with runners in scoring position. They had been hitless in 3 of their last 4 games and 4 of their last 7. And they were 0 and 47 when trailing by 3 or more in the 8th or later. Nimmo, right field, high, deep, and way out of here. Chop, chop. Brandon Nimmo, a 2-run shot. And the Mets now lead 6-3 on a towering blast from Nimmo.
I think this is the slowest that Brandon Nimmo has ever run the bases on a home run, and it's because he knew it once he hit it. He saw it the entire way, did not miss it.
Middle, at the belt. Is belted up to the chop house.
Into the chop house it goes for Nimmo. Iglesias out, may need him for game 2, as Nimmo absolutely exploded on that, and he has had some big hits down the stretch for the Mets. What a statement from the Mets this inning. Schwellenbach in that long at bat. Tyrone Taylor double digits in number of pitches. He ends up with the double. 11 pitches in that at bat to Taylor. Alvarez backs it up with the double. And then Marte with a pinch hit single. Lindor a single. Iglesias the big hit the other way. And then Nimmo with a 2-run shot. Brandon Nimmo, that's now 90 RBI on the season, and that's knowing it. You think they're not aware of the history that exists, let alone what today started out as? They were down on the ground 3-0, and boy, did they turn things around quick when Schwellenbach came out of the game. And for Atlanta now, you've used Jimenez, you've used Iglesias, and what appeared to be a pretty comfortable lead has now disappeared, and appearing is Grimace of all people, or things. Win probability went from 5% to 92%.
Chris Sale's game face just got put on.
Sure did. What a turnaround in this game. Boy, that Iglesias bat is one you're going to remember. Jose against Ricehill with 2 strikes.
His next song drops on October 4th, he reminded me before the game. What timing?
Guys, how big is this right now for the San Diego Padres? This turnaround in the 8th inning. The way that they've had to use their bullpen, possibly have to use it in game 2.
Alonso, that's a foul ball out of play. Eddie, it's enormous. It can't be overstated how big it is.
Chris Sale having to pitch now game 2 if the score holds.
Interesting. We've seen it too. We saw it the last Sunday night game we did with Diaz coming out of the bullpen, having to pick up a multi-inning save. They did that with Iglesias here, and it backfired.
And if you're the Mets right now, you want more runs. You're trying to keep your big guys from getting into this game from the bullpen. Players they haven't had to use yet for tomorrow.
Homer gets Alonso with a strikeout. You in shock?
Well, I was just thinking back to the bunt. How many people were thinking, how did he not bunt?
I was one of them.
You got a bunt there. Well, one of the reasons, new school and old school, that you don't bunt in that situation, because Vientos on deck has a high strikeout rate. And secondly, when you do bunt, you're playing for 1 run.
Right.
If you don't bunt, you're playing for the big inning. Now we got 6 runs on the board in the top of the 8th.
Jose Iglesias, the way he swung the bat down the stretch has been really impressive.
Well, there was just a level of clutchness to the hits from Lindor and Iglesias. And certainly Marte off the bench when we were thinking about Winker, the lefty, and the success he's had against the Braves, and in this building in particular.
Mendoza pushing the right buttons.
There is.
Many could argue that, and we know what Francisco Lindor has done for the New York Mets, but it's hard to say that the most valuable person in that team has been Jose Iglesias since he joined and put the New York Mets uniform in the big leagues.
Doesn't get the call on for Brave pitching. What is the 40th pitch of the inning?
Guys, I can't wait till after the game to hear what was said in that meeting in front of the Mets dugout. Like that conversation that Iglesias was having with the other guys, and probably that whole topic of what they were going to do in that situation came up in that meeting.
And they all came in off the bases for that meeting too. I mean, that was a full-fledged team huddle. Hummer overthrew that. That's ball 4. The guy that started this whole thing off, Tyrone Taylor against Schwellenbach, is back up again. They got a pinch runner, and that is Luis Angel Acuna. Acuna on first, Taylor up against Bummer in a 6-3 ball game. All 6 for the Mets here in the 8th.
And Big Brother looking at his younger brother as he goes in and pinch runs first. That's Soler right there.
Taylor, center field, right center field. White and Harris. It'll be Eli White there to make the play. But the New York Mets sent everybody to the plate. Tyrone Taylor twice. The team from Queens, for the first time in a while, having their way currently in Atlanta. Still bottom 8, bottom 9 to go.
How you guys doing? They wanted to join us tonight. Y'all cool with that?
My brothers are my best friends. Growing up, you're constantly challenging each other, and it made us all stronger.
I knew that my brother was sick when we were younger, but I didn't know how serious it was.
Kamani still being here because of us, it's something that ties us together. They saved my life.
E60 presents Blood Brothers, streaming now on ESPN+.
You see this, Don Ferrion? I'm offering this to the next team that goes unbeaten.
But all over the land on this Sunday night, the champagne corks have been popping.
Isn't the champagne on ice somewhere?
So come get this champagne. All you gotta do is beat everybody.
We're a society in crisis. But what if we turned our disagreements into discussions, conflicts into opportunities? What if we acted a bit more civil? You see, civility can sweeten even the most bitter conversations. And at SHRM, we know people and businesses work best when we choose civility. So join me in starting 1 million civil conversations, because civility is a language we can all understand.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent.
Just a reminder here as we head to the bottom of the 8th with the Mets now leading 6-3. Each team wins a game. They both go to the playoffs. Atlanta will go to San Diego. The Mets, they will take on Milwaukee. If this score holds and the Mets win and then sweep, Arizona will play Milwaukee. And the Mets will go to San Diego. Marte is in right field. Taylor moves over to center field. Young is on to pitch.
And additionally, Carl, if this score holds and Chris Sale has to pitch game 2, it also means the Braves are going to have some tough pitching decisions if they were to win a game 2 for game 1 of their wild card round.
Yeah.
They would not have a fully rested starting pitcher available to them among the regular guys.
No. This was the worst case scenario currently for the Braves, having used the guys that they did and now having to what appears to be used the Chris Sale trigger, although that hasn't really been confirmed yet. Well, that's certainly the assumption that you have to use your Cy Young guy in a must-win game, in spite of what the opponent might be doing with their lineup and their pitching. Not a good start there for Young. He hits the batter, and that is going to put White at first base.
Well, that was close to a swing.
That's what they wanted to check, is if the bat head went too far.
Yeah, he did. And they said no at first.
Maton delivers, and that is a little high. 25 of 30 outings for Phil Maton, unscored upon with New York.
It's got to get Edwin Diaz up already in the bullpen.
Got 30 strikeouts. Laureano's had a huge day, 3 for 3 as he swings and misses there with a couple of singles and a home run. Popped up towards the seats, and it's going to get into the stands on the third base side. Maton came over in July, traded with the Rays. Picked up his first save in September. That was against the Red Sox, but here trying to get the ball to Diaz. Imagine, given the circumstances, if Diaz came in and somehow the Braves were able to tie the game, and both teams will have used their leverage guys. Such an odd day today. Shallow right coming in, and Marte should be there to make the play, and he is. There's one down.
Yeah, Diaz yesterday, who had not thrown the entire week through over 20 pitches, wasn't as sharp, understandably so, through 26 pitches, and to be able to try to get him to throw one inning instead of multiple innings would be huge right here for the Mets.
There is Edwin, here is d'Arnaud. '88 down the middle for Maton. Big home run for d'Arnaud, a walk-off over the weekend. Former Met trying to hurt his old team here.
4 outs to go on the Met side, trying to figure it out. They get out of this inning, then you can start with a clean inning with Diaz. But yeah, I mean, 5 outs, you see he's ready to go right now. So any trouble in this inning, he'll be brought in.
Urshela on deck. Cutter there, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. d'Arnaud swings and misses. The New York Mets 6 runs in the 8th inning. Schallenbach was a dominant starter. They got him out. They got to Jimenez and then Iglesias. And a little blooper that's going to find the grass. White with his speed heads to third. The Braves in business against Maton. And is it Edwin Diaz time for the Mets?
Great piece of running there by White, and again the ability of just putting the ball in play. Don't strike out, and that was the magic that the Mets had in the upper part of this inning in the 8th. And now White with a great jump gets the third on a big hit, bringing in the tying run to the plate.
Wow. We're in the bottom of the 8th. There's 1 out. Edwin Diaz is coming in, looking for a 5-out save, but the tying run is coming to the plate for the Braves in a game to win to get you to the postseason.
After Homoglow cleaned our place for $19, we fired our old housekeeper. Homoglow tackled everything from our kitchen to our bathroom, all our laundry. You just pick a date, pick a cleaner, and enjoy a spotless house for $19.
You don't know who I am. You can push through anything as long as you believe.
Our family calls Alex the Phoenix. He always rises from the ash.
Paterno never faced any charges, but he didn't escape judgment.
Who has like a career-defining moment at 37?
The whole country is watching, and the world is watching.
These men of means with their silver spoons, what would become of them when they discover Robinhood Gold allows others to earn their very liberal rates on idle cash? They would descend into chaos.
10+1.
Hard to imagine what's going on inside the minds of the managers on both sides. We've seen Iglesias come in and struggle for the Braves. Edwin Diaz just threw a warm-up pitch to the backstop. The Atlanta Braves gave up 6 runs in the 8th. They trail by 3, and they bring the tying run to the plate against the New York Mets closer in Diaz. You can see his numbers off 26 pitches yesterday. A lot of people wondered, like, why was he in and why did he last that long? Mendoza acknowledged, I'd prefer him not to have to throw that many pitches, but he hadn't pitched in a while, and they wanted to get him in.
He's been a horse down the stretch. They're going to need that horse to show up here in this game.
So for the Atlanta Braves against Diaz, it'll be Gio Urshela. And then Jared Kelenic looks like he's in the on-deck circle to bat for Orlando Arcia.
The move that has to be made with Urshela representing the tying run. 5 outs to go.
Home run yesterday did Urshela. He's been really hot. Snitker said this has been our guy. First pitch from Diaz looked good, but it's called a ball at 96.
He's been throwing that fastball a lot too, so you have to sit fastball. Yes, respect the slider, but if he's gonna lose, he's gonna lose with number 1.
You guys remember the velocity that Diaz was throwing at last Sunday?
It's not there. Last one at 94 miles per hour.
1-1. A little ground ball back to Diaz. He will go to first on a lob. He will get Urshela.
It's more like a pie toss, right?
How about the one-time Jared Kelenic now coming to the plate with a chance to tie it with 1 bolt. Diaz, that's blocked. What a job by Alvarez on a pitch at the feet of Kelenic.
Swatted. We've seen a lot of that from Alvarez, and it's what you're taught. If you're on your knees like that, just open the mitt as much as you can. Don't try to catch it. Just paddle it down.
Next one.
Paddle.
Another one inside to Kelenic. 15 home runs this year for Kelenic, which for him is a single-season career high. Alvarez has got 11 pass balls this season. On the ground, fair. Alonso has it. No one's at first. Kelnic's in, and there is a run. Diaz did not get over there on the diving play by Alonso. It is 6-4, and there are runners still on the corners.
Edwin Diaz stayed on the mound admiring the play. Watch the reaction here. Then he's like, oh, I have to run. Tough one, Coney, especially in this. Yep.
You see a lot of closers who are so absorbed in their pitches, executing pitches, that they forget about the other part of the game. And in this game, with everything that's at stake, that's inexcusable.
Along those lines, you think Kelnic's going to run early with that big leg kick, Eduardo?
Should. He should. We've noticed that Edwin Diaz is so focused on the hitter, doesn't pay attention too much to the runners, and I would. Good speed at first.
Maybe better speed. Whit Merrifield's coming in to pinch run.
Yep, Kelenic out of the game, Merrifield in, and the leadoff hitter, Michael Harris. Is he made for the moment? The crowd is on its feet here at Truist Park.
Outfield playing deep.
2 down. Again inside, ball 1. The velocity came back there, a 98-mile-an-hour four-seamer. Runner does go. That is missing. 2-0. And the tying run now at second base for Harris. Kid who grew up a Braves fan now plays for them and finds himself in a 3-0 count. Ozzie Albies in the on-deck circle. The has thrown 9 pitches, and 6 of them have been balls. And it's another one, ball 4, and they are loaded.
I think he didn't want to pitch the money, Mike.
Absolutely. Not giving in a 3-0 slider way down and out of the zone. Take a shot without Ozzie Albies here with the bases loaded.
Albies, a home run in the 3rd. Ball 1 outside and not close from Diaz.
And again, last Sunday we saw him throwing 100, 101. He's throwing 94 to 96 here, mostly today.
Doesn't get the call. That was 98, but it's 2-0. And Diaz has to find the strike zone. 6 straight balls. Albies just came back. Now 8 games after a wrist fracture, swinging just from the right side. And to deliver the big hit. Off the plate, 3 balls, 1 strike, nowhere to put him. Left field, barely deep, over the head of the outfielder Nimmo. It ricochets. 3 runs are going to score. Ozzie Albies, a huge double to give the Braves a 7-6 lead here in the bottom of the 8th. It was a rocket, and from first base, Harris exploded and scored all the way.
How about Ozzie Albies today, the big home run, and then right here the bigger double off the wall.
A gut punch followed by a face punch from Atlanta here in the 8th inning. After the Mets scored 6, the Braves have now plated 4. Unbelievable. Ozuna, sky high. Alvarez looking, and it will go into the seats.
Fundamental baseball. You don't cover first on a play that Pete Alonso made down the line, and it'll get you. A walk, a double later, later a double, and the Atlanta Braves taking the lead.
Nimmo had no chance. That ball was over his head in a heartbeat. And then it ricocheted away, and Harris was flying around the bases. 1-1 to Ozuna. 2-1, and Diaz has been off 26 pitches yesterday. And had to come in on a 3-1 to Ozzie. May have been his best pitch there, a slider in this.
Collective 10 runs have been scored here in the 8th inning.
Yep, in this outing, that may have been his best one.
And both closers have been used already. And Iglesias is out of the game. This thing is far from over.
Three and 2 to Ozuna, swing and a miss. But the Atlanta Braves here at Truist, they ring the bell of some of the ghosts from the past that have haunted the Mets as they plate 4. And Ozzie Albies does it. He has been back fewer than 10 games, and he looks like he's now in midseason form. A double. He plates 3. It's a 1-run lead for Atlanta going to the 9th.
taste is not an option. Taste is everything. 1800, the world's most awarded tequila.
This week only at Domino's, get unlimited mini-priced pizzas for 50% off when you order online. Choose any size pizza you want, any crust you want, and any toppings you want. Oh, and any number of pizzas you want, too. Get 50% off your perfect pizza, or pizzas, this week only at Domino's.
What the biggest companies deliver is exceptional customer experience. What makes it possible is unmatched connectivity and 5G solutions from T-Mobile for Business. T-Mobile connects 100,000 Delta Airlines employees, powers Tractor Supply stores nationwide with reliable 5G business internet, and helps Red Bull revolutionize coverage of live events. This is how business goes further with T-Mobile for Business.
Get ready for the American Kennel Club on ESPN, the ultimate series for all dog lovers. From heart-pounding agility trials to lightning-fast races, AKC on ESPN brings you the best of the best in dog sports. Join us all year long as we follow the journey of these incredible dogs and their dedicated handlers. Tune in to AKC on ESPN all year long and be a part of the greatest dog sports series on television.
After Homoglow cleaned our place for $19, we fired our old housekeeper. Homoglow tackled everything, from our kitchen to our bathroom, all our laundry. You just pick a date, pick a cleaner, and enjoy a spotless house for $19.
Remember Spencer Schwellenbach and how good he was in this game?
Yes. This was a pitcher's duel at one point.
All those zeros followed by a 6, and the Braves answer with a 4, and now we're in the 9th. And the Mets need at least 1. All 1. The pitcher now for Atlanta is Pierce Johnson. You'll see a whole bunch of curveballs. 72% of the time he throws it. By far the highest rate in the majors. Merrifield's at third. Urshela is at short. Popped up and playable on the infield. Merrifield into the game, makes the play. Alvarez retired. Here comes Marte, and then it's back to Lindor at the top.
And they always say this is a game of adjustments, and Ozzie Albies has done it. Not only has he been a switch hitter his entire big league career, he's doing it from the right side, and he just crowded the plate and just turned on it.
Again, in the big picture, you know, the Braves win this thing. They don't have to use Sale in game 2, which changes the complexion of a game 1 of the Padres series. One ball, one strike.
We should have doubleheaders every last day of the season.
Lindor is on deck. The most wild 8th inning we've seen all year in any game. Must-win game. Who had Pierce Johnson trying to close it for the Braves? He's ahead of Marte. The crowd has turned out. They've been loud. Marte up the middle. That gets past Urshela. He didn't have a chance. Starling Marte is aboard. Here comes Lindor.
How about Marte coming into this game and already 2 for 2. This one a big one. Slider stays just up right there, and Marte hits it right back up the middle. You have elite speed at first, and you have your captain at the plate.
Francisco Lindor's 5th plate appearance. He singled, scored a run in that big 8th. Here he is again. Lindor and Iglesias. Next 2 due up. Barring a ground into a double play for Francisco Lindor. Marte's got a good lead. He's not going. Lindor sends this one high and deep to center. Harris is watching. You gotta be kidding me! Lindor dumps it into the pen, and Johnson, and the Mets have an answer. 8-7 New York.
Paquito. Pitch stays up, another slider. And Francisco Lindor, who when he hit it did not think he got it all, was just enough. This is a heavyweight fight right here, fellas.
Easy, easy on the back, easy, easy.
Iglesias, it is an incredible story for Lindor, who yesterday, after sliding across home plate, looked like he wasn't going to be able to get off of his knees. He's been in such pain, but OMG has shown itself so far in this one. Crazy 8-7. Looks like Ryan Stanek is going to start getting loose for the Mets.
That's doing MVP type things.
You're not kidding.
Francisco Lindor. Certainly Shohei Ohtani's had a season for the ages, but there's a reason why Francisco Lindor's in that conversation. We just saw it.
He was watching it. Harris about face. Lindor did not think, and then he knew. Harris gave it everything. He climbed that wall, reached over as far as he could, and couldn't bring it back in. Johnson fields this one, and Iglesias hustles, but he's down for the second out.
I think he knew he got it, to tell you the truth.
You do. That look was, I got it.
It's like I got it, to tell you the truth. Right. 107 miles an hour up the bat.
I wondered if that reaction was his back, right? Whatever he was feeling when he took the swing.
413 feet away, over 107 miles an hour up the bat. When you hit him like that, you know it.
So Iglesias grounds out for the second out. Eddie Alvarez looks at ball one.
This is like Ali Frazier right here. These guys have just been punch to punch the last 2 innings.
There are a lot of Mets fans who boarded planes this morning, and to hear them break out into some "Let's Go Mets" chants, which are then followed by a chorus of boos from Braves fans. This is only the first game of a doubleheader today. The winner, though, is in the postseason.
Yeah, this crowd ain't going nowhere.
No.
As of right now. Ball will be coming in, probably.
It is Monday. Chick-fil-A is open here.
Francisco Lindor. 2-run home run puts New York on top. Alvarez fouls it off to stay alive.
You know, I know the commissioner's office has told both teams, look, we don't want a champagne celebration after game one. I don't know if champagne's going to be involved, but whoever survives this first game, there's going to be some celebration.
And it is a good word, survive. There still is a bottom of the ninth coming up. And Iglesias was shaky in the eighth. It's likely that Stanek's going to come out for the ninth to try to close it like Johnson does here for the Braves. He was unable to do it, and Olson, Matt Olson, will lead off. 2 outs, 2-2. Full count.
And no Soler because Eli White came in for defense, was hit by a pitch in his last at bat in the last inning, so he'll be following Olson.
Or maybe, Adam, what do you think? Pinch hitter in that spot, perhaps?
Could be.
Yes.
Eighth pitch of the at-bat on the way to Alvarez, and he stays alive. It was 3-0 Atlanta into the eighth inning when the Mets scored 6. The Braves bounced back and scored 4 on an Albies base-clearing, bases-loaded double. And then a 2-run home run here in the ninth puts New York back on top.
Can you imagine if you're Chris Sale, Luis Severino? Watching this play out in the back,
Yes.
like you're thinking, okay, you know, I do have to pitch. No, wait, I don't have to. Wait.
Nimmo, who has a home run in this game, it was a huge one, is on deck on the 3-2. He's gone. Alvarez strikes out. Lindor strikes. And adds a little bit of flame to that ember that is burning about him being the MVP. How clutch was that from Francisco, and a hug from Marte. Bottom 9 coming up. Atlanta's turn.
Beware the wild cards. They're here to catch fire, to bring the heat, and light up the scoreboard.
This is smoked.
Because this is the postseason.
Buckle up. You never know what can happen.
Where all it takes is one hot streak to make a run for the title. Welcome to October. The Wild Card Series begins Tuesday on ESPN.
2 games, 1 Monday night on ESPN. Nuke Hopkins bringing that heat in a rematch on South Beach. Tyreek, Waddle, Achane, Binns, so women in a sea of weapons. With Seahawks Lions on ABC, the pride of Motown, taking on DK and the new legion of... Who am I talking to? Decaf. Need to switch to decaf.
It is 8-7 in favor of the Mets. They get 6 and then 2 in the 8th and 9th. Atlanta's turn now. They scored 4 in the 8th inning. And Edwin Diaz goes back out onto the mound for New York as Carlos Mendoza puts all his chips to the middle of the table with Diaz. That is a roller coaster ride if you've ever seen one. The Sarah Lang's Wii machine is broken.
26 pitches yesterday, 21 already today in the bottom of the 8th inning with the velo down, and he gets to face Matt Olson to lead off the bottom of the 9th inning up 1.
You leaving Diaz in? Tony, you leaving him in?
Yeah, you brought him in, you leave him in. You're going to ride with him.
Olson, first pitch swinging on the infield. Diaz got it in enough, and a huge out. That's Matt Olson against Diaz, now 3 for 10 in his career with 6 strikeouts.
Beat him on the inside corner. Tied him up.
Eli White bats, of course, for Jorge Soler. Laureano on deck. Diaz, 1 pitch to get 1 out. That was down the middle, and that was 96. Right across the finish line and get themselves a postseason berth. That was high and tight.
Lindor, not quite Willis Reed style back in the day when he was limping on the court, but
there's some of that.
Pretty close.
Albies too. Albies too.
Yes.
It's been their leaders today that have taken over on the offensive side.
Boy, did Alvarez get hit again? Grab it at the top of his helmet.
Just confirming he's fine. It's one of the big reasons why he's...
Yeah, foul tip off the mask. And that one just missed down and away.
Why he's one of the top framing guys in the game. Scoot up.
Alvarez is at second base. Lindor at short with the out. That one missed up. Ooh. White gets on. He is an absolute threat to go. This is a big pitch. And he's going to get on. He sends one to center field. Eli White, with his speed, is aboard.
And you said it, Carl, with his speed, the combination of Diaz on the mound, I think this is going to be it for Diaz. Because you cannot control the running game.
And he's waving. He's trying to wave off Mendoza. He put his hands up like, no, I'm okay here.
Well, he hasn't made the call yet.
It'll be an interesting conversation.
I think he's going to talk him out of it.
Looked like as soon as Diaz saw Mendoza come out, did you see him motion to Mendoza? Like, I got it.
Lobbying his manager. Looks like he's going to win.
Well, he gets paid the big bucks, right? Moments like this. Gotta back it up now, though.
You do.
White with a lead at first. He is the tying run. Pitch to Laureano. Foul ball.
And Iglesias is right on the line. So to get it by him, it's going to be tough. Watch this. Just a step and a dive from the line. Lasdy is right on it.
Ramon Laureano's got 3 hits today, a couple of singles and a homer. He flew out to right his last time up. White's got a big lead now at first. He goes. Swing and a miss, and he moves to second base without a throw. Tying run now at second base. We saw this in our Sunday night game, and you were screaming they got to do something to try to keep a runner on a base. The Mets with a win will move to the postseason and force the Braves to have to win game 2. 0-2. Good battle here from a veteran Laureano. d'Arnaud, who has been Captain Clutch at times during his career, is on deck. Very, very good speed out there at second base. Buster's talked about the velocity being down. Does he have that punch-out pitch?
Yeah, that's usually the slider, and you see him overthrow that one. He has had one good one in this sequence, and that's the pitch for Laureano.
1-2. Swing and a miss. There it was off the plate. And Laureano is gone, and Diaz and the Mets are 1 out away from a playoff spot.
He did have another good one. That one was much better. That one was in the strike zone until the end. Looked like a strike and ended up outside the zone.
It is up to Travis d'Arnaud, a history of doing damage against his former team. Swing and a miss, and that slider looks like he's found something there as it's 0-1.
And it's a pitch that he had not been throwing a lot of in September, and now it's become his best friend.
Given the pass balls, etc., in the dirt, are you White trying to get to third in this situation?
Yes. If you can, if they're giving it to you. And they kind of have been. He hasn't taken it.
1-1. Swing and a miss on another slider.
Yeah, I'm really surprised he's still at second. You're right.
The New York Mets, 1 strike away from a playoff.
Outfield playing the opposite field. Big time gap down the line in left field and in left center field.
Diaz buying some time there, asking for a change of the baseballs. Smart way to reset the clock.
Mets trying to go back to the postseason for the first time since 22. On the ground, Lindor. And they're going to do it behind Lindor. And Diaz slams his glove down. What a comeback by the Mets in this one. And they are on to the postseason as they beat the Braves in Game 1, 8-7.
45 minutes to celebrate.
In the words of the immortal Bob Murphy, the Mets win the damn thing.
They have clinched a wild card, and now Atlanta will likely go with Chris Sale in a must-win game 2. If the Mets win, Arizona goes to the postseason. But New York has got a date in the postseason and the playoffs for the first time since 2022.
And the potential starter of game 2 that now would not be starting, Luis Severino holding up the OMG sign. He was getting ready to start the game. Now he does not have to start game 2. What an improbable, very weird day today, but what a great game.
Tremendous clutch hitting down the stretch against the bullpen of the Braves between Lindor and Taylor. And of course, Marte off the bench with 2 hits as a pinch hitter. Nimmo's home run. The team that won 101 games in 2022 now go to the postseason for the 11th time in their 64th season. They've won 2 championships in 69 and 86. And they turned around the runners in scoring position bug. They went 5 for 5 against Jimenez and Iglesias.
It's unbelievable what they were able to do, keep the line moving. And then Francisco Lindor, after they were able to score all those runs, they gave the lead back. And their circle guy, their leadoff guy, Francisco Lindor, is again right there in the middle of things, taking his team to the wild card.
Very emotional New York Met team. Give Mendoza credit again. He's stuck with Diaz, who was able to get through it.
Yet after several sliders, comes back with 97 miles an hour on the black, hits the ground ball and lets it out.
So just to look at the scene on the field with the Mets and imagine what's going on inside that Atlanta clubhouse as they're figuring out what to do. Let's go down to the field with Buster. He's waiting to get Francisco Lindor, and he's still hugging his teammates, which makes a lot of sense. They continued to hug Francisco Lindor after what was a heroic performance by many Mets. Pete Alonso will live to play another day in a Met uniform. Still to be determined whether they will go to San Diego or Milwaukee. All that will be decided in game 2 of our doubleheader. And I can see Buster, he's standing there with Iglesias and Lindor, 2 veterans. And how has that up the middle combination worked out for New York?
What's up, guys?
All right, Buster, it's all yours.
All right, I'm here with Francisco Lindor, Jose Iglesias. What a game. Tell me what that was like to compete in.
It was fantastic. Iglesias quality at bat, Tyrone, amazing at bats. Marte coming out of the bench, amazing at bats. McGill giving us a chance. Maton, it was just a great overall team win. Extremely special. You know, it's been a long journey, and to have guys like him and guys like in that clubhouse, unbelievable.
Let's walk through some of it. Iglesias gets the big hit down the line. Tell me what you saw there.
I saw a guy that wanted it more than anybody else on the field. That's what I saw. A guy that wasn't going to give in. A guy that told me the last at bat of every game, we're going to fight it with everything we got. And that's what I saw.
The Braves come back. They take the lead. You come to the plate with a runner on base. You take a swing. We thought, because of the look on your face, that maybe you thought you hadn't gotten it. What was going through your mind, and did you feel you're back in that moment?
100% I knew I got it. 100%. It's not in my DNA to go too crazy. And we're playing an outstanding team on the other side that won it as well, you know, and it was one of those where I hit it and I was like, thank God, you know, everything worked out my way. And I wasn't trying to do too much. I got Iglesias behind me, and he's been coming up huge for us all season long.
I saw you tearful after the game. How much celebrating there's going to be now for you?
I mean, It's been a lot. It's been hard. It's been an uphill fight since the beginning of the year. We never quit, so we're definitely going to enjoy this one. And then we got a game after that, so we got to go get ready for the second game, you know? We're going to enjoy this one for sure. I wanted this one for sure. I really wanted this one. And but not for myself, but, you know, Mandy, the guy like Iglesias, everybody in that clubhouse, Alex Cohen, Steve Cohen, everybody, our families, my wife back home, my daughters. We want it for everybody.
Francisco, thanks. Congratulations. Jose, I'll ask you the same question. What was that like to play in?
Man, it was special. It was special. We had such a great time. We compete every single inning. You know, I always got this guy back. He was my role model, man. And all year long, I follow his lead, and it shows on the field.
All right. You came up in the 8th inning when you guys are behind. Walk me through that plate appearance.
Man, it was probably the biggest at bat of the game. You know, as the game goes on, you know, facing Raisel, who's done it for many years, you know, just feel very proud to get it done for the guys. And just see Paco doing it one more time. You know, he's dealing with some injury and he's coming back. He's leading by sample, so I'm just very blessed to play with him.
Tell me what was inside you when Albies gets that hit and they come back.
I mean, that was huge. You know, it's going to take every single one. You know, this is not a one-man show, so it's going to take the whole team, the whole coaching staff, you know, the fans supporting behind us. So, you know, we're facing great teams. You know, it's a good baseball all around.
What is Lindor dealing with as he comes up for that big plate appearance in the 9th inning?
No, we're making an adjustment at the plate. We talk about it, and he wanted to make an adjustment, and, you know, I reinforce it, and then it shows up.
How much pain do you think he's fighting through as he comes down the stretch?
A lot of respect for Paco, everything he's done through his career, and he's very hungry. He's want to get better, and like I say, be right next to him is kind of contagious.
What's this going to be like between games in terms of celebration?
Man, I don't know. I'm floating right now. You know what I'm saying? Everything we've been through as a team. You know, people counting out. I came in. We have a great group, and I'm just blessed to be in it. You know, it's a dream come true.
Jose, congratulations. Carl, back to you.
All right, Buster, well done. Thank you, Jose. Thank you, Francisco. Hey, Mendoza's a little bit of a gambler, huh? I mean, he kind of plays the cards, and he's not afraid to push him out there. He leaves Diaz in that game. And he just sticks with his team, and he'll take those chances, and it pays off in the best way possible. The Mets win game 1 of this doubleheader, and now are on to the postseason. The final score 8-7 in a wild game on a memorable and interesting day in Major League Baseball. We are a day after the regular season, you know, ended, and here they are making up 2 games. So the Mets are in. They check their box, and now Atlanta. We think Chris Sale's going to be the starting pitcher. They get into the wild card with a win, and if they lose and the Mets sweep this thing, Arizona's going to the playoffs. This is a very, just given the history, unlikely Met comeback against the Braves, just given the history that these two organizations have.
Just incredible, Carl. The Mets fans that came down, the faithful, to watch this game, what a treat they got. Just a wild ending from the 8th inning on. Unlikely back and forth, a heavyweight match.
Gutsy 19 pitches as well from Edwin Diaz, saying, I want the ball, I want to stay there, and was able to do it. This took an entire team to be able to get this W in this hostile grounds here in Truist Park.
Well, it'll stay hostile for the Mets, and we'll see who they put out there, who they start as far as their pitching goes. We expect to see Chris Sale for the Atlanta Braves, who now face a must-win situation to go to the postseason. Likely to see Lindor take a rest for that back injury he's dealing with, but a hero tonight. The images from an incredible Game 1. They were on a collision course, especially late. Schwellenbach and McGill did their jobs as starters, and then the clutch hit started to pile up. Iglesias and Lindor on one side. Money Mike and the Atlanta Braves were not going anywhere. But in the end, it's the New York Mets rising to the occasion behind Edwin Diaz. Francisco Lindor, Steve Cohen, the New York Mets on the postseason. A preview of the wild card from the Baseball Tonight guys after this.
This is the story of the one. The one knows that when the big game is days away, the unexpected can put everything on the line. But with a solid game plan and a teammate like Grainger that she can rely on to deliver the product she needs when she needs it, she's confident that she will always win the day. And her team will do the same. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
HomeAglow just cleaned my entire house for $19. No, seriously, $19. They showed up right on time and did my dishes, my laundry, they even cleaned my windows. You just pick a date, pick a cleaner, and enjoy a spotless house for $19. I love using HomeAglow, and I think you will too.
I can feel the winds of change.
I'm Miles Penn, founder of MTailor. Finding clothes that fit is a hassle. Standard clothing uses just 2 measurements. MTailor's custom clothing uses 7 or more measurements for the perfect fit. Our tech measures you 20% better than a tailor using just your phone. Whether you are so big or so small, we fit you all. MTailor offers free returns and free shipping. Made-to-measure jeans start at just $79, dress shirts at $69, suits $399. Download the MTailor app or visit mtailor.com today.
How you guys doing? They want to join us tonight. Y'all cool with that?
My brothers are my best friends. Growing up, you're constantly challenging each other, and it made us all stronger.
I knew that my brother was sick when we were younger, but I didn't know how serious it was.
Kamani still being here because of us, it's something that ties us together. They saved my life.
E60 presents Blood Brothers, streaming now on ESPN+.
This time I used talk, my use they used talk.
And it's in! Historic goal!
I love this game, it's so hot, the one you never ever knew about. I'm on the next level now.
Rodman! What a strike!
It's so on.
Left footed goal!
Look at the AL playoff picture.
When you have Aaron Judge and Juan Soto, you have arguably 2 best hitters in the league.
That's a gunner. The Houston Astros, after a rough start, they've gotten on track. Parker Meadows did it, and it is gone.
All right, it's set. Baltimore and Kansas City in Oriole Park and Camden Yards. Baltimore won 4 of 6 meetings with the Royals this season, but, and there is a big but, both of those series were played way back in April, where each of these teams looked very, very differently here. And Tim, I am struck at the first blush at this series by the mega young star power that we're going to see between these two teams.
Yeah, how about the 2 shortstops playing in this game? Bobby Witt Jr., who's going to be the first Kansas City Royal to finish in the top 2 of the MVP voting since George Brett in 1985. I talked to a couple of Royals the other day, and they told me I've never seen a better player than Bobby Witt Jr. And then there's Gunnar Henderson, who's the best player on the Orioles. He's going to be in the top 10 of the MVP for the 2nd year in a row. And again, this is where the game is. It's being led by 2 guys like this, and it's so beautiful that these 2 teams played each other to start the season, and now they're going to be playing each other to start the postseason.
Just love that the future is now, that these guys get to go head-to-head. That, remember the last time the Baltimore Orioles and the Kansas City Royals played in the playoffs? The Royals went out and swept them, and it was surprising, too, because, you know, the notion that this Royals team back getting to the World Series for the first time in 3 decades, this is the start, Kansas City hopes, of a very similar evolution. And Baltimore, on the other hand, this is where the Orioles have wanted to get since this rebuild began, Buster.
Yeah, and it's pretty rare that you have a small market team that can put together the sort of experience that the Royals are going to roll out there with a rotation, right? Usually small market teams have 1 or 2 spots. You throw in a lot of bullpen help. But to have Reagans and Lugo and Waka in 1, 2, 3, that's impressive, especially with the Royals following their investment last winter.
That's right. You know why they have this rotation? Because they went out and
spent money.
It's like, oh my goodness, what a novel concept. And look, J.J. Piccolo, the general manager, deserves a lot of credit. Not just for getting those two guys in this offseason, but let's remember how they got Cole Reagans. They traded Aroldis Chapman last May, much earlier than you typically see relievers.
Exactly.
And credit, too, to John Sherman, the Kansas City Royals owner. Not only did he spend $100+ million on free agents this offseason, but he gave Bobby Witt the $287 million contract extension, locked in a top 3 player in baseball for the long term, and gave Kansas City a franchise cornerstone around whom it can build.
Right, and we all know the Orioles are in trouble with their starting pitching, with Grayson Rodriguez not coming back, and they thought they were going to get him back. They're down to Corbin Burns, who can beat anyone, as we know. And Zach Eflin has been really good, one of the great pickups at the trade deadline. After that, you know, Dean Kramer will, you know, bullpen is a little shaky. I'm telling you, offensively, they're a slightly different team now since Jordan Westburg came back. It's one of the most underrated players in the game, never gives up an at-bat, great 2-strike hitter, and you put him in and play him at second base every day, which is what's happened so far. I think they're a dangerous team offensively.
They need heroes to emerge from their everyday lineup.
Right. And can Adley Rutschman pick things up after what's been a poor second half? A lot remains to be seen here in that series in Baltimore. And Detroit is headed to Houston, the best team over the final 7 weeks of the season, despite the loss today, 31-13 since August 11th. Headed to Houston to take on an Astros team. Jeff, it feels like in some ways we've been talking about who among all of the starting options Houston has is going to pitch. And for the Tigers, it's Skubal, and then who else is going to pitch for them in this series?
I mean, it's the best team of the final 6 weeks of the season facing the best team of the final 3 months of the season.
Yeah.
Like, the Astros have been on that run now. And look, Tarek Skubal in Game 1 versus Framber Valdez, are we going to get a better first-round pitching matchup than that? After that, you know, Reese Olson back off the injured list. You've seen Cater Montero today, Casey Mize. I don't think it's as much about the starter once you get past Skubal. When A.J. Hinch is managing, A.J. Hinch manages playoff games as if I need to get 27 outs. It's not by inning, it's not by pitcher, it's not by anything other than who is going to get me 27 outs the easiest way. And the most brilliant part of this run by the Tigers has been the management of that bullpen and how everybody from Brennan Hanafy to Tyler Holton to Bo Brisky, guys that casual fans haven't even heard of, have been absolutely brilliant at the back end.
And that's why it's going to be, I think, Olson in Game 2 and then bullpen game in Game 3. And as you say, A.J. is very comfortable with this.
Yep.
You know, I love the look on his face when they clinched the other day, like, oh, my God, we're in this thing.
Right, so the Astros have the clear advantage in starting pitching for me in this series, but the Astros bullpen is great also.
Yes.
Hader is great, Abreu is great. Presley is one of the great postseason relievers in the history of the sport. Now, Runel Blanco, who's still really good, who has pitched in relief in his career, who has closed in the Dominican in the winter. He's going to be in the bullpen also. That is a loaded bullpen. This will be a bullpen series, especially after the first night when those two left-handers are going to light it up.
Doesn't it feel like, too, with A.J. Hinch going back to Houston, he's going to be like Herb Brooks standing behind the players. Play your game. Play your game, because they're going to be considered to be such underdogs, and they're going to feed off of that.
The night or the day after the Tigers clinched, I got a text from A.J. Hinch, and it said, "What just happened?"
Yeah.
Does that not sum up the 2024 Detroit Tigers, guys?
Right. Who saw this coming? 31-12, the Tigers went to get themselves in it. They were 10 games out. They're going to be the fourth team ever, well, in the wild card era, to be 10 games out that late in the season and come back and make the playoffs.
When I talked to Tarek Skubal the other day, he said it wasn't until like 2 or 3 weeks ago that the players began to talk about the possibility that they would make the playoffs.
I love how Jeff was saying the casual fan may not recognize some middle relievers. I wonder if the casual fan recognizes Kerry Carpenter and Riley Green and Matt Vierling, guys in that lineup.
And Trey Sweeney and Parker Meadows in center
Rogers,
field. Yeah. And, that's the thing about this Tigers team, guys. There's no star. There just isn't. Riley Green's a really good player, got a chance to be a star. Kerry Carpenter's a real good player, got a chance to be a star. Tarek Skubal's going to win the Cy Young Award this year, so maybe he's going to be vaulted onto there. This is an extraordinarily young team. You look throughout that lineup, Matt Vierling is the veteran, and he's 28. and when you look at the future of this team, with Jackson Jobe also coming up, and he's going to be a starter next year, but he is a power reliever that A.J. Hinch can turn to now. This is a team that's on the ascent, and when you look at the American League Central, that already has Cleveland in the postseason, that already has Kansas City in the postseason, that already has a Minnesota Twins team that looked like it was going to be a postseason team. The Central is going to be a force to be reckoned with in the coming years.
Feels like Jobe could be used in sort of a David Price role like he was in Tampa Bay as such a young player. I want to quickly mention this among star power when we talk about the Astros. For so much of the season, it was, can Kyle Tucker get back and healthy again? He had a great September. What about Yordan Alvarez in this series?
There's a lot of questions about his availability, and there's a lot of concern, frankly, about his ability to get back. And this is a guy who is, you know, we talk about Ohtani, Judge, Soto, right? Those are considered probably the three best. Yordan Alvarez has to be, if not four, then maybe, then maybe, like, I think he's right up there with those top three guys, Tim.
Right. He is David Ortiz. Tremendous plate discipline, hits the ball all over the field. I was told it was 70-30, 70 positive, that he would play on Tuesday. But that was 2 days ago, I was told that. He didn't even make the trip. He's got swelling. We'll see where it goes. But they obviously have to have him if they're going to make the run.
These men of means with their silver spoons, what would become of them when they discover Robinhood Gold allows others to earn their very liberal rates on idle cash? They would descend into chaos.
After Homoglow cleaned our place for $19, we fired our old housekeeper. Homoglow tackled everything, from our kitchen to our bathroom, all our laundry. You just pick a date, pick a cleaner, and enjoy a spotless house for $19.
Guys, how frustrating is it to find a great pair of jeans? Too tight here, too loose there, too long there? Standard jeans use just 2 measurements. Taylor Custom Jeans use 7 different measurements to give you the perfect fit. Your phone can measure you right now. Download the Taylor app on iOS or Android. Choose from hundreds of styles. Taylor measures you digitally and is 20% more accurate than a professional tailor. With free shipping and a money-back guarantee, get your new favorite pair of jeans today. Taylor, available on the Apple App Store or Android.
You see this Dom Perignon? I'm offering this to the next team that goes unbeaten.
But all over the land on this Sunday night, the champagne corks have been popping.
Isn't the champagne on ice somewhere?
So come get this champagne. All you gotta do is beat everybody.
Another chapter in this remarkable fairy tale season. The old and bitter enemies clashing again.
La liga más grande que tiene el fútbol, la Liga de España. ¡A la
Let's tell the freaking world.
One of my students is ringworm.
Ringworm?
No, get back! Cancel classes, burn Abbott down.
Hello,
Miss Teagues.
Hello, Mr. Eddie. Hope your day's going well. HR is here today, so if anyone has something they want to file, raise your hand. Not about me, about other things. Make some noise! These are the takeout menus I gave you.
Those were suggestions that we should go out to dinner. You're sick.
Write that down.
Come on.
Wow, there is a game too, so we're looking forward to what's going to play out, where the Braves now need to win after the New York Mets stunned Atlanta 8-7. They got to their bullpen arms in Joe Jimenez and Raisel Iglesias. And we are back here along with Eduardo Perez, David Cohn, Carl Ravitch. It's by far the best, most exciting game we've seen all year, given the 30-plus Sundays that we have done. And what an answer from the New York Mets against the Braves, who, as we kept kind of hinting at, because we weren't sure that they would start Chris Sale in game 2, and now comes news that Chris Sale is dealing with back spasms and is not going to start game 2 for Atlanta. Instead, it's going to be Grant Holmes. What do you make of the news?
Wow. I mean, this potentially the Cy Young Award winner with an incredible regular season, is not available right now when you need him the most. This is getting more interesting by the minute here in Atlanta.
Yeah, this is huge. This is big-time news. And, you know, for the Mets, who are going to be sitting some of their starters, and they're not also going with some of their, this could be a high-scoring event for both sides. So there still is an opportunity for Atlanta. They just have to seize the moment early. But not having Chris Sale in that lineup is, that's a tough one for the Braves.
It sure is. All right, the lineups for the Braves are out. It is what you'd expect with their everyday lineup. We're waiting on the Mets. Let's just go over game one. And in the third inning of game one, the big home run there from Ozzie Albies. And that gave them a 2-0 lead. And it stayed that way for a long time until Ramon Laureano got into one. That came in the 6th inning. And it was 3-0. Spencer Schwellenbach was pitching out of his mind. He had not given up anything. And then in the 8th inning, there was a Tyrone Taylor at bat. And that changed everything. And then Joe Jimenez came in, and then the Mets bats took off from there.
The Mets kept the line moving. They were 5 for 5 with runners in scoring position, and it's because they were able to slow it down. And it was Marte, it was Lindor. They were coming up big with these big hits. And this at-bat right here, the Iglesias at-bat, Coney, with a 1-2 count really worked.
Yeah, and everybody was thinking maybe they would bunt there. They did not. They played for the big inning, and they got the big inning on the back of that swing from Brandon Nimmo.
He went into the chop house in right field, did Nimmo, and his facial expression let you know he knew that one was out of here.
And it's over. It's over, right?
Feels that way, especially with Edwin Diaz coming in now. He threw 26 pitches, and here he is, and he's getting knocked around a little bit, and his lack of covering first base hurt him big time there. That's an inning extender, and when it gets extended, Ozzie Albies got up on the plate and delivered a rocket double off the bottom of the wall.
They're lucky that stayed in the ballpark, too, in retrospect.
But he cleared the bases, a terrific read from Michael Harris.
Game over, right?
Game's over again. Until it wasn't, because this guy, Lindor, you heard him in the post-game interview. In spite of that look, he said, look, I'm never going to show up another team. He rode it out of here into the bullpen in right. And a 2-run shot, Lindor, Marte ahead of him. Marte was huge off the bench with 2 hits as a pinch hitter. And then Diaz gets the final out.
But their big money players came through. Marte, Lindor, and Diaz at the end. And it was Diaz that said, just let's not jump around me because I saw what happened in WBC once. I need to be available. And the Polar Bear gets to go to the postseason.
Carlos Mendoza in his first big game as a Mets manager pushed all the right buttons.
He did. Little Rolling Stones tumbling dice. He rolled them, and he rolled the numbers he needed. And the Mets got themselves a big celebration at Truist Park. Words you don't get a chance to say very often. The Mets celebrate at Truist Park. A little Met magic in this one for sure. They trail 3-0 entering the 8th inning. There's a whole bunch of numbers that suggested, like Eduardo said, the game was over. 76 straight losses when they were trailing by 3 or more in the 8th or later. They trail by a run entering the 9th inning. For the Mets this year, it is their 8th win when trailing after the 8th inning, which also happens to be the best in baseball. So as we head to game 2, the Mets are in the playoffs. They know it. They clinch the wild card. If they win, they will go to San Diego. If they lose, they'll go to Milwaukee. If Atlanta wins, they go to San Diego. If they lose, Arizona goes to Milwaukee, and the Mets will go to San Diego. So there's still some things to go, and the big deal here, of course, is the fact, guys, that the New York Mets won. Lucchesi is going to start for them, but the big story is Grant Holmes and the fact that Chris Sale is not going to start, and he hasn't appeared now in a dozen days on the mound. That's a bit of a yellow flag, if not trending orange and red, isn't it?
Absolutely it is. It puts a lot of emphasis early on this game. If the Braves fall behind early and the Mets score some runs, boy, the pressure gets immense in that Braves dugout.
And think about what's going on in Arizona, because now they don't have, and that's Atlanta, the Chris Sale on the mound. Their chances of making the postseason with an Atlanta loss increase.
They do.
In a major way. So this is a really interesting dynamic today. The Mets are not going to just gift this to their arch rivals. And for all the years of suffering that the Braves have given the Mets, Is it payback time? Interesting.
Dangerous because you're free willing down there in the Mets dugout right now. You're just going to turn it loose, and that's a dangerous team to pitch to.
And the question, of course, is how he uses, assuming if they get a lead, what do you do with Iglesias? You know, is Jimenez an option? They have a whole bunch of other arms. We didn't see any of the lefties as well. Jimenez threw 8 pitches and Iglesias threw only 12. So there was an effort to get them out of the game, clearly, because things weren't going well. And his lineup is the same for Brian Snitker, with the one exception of the catcher. Sean Murphy is going to catch and bat 8th, and there is no Travis d'Arnaud in the lineup. But they know what this is about. And there were a lot of silver linings in that game, too, in particular, Ozzie Albies, and the fact that he was hitting the ball again, and not only hitting it, but driving it.
Yeah, really. And look, right on right. That's the impressive part of Ozzie Albies. The home run, he hit it on a slider, a hanging slider. As I was said, anything that hangs on the inside part, he's going to be able to catch to. But what he was doing is putting himself in a position to succeed, and the reason and how he was doing it by not swinging the pitches out of the zone.
So Lucchesi gets ready. It's such an interesting, and we knew this going in. If you win game 1, how do you play game 2? And how do you feel about like your opponent in the wild card series? Like, if you're the Mets, do you want to go to San Diego? Do you want to go to Milwaukee? Chris Sale injury is huge. It overshadows everything, but you're the Mets. Like, if you lose, you go to Milwaukee. Is that better? I mean, and I know both managers told us before the game, we're not thinking that way. We don't care. We'll play anybody. But what do you think?
Right, if you had to choose, right?
Yeah.
What would that choice be? And there was talk about that, originally, and Major League Baseball talked about bringing that dynamic into play about, hey, okay, choose your poison. The Mets just came from Milwaukee. They didn't have an easy time up there this year, really, the entire season series. The Milwaukee's a tough matchup.
I'll tell you what, though, the Padres team that they played earlier this year is not the same that is happening right now over there. So it's a tough matchup one way or another. It sets up nicely for the Padres if they were to play anyone because of the way they had their pitching set up. But right now the Mets fans are just happy to get in. From all the Mets fans that I've known in Puerto Rico to Daniel Kim all the way in Korea, they're all over the place, ecstatic that they're in.
And if you're a Met fan and you hopped on a plane in New York or from wherever and got a chance to come here to witness that, you saw the game of the year, the New York Mets. Their lineup is out. We will show you that when we come back. First pitch of Game 2's coming up in about 10 minutes. Stay with us here on ESPN2.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Go to InventHelp.com. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today. Go to InventHelp.com for free information.
We can just have someone on Fiverr do it. It's no big deal.
Hiring freelancers just for small tasks is like hiring Martha Stewart as an...
Here's your coffee.
Oh, best intern ever.
Sometimes great talent is right under your nose.
What's your name again?
This is the story of the one. The one knows the unexpected can put everything on the line. But with a teammate like Granger, she's confident that she will always win the day. Call, click, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Brisket is back at Chipotle. Seasoned, smoked, seared, spiced, sauced, bold, and guacced. It's a whole new kind of brisket done the Chipotle way.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car's starting kind of slow.
Let's see. Just needs a charge. It's free.
Are you sure it's free?
Positive.
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual. Customize and
save!
And then I wake up.
Is Limu with you in all your dreams?
Oh, yeah. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Thanks. What'd you get?
Oh, I got another double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double whip, double hot, double calf, double sweet. Hey, did you know that Discover doubles your cash back at the end of the first year?
You are cut off.
You earn, we match.
Debbie.
Unlimited cashback match.
Cause once we start, you know we're never gonna stop. We're winning every time. He's in a world of his own.
What a moment. Wow, is he hot.
But he's just been locked in all night. We touch down every time.
Corbin sends one way out of here.
Throws to first. No hitter. Ronald Blanco makes magic on April Fool's Day.
Bobby Witt Jr. becomes the first shortstop in Major League history to have 2 30-30 seasons.
Go-ahead grand slam for Aaron Judge.
And a home run ends this no-hit bid. Linsanity.
And a funky moment on a Sunday afternoon. Parker Meadows thieves a home run from Raleigh.
Gunnar Henderson continues the Orioles glove show.
We own it. They go all the way around and turn a triple play to end the game. Impossible. Shohei Ohtani starts the 50-50 club. The greatest day in baseball history.
Just an amazing season, and what a day today. You never knew when you woke up what you were going to get today with a doubleheader, both teams needing to win. It felt like, we'll have a split and move on quietly, and the Diamondbacks would look forward to next year. It didn't happen that way in Game 1, where the Atlanta Braves rode Spencer Schwellenbach, and then all of a sudden things fell apart. The New York Mets win, and they clinch a spot in the postseason. And their lineup has got Nimmo and Alonso and Vientos. It's not a layup for the Atlanta Braves, who are going to be without Chris Sale. And we have more on that story and what's going on with Sale. Buster Olney is ready to deliver the report.
Yeah, Carl, you said it right, that you never know what's going to happen. So I talked to Brian Snitker, the Braves manager, and he mentioned that at about noon today, the Braves got word from Sale that he was having discomfort, the back spasms that he was dealing with, and they weren't sure if he was going to be able to pitch. They held out some hope during the course of Game 1 that through treatment here at the ballpark that he'd be able to loosen up, and it didn't happen. And so now they turn to Grant Holmes, and as Snitker said to me that if he knew that this was going to be the situation today, Sale not available, he would not have pitched Holmes in the way that he did yesterday. But, just in talking with the Braves players, some of who found out at the same time the media did that Sale was not going to pitch this game, you can tell they're trying to build their energy back up, trying to get going. Snitker said to me, how many times can you get your heart broken? That has been a theme for the Braves this year, right? Spencer Strider going down, Ronald Acuna Jr. going down, Austin Riley going down, and now on the last day of the regular season, Chris Sale not available to pitch because of back spasms.
No, it's an excellent point. Just about all the stuff that they've had to deal with injury-wise, and yet to their credit, they're here. They're in this spot. And in some ways, it almost seems fitting that without Sale, they're going to give it a try, and there's a chance they're going to succeed because they've been dealing with this all year long.
It's a great point. I mean, they are as resilient as any team has been over the last several years, for that matter. So, yeah, the next man up mentality has worked in Atlanta, and right here you get the next man up.
Guys, the offense has to take over. That's the bottom line for the Atlanta Braves. This is about offense, and they're going to have to capitalize against the pitching of the Mets.
The lineup looks like that, with Nimmo in left field, Pete Alonso back out there at first base. There is obviously no Lindor, who's been dealing with the back injury. Eddie Alvarez will start at second. We saw him at the end of the game there, so Iglesias gets the second game off. Vientos, though, back out there at third base. They're going to catch Torrens and give Wisely game off for Alvarez, who was just beaten up in that game. But boy, the pressure shifts, regardless of the loss. The pressure shifts to Atlanta now in such a big way because that's a security blanket. Chris Sale's a Cy Young winner, or if not, he finishes a close second to Zach Wheeler, and he can't pitch in the game we need him to pitch.
Yeah, at the end of the day, that is a huge blow for the Braves. And early in this game will tell a story. If the Braves fall behind and they have to go to sort of an opener strategy and turn this into a bullpen game, this could be danger zone.
Well, we know that the Arizona Diamondbacks and their fan base are hoping for that, just what you had said. Lucchesi pitches for the Mets, and here's Grant Holmes and his numbers on the mound. Instead of Chris Sale, it's Holmes.
Hey, Carl, you were talking about how last Thursday, they set up this meeting with all the starting pitchers of the Braves, and this was the ideal scenario that they wanted played out, that they could save Sale to game 162 in the hope that, you know what, if we win 161, we can bump it back to the playoffs. And now, as we're sitting here in 162, Grant Holmes.
Matt Olson's consecutive game streak continues. It likely was going to continue even if the Braves won. Now it's 619 straight games. It'll be real interesting to see how the Braves respond after that loss and the loss of Chris Sale for at least today. And we don't know what the future holds for Chris Sale. He hasn't pitched now, and we're moving towards 2 weeks. And the back spasms, the back issues for Lindor, for Alvarez, for Sale are all real impactful injuries late this season. So the Mets look like they've made some late changes, and Jose Iglesias is actually playing, and he's going to bat second and play third base. And Marte will be the DH and hit fifth. They originally had Marte hitting seventh. Luis Angel Acuna will lead things off. And we're underway in a must-win game for the Braves. He swings at the first one. It's a foul ball on a play 0-1 to the younger brother of Ronald Acuna Jr.
They're playing for the Mets, already gassed up, but they just do not know where they're going to go. A win takes them to San Diego. A loss to Milwaukee.
Holmes ready, and there's another one that's out of play. You know, the oddities of playing in a game in which the outcome really only determines where you go, but you're going to the playoffs. I wonder, all of these guys that didn't play, like, they're chomping at the bit, right? This isn't like, I'm here to win the game and do damage if I can. I'm not making it easy on the Braves.
Absolutely not. And in some ways, it frees them up to kind of turn it loose. Pressure's off of the Mets, so they can just pick a pitch out and let it fly.
And guys, Luis Angel Acuna took over for Lindor when he was down for those days, and he actually performed really well, both on the defensive and offensive side of the ball.
Swing and a miss, and Acuna strikes out. 95-mile-an-hour fastball. And there's one down. One of the heroes of game one, and if you're just joining us, getting home from work around 5 o'clock and you're putting on the TV, the New York Mets with an incredible comeback victory in game one, spearheaded by a whole bunch of guys, but Jose Iglesias in the middle of everything could make a case, had the biggest hit in the game, and he sends that first pitch sky high on the infield. Murphy gives way to Olson, and Matt Olson is there for the second out. Another thing you anticipate too is like a lot of first pitch swinging, right, from the opponent, the Mets.
Aggressive, absolutely. I'm gonna say, with Iglesias in game one, first and second, nobody out.
Yep.
We all thought bunt. No. Carlos Mendoza said no. Iglesias a two-strike big knock in that spot.
Strike one to Nimmo. We are heading to San Diego after this game, and it's just so fascinating to think that the Braves, if they get there, are going to potentially be without Chris Sale. You were always sold on starting Chris Sale, healthy or not, in game two, knowing what the Mets lineup was going to be and the pitcher they were going to have. You were always into that.
Yeah, I thought for sure that's what they were holding him back for.
Nimmo is gone. Good inning there, and we will head to the bottom of the first, where the Braves will take on Lucchesi, needing a win, hopefully starting off for them with some runs.
Soft drinks are just $1 at Wendy's. Any size, anytime. 3 p.m. Fanta, 10 p.m. Sprite, 7:46 a.m. Coke. Yeah, you're built different. Dollar soft drinks, any size, gotta be Wendy's.
This is the mark of a fighter. A rich, full-flavored lager with a crisp, refreshing taste. A reward for those with a fighting spirit. You've earned this, so hold it up high. Modelo, the mark of a fighter.
Starburst, different every time.
Popeye's crispy, juicy, tender signature chicken is the meal your craving deserves. And now you can get 3 pieces of the chicken you crave for just $5. We don't make sense, we make chicken.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Ramping back up after the excitement of game one, the Truist Park crowd, like everyone else, you know, you kind of get back up on the horse and ride again. And for this Atlanta Brave offense, they're going to have to ride hard and ride quick against Lucchese, because the longer the game goes, in a tight game, you know, the more pressure is mounted on Atlanta. A win, they get into the postseason. The Mets, by virtue of their winning game one, already in. And it's a little quirky on the mound there with Joey Lucchese.
Joey Lucchese, the veteran lefty, broke in 2018 with the Padres. Got a career 4.14 ERA. This will be his 77th career game started.
They optioned Alex Young after game one for Lucchese. Michael Harris followed by Albies and Ozuna. And that's beaten on the ground. It's smothered by Acuna. Alonso held the bag again. Boy, Bigfoot Pete Alonso, second time today. A tough throw, and he has held the bigger bag.
A couple weeks ago, we were in New York, and the comment was that Luis Angel Acuna going to his left is as good as any shortstop in the league, and he shows it right there against Money Mike, getting down the line, immediately showing his range to his left.
Now, that's a hit in game one, you know, and a compromised back for Lindor. You mentioned that's where the shift usually is, and hits have found their way through. Not there. A good play by Acuna. And now Albies. 1 ball, no strikes. He rifles one to right field. Coming in, Taylor. 2 quick outs for Lucchese.
Carl, if you're wondering about the Diamondbacks, they're watching as a team in their ballpark in Arizona, actually in the clubhouse at the moment. It's a text I just got.
A wild day here in which you have a doubleheader played between 2 teams, both on the verge of making the playoffs. Now one is in. The third team, the Diamondbacks, lose out on tiebreakers to both of these teams. They sit and watch and wait, and they now become huge New York Met fans. And it is just very quiet. The excitement of the seesaw battle in game one. Everybody kind of sitting down watching this thing for the first few innings until something happens. To Ozuna. They had about 45-50 minutes in between games. Not a traditional sort of get up off the mat and let's go again. You know, that was 7-1. I mean, that was such an intense, emotional game.
Yeah, the last 6 outs on both sides were just so hard to come by. 10 runs collectively in the 8th inning alone, game one.
Lefty Lucchese shakes off a few. He's ready to deal with 2 outs to Ozuna. And no, he did not go. Stambolino there behind home plate, calling the balls and the strikes, and Ozuna out of play. Gets help from Jim Wolf at first base, Las Diaz at second, and Lance Barksdale down there at third base. A veteran crew of umpires here in game 2. Seventh pitch of the at-bat for Ozuna. Takes one outside, and it's a ball, and it's a walk. Urbana gets a runner on for Olson. So, bar so high for a guy like Matt Olson, who in a down year sits there with 29 homers and 98 runs batted in. And a WAR of 2.6.
But Carl, these are the guys, I'm talking about the lefty pitchers on the mound, that gets Matt Olson straight. Loves to hit off lefties. It gets him right back on track.
Missed in, 1 ball, 1 strike. His last home run, the 21st of September, came against Miami. Patient hitter too is Olson. His pitches per plate appearance is over 4, which is 3rd in the league, and he watches one there in there for a strike.
Against left-handed pitching this year, Matt Olson hitting 268 compared to right-handed pitching, hitting 239. Does have 10 home runs against lefties. Looking for the 11th.
Remember, Olson came up in the 9th inning. First pitch popped up to Lindor at short. He watches that one in there for a ball. That's a big at bat. We talked a lot about the Bader at bat, the 1 pitch ground out to third with runners in scoring position. The Olson at bat was a big one. You look at the hard luck guy, Schwellenbach, who didn't figure in the decision, but certainly pitched well enough to get a win. Olson is gone, caught looking by Luke Casey. And Matt Olson punched out. We're through 1 inning. Braves and Mets 0-0.
Why pay too much for cable TV when it costs less for Fubo TV? Get all the channels you want with all the entertainment you love for the price that cable can't beat. Start watching at FuboTV.com.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Go to InventHelp.com. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today. Go to InventHelp.com for free information.
Those 26 miles in the rain?
Yeah.
FrameBridge can frame that with custom framing made easy. Whether it's a pick or a Picasso, FrameBridge will frame it with the highest quality materials. Millions of custom frames and counting. Get started today at FrameBridge.com.
Brisket is back at Chipotle. Seasoned, smoked, seared, spiced, sauced, bold, and guacced. It's a whole new kind of brisket done the Chipotle way.
What the biggest companies deliver is exceptional customer experience. What makes it possible is unmatched connectivity and 5G solutions from T-Mobile for Business. T-Mobile connects 100,000 Delta Airlines employees, powers Tractor Supply stores nationwide with reliable 5G business internet, and helps Red Bull revolutionize coverage of live events. This is how business goes further with T-Mobile for Business.
This time I use top.
Wild card starts, and of course, we're going to go 3 straight, and we got all the wild card games. ESPN ABC, ESPN2, ESPN Deportes, 2 American League, 2 National League. It wouldn't bother us if some of them went 3 games. You know, we've seen a lot of sweeps in wild card series. We'll take 3 games to decide before we move on to the division series. Of course, we mentioned the wild card on ESPN and ABC and ESPN2, but all of the postseason games can be heard on ESPN Radio as well. agree with the public address announcer. This ballpark needs a little noise. They need a little energy. As Alonso swings and misses, and Pete Alonso having a bumpy couple of days. He strikes out. 3 strikeouts in the game for Grant Holmes.
Catches him out in front right there. Didn't pull anything off, just took some off. 86 miles per hour. 3 consecutive sliders.
Marte, one of the many heroes for the Mets in game 1, as that one is poured in there, 95 miles an hour. Cody, StatCast is powered by Google Cloud. Chase rate on the breaking balls is 3rd in baseball. Right now the Mets are swinging and missing a lot. Grant Holmes starts because Chris Sale around noontime had informed the team. That's when Brian Snitker found out that he was dealing with back spasms and would not be available in a must-win game for the Atlanta Braves, as Marte becomes strikeout victim number 4 for Holmes. Buster, any other things that you've learned or can add or speculate on?
No, not yet. I think there's, you do wonder if we're going to find out more information if he'd been getting treatment in recent days. You mentioned that in his last start, his velocity was down a little bit. But, man, this must be devastating for Chris Sale, because you think about his recent history with the Red Sox.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, he apologized over and over and over again for those series of injuries that he has. He comes to the Braves, has this amazing season. He's going to win this Cy Young Award. And on, game 162, when he's needed, not available. Right. And it's got to break his heart.
I'm sure it does. And he certainly did go out of his way to apologize to the Red Sox team and the Red Sox fan base. Many of the pessimistic Red Sox fans said, well, watch, he'll go over there and win a Cy Young, which he very well may do. That's a strike there as well on Taylor. But I guarantee you there are conspiracy theorists out there who are wondering, like, he hasn't pitched in that many days. Did the back spasms just start?
No.
Is there something else going on?
Mark Bowman of MLB.com has some more details.
Center field. We're going to take a break. We'll hear those details when we come back. Fly out off the bat at Taylor. 6 up, 6 down for the Mets.
Starburst gummies, different every time.
Soft drinks are just $1 at Wendy's. Any size, anytime. 3 p.m. Fanta, 10 p.m. Sprite, 7:46 a.m. Coke. Yeah, you're built different. Dollar soft drinks, any size, gotta be Wendy's.
I'm the team mascot, and boy, am I running late. But I got lead in my foot and spirit in my fingers. Oh, what a hit. And if you don't have the right auto insurance coverage, the cost to cover that might tank your season. So get Allstate, save money on auto insurance, and be protected from mayhem, like me. Woo!
This is the story of the one. The one knows that when the big game is days away, the unexpected can put everything on the line. But with a solid game plan and a teammate like Grainger that she can rely on to deliver the product she needs when she needs it, she's confident that she will always win the day. And her team will do the same. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Order Pizza Hut now and get a free large pizza later. That's a free pizza on your next order. So you can pizza now, then pizza again. Free pizza means your next dinner is covered. Your future self will thank you. Get it while it's hot. Only at Pizza Hut.
We're back. Lucchesi back on the mound. Soler will lead things off. He was taken out in the first for a defensive replacement. The Atlanta Braves, a little flat in that first inning, need to get some runs. They need to win the game in order to qualify for the postseason. And we left with Buster kind of teasing us on a Mark Bowman report. What do you got, Buster?
Yeah, he wrote that Sale first felt the back discomfort during the second inning of his last start in Cincinnati. That's when his velo dropped below 90 miles per hour. He kept on thinking he could pitch until the discomfort worsened last night. And Of course, and there's also another report. I have not independently confirmed this, but Grant Holmes was told about 30 minutes before today's game that he was going to start game 2.
Right. There's a report out there on X from Tim Britton about Edwin Diaz. I guess the Mets pitching coach, according to Tim's report. Jeremy Hefner told Diaz he was done after the 8th inning when Lindor gave the Mets the lead again. Diaz went to Carlos Mendoza and said, "I'm going back out. I don't care what you say. I'm going back out. I got this." Bleep. No, Edwin, he was feeling his oats because he was rushing Mendoza back to the dugout, and he apparently went and told him, "I'm going back out there."
I was going to say, he repeatedly told them, right?
Yeah.
Well, think about it. 26 pitches yesterday, 21 in the 8th inning, and then comes back and throws 19 to be able to get the W for the Mets. Gutsy.
3-2. That ball is driven hard to right field towards the wall. Is it high enough? It is off the brick. So Lair will hustle the second, and he will. Oh, he put the brakes on late and throw behind him. He thought that got further away from Taylor as he was chasing it down off the brick wall than it did. So he stayed there at second, but it was awkward right around the bag. A double for Jorge Soler.
This is how you have to approach Joey Lucchesi. If you try to pull him, he's going to get you to roll over on the ground. Hits it the other way with authority. Good game plan right there by Soler. Good at bat, and now he gets himself into scoring position with no outs.
Laureano had a big game, 3 hits in game 1. He swings and fouls off the first one.
That just missed a homer. That was right at the top of the wall.
Yeah, there's the brick color out there, and then there's another layer, and it hit off the layer above it. The top layer.
Wow, that was closer than what I thought.
Casey bounces that one. That's a decent job behind the plate by Torrens. A little more difficult to run on, a little better framer than Francisco Alvarez is Torrens. The other question we haven't asked is how do the Mets and players like Iglesias coming off of that high gear down and get ready to play another game?
Well, the Braves are hoping they don't.
Nobody out, 3-1. Soler is going back to second.
And guys, you could definitely feel as the Braves came out to play game 2 out of the clubhouse that the players are trying to work themselves into some energy in the way that they were talking to each other. Guys are yelling, and saw one player take his glove and smash it against a trash can that was nearby, just like, come on, let's get going.
Larson there smiling, you can see, but the other guys, Harris and Albies, not a bunch of expression. Here's the 3-2 on the way to Laureano. He's gone. Lucchesi busts him up and in. And Lucchesi picks up strikeout number 2. I would think, guys, bigger picture on Lucchesi's strikeout is for the Braves or anybody else. It feels like a wide open postseason, or more so than we've seen in recent past. So when you look at it optimistically and you have a healthy Sale and Fried and Lopez and Iglesias at the back and you get in, anything can happen as that one goes to the backstop. Now it's picked up, but Soler's in there at third. And Iglesias, that's the one thing you want to avoid, is anybody getting hurt in a game like this when you've already won.
And Iglesias not too happy on this one. This one ricochets and hits right back and with an opportunity, and Soler just slides past the bag and clips Iglesias. Casey has not had a lot of control with the curveball so far. this afternoon.
Urshela tries to give the Braves a 1-0 lead, but the fastball, even though the velocity is 91-92, it's hard for them to catch up. A little cutter there.
Yeah, he's sinking it and cutting it just enough, just to stay off of the barrel.
So they're slid into that leg of Iglesias. That is a big guy out there, and this one is to shallow left, and the Braves are going to get a 1-0 lead. Gio Urshela delivers, and that gives the crowd something to cheer about in a must-win game for Atlanta.
Just like we said in the first game, it's the quality of at-bats that Gio Urshela has had. It's not so much exit velocity, finding barrel. It's the way that he can drive in runs. He's not afraid to get jammed, put the ball in play, and see what comes of it. Right here, Soler able to score easily on this base hit.
Now Sean Murphy, the catcher, as Atlanta's got the lead. They had lead in the first game, 2-3-zip. How important do you think the first run of the game is, especially for the Braves?
Yes, very important. You can kind of relax just a bit in the Braves dugout.
But the recent history will tell you we can't relax too much. We had a 3-0 lead and our bullpen bullets out there, and we didn't win.
We still have a lot of outs to get in this game and piece together some sort of formula that's going to work.
Sean Murphy, 10 homers, just 25 runs batted in. And injuries have derailed Murphy's season as well. That's in there for a strike. Casey will throw his 20th pitch of the inning. Just 70 games, 65 starts. And hitting below 200, and he will continue to walk out of the box to first base on a walk from Lucchesi. Such an odd game to manage too if you're Mendoza. Like, in a sense, you want, like, what are we doing here? We don't need to win. We don't want to get hurt. We just want to get out of here. Play our playoff game.
It's called urgency. If they would have lost, this would have been a different story. Obviously, it would have been Severino on the mound, but Lucchesi's going to have to wear it a little bit here.
Orlando Arcia bats with 2-man aboard. Double by Soler. And then Urshela the RBI single, make it 1-0. Popped up sky high on the infield. Eddie Alvarez on the infield fly rules underneath it to make the play. Second time now for Michael Harris. Money Mike, you go in that locker room, man. He's got a whole bunch of stuff in his corner. A lot of materials. Seeing the headbands that he wears. He's got a whole bunch of shoes. Plays a little swag, a little attitude on the field, but off the field, he's humble, down to earth, quiet guy.
He's got the best sunglass game in the league, too. When needed, he puts those on.
1-0 to Mike. Got Jam City right there.
Yeah, we were trying those sunglasses on early in the year, Eduardo. I remember when you passed them on to me, and I was like, man, those are way too cool for me. Like, I could not wear those.
Come on now. I know you're picking potatoes with those.
Exactly. That's exactly right. That's a proper way to frame that I'm not cool enough. Thank you, Eduardo.
Foul ball, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Where are we on the garden, Buster?
Big time harvest. A lot of tomatoes, a lot of cherry tomatoes. Made spaghetti sauce for an old neighbor in Westchester County. Joe DiMarzo sent him 3 jars. And we got beets coming out. That's the big thing the next time I get back to Montana.
Wow. I love spaghetti sauce, especially homemade. Love some spaghetti sauce. I'm on the East Coast too. I mean, if your buddy's getting them, Coney's looking at me like, yeah.
Well, we have a whole bed that's named for Coney. It's the David Cone peppers. Like, we have so many different kinds of peppers in the garden.
Yeah, that's a good one. If you're a vegetable, like, who would Coney be? A pepper seems appropriate.
Perfect.
Oh, a little spice in there.
You name it, we got it.
Red, yellow, green, all different colors?
Yeah, I'm colorblind. Don't bring that to me, okay?
I didn't know you were colorblind. Really?
Well, it explains a lot, I'm sure, at this point now. All those years of saying, geez, that tie just doesn't match that suit, Buster. What are you thinking?
That's how I found out.
It's looking at Buster and saying, why'd you pick that one?
He bought me 2 ties. Eduardo bought me 2 ties. I read between the lines.
My basketball partner, Jimmy Dykes, he wears the same uniform basically every basketball game we do. White shirt, black tie. Maybe he's colorblind, I should ask him, but just black tie and a black coat every game.
Can't go wrong.
Can't go wrong. 30th pitch of the inning, beaten into the ground, and Harris is thrown out by Eddie Alvarez. We're through 2, but the Braves get the run, and they lead it 1-0 as we head to the 3rd inning.
Chunky is spicy, and it's good to be spicy. I'm talking hunks of fiery, delicious protein. Oh, is it hot in here? Or is it just chunky? Soup that eats like a meal.
5-minute warning for Tyler.
Sounds good.
Yo, Central 1 and 5. All right, sounds good. Yo, Don, sound checking 5. Man, sounds good.
Lisa, you're on in 5. Cool. Sounds good. Don't freak out, but you can get 50% off all menu price Domino's pizzas when you order online right now.
Right now?
Right now.
Right now? Right now? Right now.
50% off, honey, right now!
Now through the end of the week, get 50% off all menu price pizzas when you order online at Domino's.
On a hyped up Fansville by Dr. Pepper.
All aboard the hype train! We're going all the way! Woo!
I heard this hype train runs an ice-cold Dr. Pepper.
And the hopes of overly optimistic fans. Hey guys, check out my new tattoo. We are so winning it all. Even the national media agrees.
And they're never wrong about anything.
Oh, wait.
Our quarterback got injured in practice.
Okay, everyone off the hype train.
Well, that didn't last long.
College football, it's a Pepper thing.
Old Spice Gentleman's Super Hydration Body Wash. Vanilla and shea. 24/7 moisturization with vitamin B3.
Are you using all the Old Spice? In a bath.
Oops.
Men have skin too. Old Spice.
Beware the wild cards. Where all it takes is one hot streak to make a run for the title. Welcome to October. The Wild Card Series on ESPN.
Tomorrow night, ESPN2, the app, Game 2, doubleheader in the best-of-5 WNBA playoff semifinals. It's the Aces and the Liberty, 7:30 Eastern Time. And then the Connecticut Sun and the Lynx. Liberty and Sun both up 1-0 WNBA Countdown gets it all started 7 o'clock Eastern Time. Of course, the Wild Card Series on ABC, ESPN, ESPN2 tomorrow. As that first pitch is fouled off, it's Harrison Bader. Bader, Turenz, and then Eddie Alvarez. Caitlin Clark's first WNBA season is over. Nothing short of a smashing success, smashing records. 1 ball, 1 strike. So the Pete Alonso career in a Met uniform will continue. Since 2019, only Aaron Judge has hit more homers than Pete Alonso. He was there giving Steve Cohen a hug there right after the game. At least a high five. We kind of cut out of it. I wonder what the reaction there was. It's got to be complete jubilation for Alonso and the team. Certainly made overtures like they'd love to keep Pete long term. kind of contract do you think Pete gets, Buster? Contract offer. What does he end up with from somebody?
Well, before the Mets offered him $150 million, it's probably if the industry stays within the bounds where they've been for first baseman, it would be a question of whether or not he could get 200 or more. Now, Matt Chapman, recently got that 6-year $151 from the San Francisco Giants. He's a corner guy too. I don't know if Pete will go far beyond that.
No, I mean, that doesn't even feel like it's a comparison given Pete's power and what he's meant to the city, etc.
Oh, I agree with you. I think there's a sweet spot in there, but I think both sides are going to have to be uncomfortable. Maybe, if you're Pete Alonso, you're Scott Boras, your expectations are lowered. And on the other hand, if you're the Mets, you're extending yourself because of Pete's popularity.
Right. Some news, too. I think Coney may have broken it during Game 1 about Farhan Zaidi, right? Did you break that news?
He is out.
He's out.
Apparently, yes.
Did I read Buster Posey taking over?
President of Baseball Operations has been reported.
How about that?
Buster, you confirm that?
That is true, and I got a text message from our old friend David Rossi. He said, "Congrats on the new gig," and I wrote him back, "Wrong Buster."
Strikeout number 6 for Grant Holmes.
And what I think is impressive with what Grant Holmes is doing is he only threw 9 pitches in the first inning and had 2 strikeouts. Threw 10 in the second inning and had 2 strikeouts, and so far has 9 pitches here with 2 strikeouts as well in this inning. Very economical.
Eddie Alvarez. High for ball 1.
11 whiffs, swing and misses out of those 28 pitches so far from Grant Holmes.
The Mets in a hurry-up offense. Not a lot of patience, not a lot of taking the ball. They know they're on a plane somewhere for a postseason wild card series. They win this game, they will go to San Diego. They lose it, they're right back to Milwaukee. There is a familiarity with Milwaukee.
They're chasing.
Not all of it good. Yeah, they are chasing. They are doing that.
They know champagne's on ice, and it's guaranteed after this game. Maybe for both teams.
Yeah, I just feel if the Braves situation with Sale is significant, that will be somewhat of a muted celebration. They are the walking wounded, man, all year long. Two and two. He's the 9-hole hitter is Alvarez. And Holmes delivers, and he does not get the call. Close, but outside and down.
Yeah, before Game 1, Carlos Mendoza was joking with us that maybe all the players should just go out and hug on both teams if they both make the playoffs today. The way that first game felt,
yeah,
it might be.
Back to your corners.
Yes.
On the ground, Albies stays down. He will fire to first. Olsen stretch is there, and that will do it. 9 up, 9 down for the New York Mets. Grant Holmes, high fives.
What's up at DQ? 2 sauced and tossed chicken strip baskets. All white meat chicken in your choice of wing famous flavors like honey barbecue or Parmesan garlic. Hurry in. Wing joint flavor is at DQ. DQ. Happy tastes good.
Starburst gummies, different every time.
At Ameriprise Financial, our advice is personalized, based on your goals, whatever they may be.
All that planning has paid off. Looks like you can make this work.
We can make this work.
And the feeling of confidence that comes from our advice?
I can make this work.
That seems to be universal.
I can make this work.
I can make this work.
No wonder more than 9 out of 10 clients are likely to recommend us. Because advice worth listening to is advice worth talking about. Ameriprise Financial.
Popeye's crispy, juicy, tender signature chicken is the meal your craving deserves. And now you can get 3 pieces of the chicken you crave for just $5. We don't make sense, we make chicken.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Liberty Mutual customized my car insurance, so I saved hundreds. But the money I saved, thought I'd get a wax figure myself. Oh, right in the temporal lobe. Beat it, punks! Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
NHL on ESPN Plus is back. Enjoy 1,000+ out-of-market games, exclusive matchups, marquee NHL events, and so much more. That's hockey on ESPN Plus. Sign up today.
We're in Braves country, Truist Park, ESPN2. David Cohn, Eduardo Perez, Buster Olney. I'm Carl Ravitch. Game 2 of this doubleheader. On the day after the regular season ended, these teams make up the 2 games lost due to Hurricane Helene. And the Mets won game 1 in a wild one where they rallied and won it by a run. And as a result, are in the playoffs. The Braves need to win this one, which will end the Diamondbacks postseason hopes, and it will give Atlanta their 7th straight year of going to the playoffs. Top of the order for Albies. He struck out his first time up, and the Mets have changed their infield alignment a little bit. They got Luis Angel Acuna at second base, and at short is Eddie Alvarez. He played 30 games at second base. Now that Lindor appears again to be healthy, they talked about the versatility of Acuna and where they may use him in the postseason. So he moves from short to second. He flips with Alvarez.
Love this. Love this. He played 31 games in the outfield and center field, 30 at second. And that just tells you that they do have plans for him. As you said, in the postseason, to be able to have that versatility, the speed, I think, is going to play. And we've seen that the bat has played as well for him.
New York Mets clinched the wild card. They won game 1, so they will move on. They win this one, they'll go to San Diego. They lose, it's Milwaukee. Atlanta needs a win, and the Diamondbacks need Atlanta to lose. We got ourselves a little pitch calm issue. That stuff was sort of rampant early in the year, and then it kind of calmed down. They got the bugs worked out. But for the rule changes, we haven't really talked much about the shift. We haven't talked about the pitch clock. Nobody's got their feet on the grass on the infield. It's kind of been pretty seamless.
It has been, and we're seeing the speed and athleticism kind of creep back into the game. Milwaukee's a prime example of that, as a team that's ahead of the curve of what the new rules are trying to present to the game. More speed.
And you can see that influence here with the Mets as well, with David Stearns, right? The outfield got faster. They moved Nimmo to left field. They brought in Bader in center field, and Tyrone Taylor, I think, has been that piece of a trade that not a lot of people talk about. Really good defensively. The metrics play well on the bases as well.
Yeah, the fact that he was in game 1's lineup tells you what Mendoza thinks about it. Taylor gets a lot of good at-bats.
He does. Look out. Well, nearly got Olsen on the foot. Taylor had a huge double in that game. That was really the at-bat that got Schwellenbach out of the game in the 8th inning, and it opened up the gates, both literally for the bullpen gates and figuratively for the offense for the New York Mets.
We have a lot of the front office personnel of the Mets to our right here in the booth, and game 1, pulled a piece of paper, it said stress level 1 through 10. They're like 11. Just put the paper in front of them again, and they're like 0.
It's a good feeling. There'll be a lot of celebrating for the New York Mets. Of course, David Stearns comes in here. One of the exodus from Milwaukee, you know, Stearns, of course, and Counsell and the Brewers have one of their better years. Cubs don't make the playoffs, and the Mets do get in on the final day of this regular season for them. Back-to-back punch-outs. Lucchesi now left on left for Olsen. Talk about the teams that have had a lot of success getting to the playoffs. You wonder what the cumulative toll is of playing in October 6 years in a row. You know, and at some point, especially with an Atlanta franchise where the players play every day, like at some point, does it bite you a little bit?
Sure makes for some short off seasons. And yes, emotionally, the roller coaster ride. The deeper you go into October, the more residual effect there is. That does have some carryover effect.
It's a good problem to have, but this is what makes sort of repeating as champions so difficult, let alone getting to the postseason. You got the Royals, the Tigers this year, Cleveland back. Olsen a bouncer, and that's fielded by the new second baseman Acuna. And Lucchesi with a quick 1-2-3 inning. Yes. We're going to the fourth. It's Atlanta 1, the Mets nothing.
This is the story of the one who believes being prepared is not just a way of life, it's how he helps everyone stay safe. He sweats the small stuff before it becomes big stuff. For the one, being an unsung hero in a building full of everyday heroes is just how he likes it. The industrial-grade products you need delivered fast. Call, click Grainger.com or stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Go to InventHelp.com. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today. Go to InventHelp.com for free information.
BK Royal Crispy Wraps. Eat it with the meal or have it as a snack. Only $2.99. It's a hunger hack and it fits in one hand. At BK, have it your way.
Baseball is a sport, pero la verdad es que para nosotros el béisbol es otra cosa.
El béisbol es un corrido, un dembow y un reggaetón prendido. Es un plácata bien fuácata. Eso es otra cosa.
It's the Plátano Power and the Arepa Power. It's a familiar name and juniors who dare to dream big.
El béisbol es otra cosa.
Is this the final? Oh, Coney, there you go. Now you like a good hot dog. Get in on that. Eddie's favorite, Chick-fil-A on a Monday.
You know what that means? It's not Sunday.
No, I said on a Monday. Advantage Atlanta, Chick-fil-A, ballpark. 1-0 fourth inning. Atlanta wins, and they will move on to the postseason. Luis Angel Acuna bats in the top of the fourth, and he swings at the first one and sends it towards the line and right. So they're giving it a look, and he runs out of room. Acuna's a cool story. He came up, of course, with the Lindor injury and really shined. You know, he filled in really, really well, and he became kind of a rallying cry for the team when you lose the guy that's been the most impactful player on your team. And of course, you go around, you talk to other NL East teams, etc., about having to deal with another Acuna. This one is playable for Soler. Rob Thompson started to shake a little bit when we mentioned the name Acuna.
He did allow Lindor some extra few days to get healthy again, and that's no small thing, as he played exceptionally well and took the pressure off of Lindor to come back too quick. And that paid dividends today for Lindor, who got the big home run.
Lindor and some of the pitchers for the New York Mets, and how good have the pitchers been. Minaya, Peterson. Mets rallied from a start in which they were 0-5. There's just not a lot of teams that start 0-5, let alone 0-4 and make the postseason, and they have done that, starting 0-5 to the playoffs. They were 69-64, 4 games behind Atlanta, 3rd in the wild card spot, and since have gone 20-8. Their ERA's been sub 3. The pitchers, the bullpen, they've all been great. And New York is going to be in the postseason for the first time since 22. Defense for both of these teams has been really good. Top 6 in baseball in September. Here are the numbers: 65 and 37. OMG is right. And Lindor, the guy on the left, the hero today. Soler should be an easy one off the bat of Iglesias. Yep, 2 outs.
You see Grant Holmes do some yeoman's work. I think the Atlanta front office now also has to be working frantically, guys, to try to figure out who would start if the Braves win Game 2 in Game 1 of the playoffs for them. And one of the options is a guy who hasn't pitched in the big leagues in the last 2 years, and that's Ian Anderson, right? They have to find someone healthy because all of their veteran starting pitchers from this rotation this year would be pitching on short rest if they were to make that start tomorrow. So the Braves scrambling in the aftermath of this Chris Sale news.
Are you getting the sense, or not, because you haven't been able to really dive deep into sources, are you getting the sense, though, that the Sale injury is something that they think may cause him not to even pitch, tomorrow, let alone in the postseason?
I don't have anything direct on that yet, Carl. Still working on it.
Doing 1 to Brandon Nimmo.
But you guys know Chris Sale's makeup. I mean, he would have absolutely done everything he possibly could if he was able to make that start today to do it. So for him not to be available tells you how bad this is.
2-2, wicked curveball again from Holmes.
I mean, there were times when he was pitching for Alex Cora in Boston, his velocity was 89-90, and he basically was telling Alex, I'll do whatever I can for you.
Woo, way out in front of that. Holmes through 4 innings has not allowed a hit. He's got 7 strikeouts, and it's 1-0 Atlanta to the bottom of the 4th.
It's $10 Tuesdays at KFC. Every Tuesday, grab 8 pieces of hot, juicy Kentucky Fried Chicken for just $10.
It's a prime time deal.
Future-proof your home and garden with AARP today. Harvest the rewards for years to come. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
Welcome to StockX, your favorite app to shop sneakers and streetwear. From the greatest rails to the latest trends, everything you need is here. Our real-time marketplace gives you access to the hottest brands, allowing you to easily level up your style in just a few taps. Plus, you can trust that every order is StockX verified, backed up by our buyer promise. See what millions already know. Shop now at StockX.com.
What the biggest companies deliver is exceptional customer experience. What makes it possible is unmatched connectivity and 5G solutions from T-Mobile for Business. T-Mobile connects 100,000 Delta Airlines employees, powers Tractor Supply stores nationwide with reliable 5G business internet, and helps Red Bull revolutionize coverage of live events. This is how business goes further with T-Mobile for Business.
¿Qué será? Será whatever will be, will be.
He did it again. Yeah.
Oh. We got more WNBA action. It's the Aces and the Liberty. Semifinal Game 2, 7:30 Eastern Time, 9:30 Eastern Time, Tuesday on ESPN2. As the WNBA playoffs start to go a little deeper, things get a little tighter. Double dip on Monday Night Football, double header baseball game today. And then the wild card series begin tomorrow, all 4 of them. Too far inside from Lucchesi. Holmes has been the man so far, man. He has not given up anything, and he's punched out 7. No comment on the cow. Nothing. Quiet. Crickets on the cow.
There's 1,000 different lines that are going through my head right now.
Yep.
Lurking over the right center field bleachers.
Can any of you name what kind of cow that is?
Why would I? Wow. Why would I know that Buster would know?
Does it start with an H?
You got it, Carl. You were on it.
I need to finish the rest. It's not a. Is it a Holstein? Is that what?
You nailed it.
Really?
Way to go. Yep.
Wow. You talk about not knowing what I was talking about.
Wow.
That was an example. Eddie's in shock.
I am.
How would I even know that? What? That's the only cow I know.
Black
is
and
that
white.
right? Okay.
Yeah.
Tony, were you on that Holstein?
That's not really a cow.
Round out to Alvarez. Soler, after a double and a run, the second retired there. If that's not a cow, what is it?
It's a statue. With a Braves hat.
Trying to put my finger on the pulse of this game. Where the Braves win, they go to the playoffs, and yet that urgency thing isn't quite there right now.
Joey Lucchesi didn't get the memo. You know, it's a big game for him.
Buster has cast the shadow of concern as to who starts for the Braves if they get into the playoffs. Diamondbacks hoping that somehow the Mets can run into one, grab a lead. That's pulled down the line and foul. Or is the dark cloud of the Sale injury news so dark that it really colors the optimism that might have existed for Atlanta?
I think this team has gone through a lot of adversity already. They've lost key pieces, Acuna, Riley. I mean, they've persevered through a lot.
Well, Snitker was making a rhetorical point when he used the line, but it's appropriate for the Braves this year. It's the open-ended question: how much heartbreak can you take? You know, in 2021, that team, of course, lost Ronald Acuna Jr. in the middle of it. They went out, they made a bunch of trades, they went on to win the World Series. But this has been wave after wave after wave of injury in 2024.
Yeah, and as a significant player as Acuna was then, he is now, and you add the Rileys of the world, and now the Sale back injury, and Strider, who was a Cy Young candidate when the season begins. But for the most part, they've all missed time, with the exception of the DH and the first baseman. You know, the core players who produce.
By the way, the timer ran out a couple seconds in, and they're not even calling that.
So you're suggesting the umpires are in the same kind of frame of mind the Mets are?
It went to 0 way before Joey Lucchesi even started his motion to the plate.
Lucchesi wanted that, didn't get it for Urshela. If you're running the music here, you know, what are you doing to get the crowd off their seats?
There's only so much you can do. I mean, the players have to provide the excitement. Only so many, organ riffs you can run or songs you can throw up on the sound system. You just really need action.
We had to wait until almost the 8th inning in the last game.
Yeah, but the cutter that misses there is now 3-0 after a walk. We didn't see any of that really from Schwellenbach or from McGill. Baseball has learned its lesson over the years. Nothing takes a crowd out of a game more than walks. And there's back-to-back walks. It can work the other way and get the home crowd into it when the home team is getting walked.
The pennant race. Doesn't really matter how you get here. Just matters how we finish.
Guys, finding out more about the Mets after they won Game 1. There was an acknowledgement among the players about clinching the playoff spot. They gathered in the tunnel behind the dugout. Francisco Lindor spoke, Edwin Diaz spoke, McGill also spoke, but they are planning to pop corks right after the game and actually go through the legitimate champagne celebration then.
You gonna get in on that, Buster?
That's the plan.
Got shoes and everything?
I got the shoes ready to go, the backups.
And will the Braves do the same? Will you cover 2 champagne cellies?
I will try to both one way or the other. You know, but Carl, sometimes his job is about timing. I don't want to ask the Braves at the moment if I can go over there right away.
Smart.
On theirs.
Yeah. So Lucchesi, who lugged a 7.04 ERA into this game, throws one that is called a strike to Sean Murphy. His numbers at the major league level: 0-1, thrown 7 2/3 innings. Lefty Lucchesi bounces another one.
Think about Lucchesi's last start at the big league level. It was against Philadelphia on May 15th.
One of 2 games started, and now his 3rd. 2 balls and a strike. Murphy trying to put a charge into this thing, wake the crowd up. It's 1-0. They need to win, and instead a sword.
On pitch number 80 here in the bottom of the 4th.
Ivan Sulkowski's here with us. He asked a good question. What would Edwin Diaz's availability be tomorrow night? About 66 pitches, right, in a couple of games, so you lose him for game 1 of the best-of-3 wild card. But you won the game that got you into the wild card. Stanek is fresh. Obviously, he got up, but they didn't bring him in.
Just get in.
Murphy, right field corner. Taylor going over, still going over, makes a nice running catch. And hustling back into first, and if Acuna had seen him, they might have had a chance to get Urshela. He was nearly all the way to second base.
Yeah, this is a nice play right there by Tyrone Taylor, affectionately known as TT, on the team, and going down the line, realizing that the ball appears to come back to you when you go towards the line, so he slows it down under control.
Atlanta scuffling with runners in scoring position. They are 3 for 15 combined today through the 2 games, 7 for their last 43. Casey throws a curveball to get ahead of Orlando Arcia. Yeah, he's not alone right now. A little flat. Now ahead 0-2 of shortstop Arcia. Tell you one thing, the Padres, who will get one of these 2 teams, they are rested, they are ready, they got starting pitching, they got a gross bullpen, just phenomenal. And of course the star power now that Tatis is back up and down the lineup.
And a real home field advantage there because of the crowd. Just a great atmosphere. There in Philadelphia are probably the 2 places that we've been over the last 3 years. So it just has been so impressive.
Coney with the line of the year in Philadelphia. Everything just fits here. Everything just fits the way it should.
Everything's where it's supposed to be. A great first year for Carlos Mendoza. Think about how they started this year and where they were. We talked about him. We talked to him before the game, and he thought, you know, at one point we thought we'd be sellers at the trade deadline. No, you got a ticket to the dance, and you manage one heck of a game in the biggest game of your life in game one.
Acuna charges. Good job as he picks it up before it hits the ground for the third time. Arcia can't deliver the two that are on. We'll stay 1-zip. We're going to the fifth here. Atlanta still leads 1-zip as the Mets look for hit number 1.
When you have something to get done today, getting everything you need today is helpful. Order online at Ace and we'll deliver same day, or we'll have it ready for pickup in 15 minutes.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
Big boss, man.
This is Belichick. Talk to me.
Double B.
Tyrese.
What's good with these wideouts?
He's going to get in the end zone, no doubt about that.
My man.
William, answer the phone.
Billy B, my man.
Cam.
How's QB1 looking?
It's looking more like QB3. Bryson, again?
Coach, it's urgent. Will he score a touchdown?
Yeah.
That was easy.
Still got it.
You make the call on Underdog.
Starburst gummies, different every time.
Here's Liz, whose bladder leaks drop in uninvited. But instead of period pads, she brought Poise Ultra Thin, so she can bounce on with clean, dry, fresh protection from Poise.
You got to frank it up.
Crank it up! Crank it up!
Yeah!
Frank's Red Hot. It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat.
Soft drinks are just $1 at Wendy's. Any size, anytime. 3 p.m. Fanta, 10 p.m. Sprite, 7:46 a.m. Coke. Yeah, you're built different. Dollar soft drinks any size, gotta be Wendy's.
Back here with Eddie and Coney, and a reminder, we've got the wild card for you. The MLB postseason starts tomorrow. Every game, best of 3. Games on ESPN, ESPN2, ABC, ESPN Deportes as well, as the ball's rifled into right field from Pete Alonso. And the Mets send the tying run to the first base bag. You can find it too on the ESPN app. Baseball tonight will be on in between several of the games, as Alonso gets off the schneid by going the other way off the end of the wood.
See his eyes there? Swing to left, go to right.
Yeah. Pretty cool shot, too.
First hit of the game for the Mets comes in the 5th inning.
Holmes has leaned on that slider early on. Now he's lost a little velo. He's got to be careful not to leave it up.
Kept that one down just a little too far. Sarah Lang's note, the Mets were the second team to clinch a postseason berth in a game where they trailed heading into the 8th, took a lead or tied, then fell behind again or tied, then retook the lead in the 9th inning. And who did they join? The 1903 Pirates. Second game of a doubleheader against the Boston Bean Eaters. Now the Braves down 4-3 entering the bottom of the 8th. They grabbed a 5-4 lead. Boston then tied it at 5. Pittsburgh won 6-5 in the bottom of the 9th. And in capital letters, that was to reach the first World Series ever. This is just getting into a wild card. That was to reach the World Series.
The Bean Eaters?
Yeah, oh yeah. Yep.
How did we ever lose that name?
How to play. You a baked bean guy?
Yes.
Yeah. put a little ketchup in it? Okay, I can see the pushback on that.
I'm not big on ketchup.
Just in general.
I love baked beans, yes.
Is that a Yankee Booth thing?
Put a little brisket in there, yes.
Condiments?
So it's a barbecue thing, Midwestern barbecue.
We got a little action now that Marte gets walked. Alonso moves down to second. And Snitker said, good job, Grant Holmes.
Gonna have to do some managing now.
Yep, thanks for playing. It's like Hernandez is coming in. So we got a pitching change here. Atlanta, man, they got to win this game. Otherwise, the Diamondbacks are in business. And I say this, the Diamondbacks are all got their interest peaked right now. You got a little something cooking here for the Mets in a 1-0 game in the top of the 5th. Stay tuned.
Today, we accomplished nothing. I mean it, not a thing. And it was kinda everything.
Get double points this fall at Best Western.
I'm Dr. Shannon Klingman, the inventor of whole body deodorant like Mando. It's clinically proven to block odor all day and controls odor for 72 hours. Mando's unique formula stops odor before it starts. That's my secret to better odor control everywhere.
This is what my husband's cowboy boots look like, and it literally breaks my heart. So today, I am surprising him, and we are getting him a good pair of boots. And we're getting rid of these ones with the holes in them.
Those look good. We've got to get you some.
Oh, we don't need to get one.
No, today. This is literally why we're here.
Are you serious?
I'm serious, baby. Your boots have holes in them.
All right.
We're getting an upgrade.
Oh, yeah.
They look so good.
Thank you.
Hello, Brent.
Hi.
If you had to choose, would you watch paint dry or compare benefits plans?
Compare benefits every time.
Come on, you know how complicated benefits can be.
Well, I run payroll with Gusto. They make it easier to find benefits like medical, dental, and vision for my whole team.
Man, I think I'm gonna need new glasses.
Don't worry, I've got you covered.
Yes. Choose benefits without the mess. That's working with Gusto.
Daysbel Hernandez comes in now for the Atlanta Braves. You see his season-long numbers with a K rate well above average at 35% and the walk rate above average as well. This gets a little tricky and dicey now for the Atlanta Braves, knowing that they used a couple of their big guys and they didn't throw a ton of pitches, so they're probably available in a must-win. As Tyrone Taylor steps up, there's nobody out, and the Mets threatening with 2 on. And the fastball is in there for strike 1 at 96. Is this the day the pendulum, the Juju pendulum, swings to the team from New York versus the team from Atlanta, who has just carried the hammer in this series for so long?
Yeah, first and second, nobody out here. Certainly, the Diamondbacks are really interested in this inning right now.
No doubt. That's a nice scoop there behind the plate by Murphy. You can see out in left field now, washed in sunshine, is Ramon Laureano. So a high fly there. He's staring right up into the setting sun. Good pitch, though, and that will send Tyrone Taylor back to the bench. Good strikeout by Hernandez.
Coming in with runners at first and second. Pitcher came up big.
Yeah, pitcher's pitch. This ball, yeah. It's the chase.
Harrison Bader, who has been very aggressive early in the count, takes one down and away that even a hungry Harrison Bader couldn't swing at. Alonso's out there at second. 2-0.
Coney, you're right about the Diamondbacks. You mentioned before that they were watching this game in the clubhouse there. Torey Lovullo found out about Chris Sale being scratched in game 2 from the doorman at the clubhouse at about 1:15 their time.
Do you think Torey took that seriously the first time he heard it from the doorman? Like, just stop. Mayo is in there, 3-1.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of clubhouse doormen are going to be playing jokes like that. I think he would absolutely take it seriously.
Bader 3-2 as he fouls one into his dugout. Again, if you're just joining us, back spasms for Chris Sale. Appeared to have started in a Cincinnati start, his last start, and hasn't been able to shake it. That is right down the middle. Wow, first and second, nobody out. And quietly go Taylor and Bader, even more quietly looking.
Sometimes you get caught sitting on off speed.
Yep, looking for something soft, and you get a fastball middle in at 96.
See that at home, you're like, how could you take a pitch down the middle? Well, you're looking for a slider.
This is Luis Torrens. He's the 8th hitter for the New York Mets, who've got one hit in the game. It came off the bat of Alonso, who stuck out there at second, and that is in there for a strike. And another one. Crowd wants more baseball, that's for sure. They want to see these Braves play again in the wild card series. As loud as they've been in the game 2. As Hernandez deals, and that is just fouled off. See, now when they say make some noise, there's actually a little noise being made. Isbel Hernandez delivers, and on the ground to third, and just charging to the bag is Urshela. That ends it. The Mets had a couple men on and nobody out. They stay at first and second. 1-0 to the bottom of the 5th.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Go to InventHelp.com. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today. Go to InventHelp.com for free information.
HomeAglow just cleaned my entire house for $19. No, seriously, $19. They showed up right on time and did my dishes, my laundry, they even cleaned my windows. You just pick a date, pick a cleaner, and enjoy a spotless house for $19. I love using HomeAglow, and I think you will too.
I can feel the winds of change.
And done.
Can we just call my dad now? Gorilla Glue.
Of course.
Gorilla Glue is incredibly strong and versatile, even outdoors. For the toughest jobs on planet Earth.
You've earned this, so hold it up high. Because it's the things you make that show what you're made of. You are a fighter, and this is your reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter.
Popeye's crispy, juicy, tender signature chicken is the meal your craving deserves. And now you can get 3 pieces of the chicken you crave for just $5. We don't make sense, we make chicken.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Best of the Braves, welcome back everyone here on ESPN2. Jose Iglesias, game 1, the energy and the emotion, the seesaw up and down. Ozzie Albies with a home run, and then a base-clearing, bases-loaded double. Lindor, exit stage right, 2-run shot. Mets back on top. Diaz declines to come out of the game, demands to be put back in the game, and he ends up picking up that big save. The win probability thing went bananas. In the 8th, it was Atlanta's game, and then in the bottom of the 8th, it was the Mets game. In the top of the 9th, it was Atlanta's game. In the bottom of the 9th, it was the Mets, and they end up 100% winning the game, 8-7.
Diaz blows the save, gets the win.
That's how it played out. The Mets unable to score in that inning, and here we are, bottom 5, ripped on the ground. Alonso stays down, and he beats Michael Harris to the bag. 1 pitch, 1 out for Michael Harris.
thought Joey Lucchese threw 30 pitches in the second inning, and after throwing 12 in the third, came back through 29 last inning. 2 high-stress innings.
Albies beats it into the ground. Iglesias gets him by half a step as he lobbed it over. Steve Cohen, the owner of the Mets, very engaged. He's here, and he gives Diaz a little high five and Lindor a huge embrace. He was high five, and he gave Alonso a big high five as well. And then he got busy on social media. Have you ever seen a game like that? I am so proud of this team. Met fans go out and celebrate. Mets owner got his team back in the postseason. David Stern now running things. They made some shrewd moves too. And again, when you had McGill start this game, remember they went out and got Paul Blackburn, they thought, to be a starter, moved McGill to the pen, and he turned things around. It was another really strong effort by Tyler McGill to keep his team in it. Backing up on 2 hops, and Iglesias smoothly throws out Ozuna. Yeah, he settled in. Lucchese threw 5 pitches to get through the bottom of the 5th. Atlanta is keeping the Mets in this thing. Be careful.
Chunky is beefy. 21 grams of protein in this bad boy. You can barely contain all this powerful meat. Chunky, soup that eats like a meal.
Soft drinks are just $1 at Wendy's. Any size, anytime. 3 p.m. Fanta, 10 p.m. Sprite, 7:46 a.m. Coke. Yeah, you're built different. Dollar soft drinks any size? Gotta be Wendy's.
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual. Customize and save!
And then I wake up.
Is Limu with you in all your dreams?
Oh, yeah. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Starburst, different every time.
At Burger King, we flame grill our burgers. Why? Because that's how it should be done. Hot, juicy, smoky, flame grilled, and made your way. Come experience the flame grilled difference with 2 Whopper Juniors for just $5.
The power of baseball goes beyond the field.
It starts with kindness, reaching out a helping hand. Even the smallest gestures mean the world to a lot of people.
Stand up to cancer.
Together.
Together. Together.
Together.
Major League Baseball celebrates Hispanic Heritage Month, recognizing the contributions made to our game by the Latino baseball community, past and present. Follow at Les Mayores and at MLB. Visit losmayores.com for full coverage. Dylan Lee is warming in the Atlanta bullpen as Hernandez delivers, swing and a miss. Eddie Alvarez leads things off, followed by Acuna and Jose Iglesias. Buster reporting that Luis Angel Acuna and his brother Ronald have been enjoying each other's company with some conversations in between innings. Ouch. That's a mistake by Hernandez. A 1-2 pitch, and he hits Eddie Alvarez. Tony, you got 5 World Series rings, right? 5 of them? Right, so as you're done with the regular season and now you know it's the postseason, you know, what are those emotions like? How do you prepare for the next season? How different is the next season compared to the regular season?
Well, it really is just a blank slate. Everybody's average is 0. Everybody's ERA is 0. So you really do turn the page in postseason. Everything starts over. With that mentality, well, that's where experience comes into play.
And how was the first postseason start for you? Because there's going to be guys that make their first postseason start relative to the ones that came later.
First one was nerve-wracking.
Was it?
It really was. You know, it was.
Sky high to Olsen. He's in foul territory, and Acuna is retired.
This is where, you know, I know when you talk to a lot of people on the analytics side of things, and, you know, they don't believe in clutch, or they can't measure clutch, right? This whole debate we have at certain times about what is clutch, does it matter? And it really comes down to emotions in big games like that. How well do you handle it? I was so nervous. My legs were heavy. It felt like concrete. So how you handle those emotions really does kind of have a direct bearing on how you perform, and kind of falls under the umbrella of emotional IQ or clutch or whatever you want to call it.
There's Ronald. And as far as first-time pitchers, you know, is it the first strike you throw? Is it the first out? Is it getting through the first inning? What's kind of the mile marker in that start?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. When you have just some success, when you see your stuff working that day. Conversely, if you come out in the first inning as a pitcher and you get banged around, a couple line drives or maybe even a home run, you start to doubt everything. My stuff's not good enough. I have to start aiming for the corners. I have to start nitpicking.
Iglesias, Soler.
Prime example is what made Schwellenbach so impressive in the first game. In his start, there was no fear. Just attacking the strike zone. His strike to ball ratio was absurd. More than 2-1. It was just incredible how poised he was and how much he attacked the zone.
Well, Nimmo is due up, so Lee, the lefty's coming in. Hernandez is heading out. We're in the 6th inning, and the Braves need to win this game to get into the postseason. They lead it 1-0. Lee versus Nimmo, who's got 1 home run already today, when we come back.
This isn't Charmin. No wonder I don't feel as clean.
Here's Charmin Ultra Strong.
Ah, my bottom's been saved.
With its diamond weave texture, Charmin Ultra Strong cleans better, with fewer sheets and less effort. Enjoy the go with Charmin.
Constant reminders of your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis can make it hard to be there when it matters most. If your symptoms aren't under control, it may be time to talk to your doctor about #1 prescribed Entyvio. Entyvio has helped many people achieve long-term relief and remission. Doctors have been prescribing Entyvio for more than 10 years. Entyvio offers 2 maintenance options, including the Entyvio pen. Infusion and serious allergic reactions can happen during or after treatment. Entyvio may increase risk of infection, which can be serious. PML, a rare, potentially fatal brain infection, cannot be ruled out. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, sores, or are prone to infections. Liver problems can occur. Ask your healthcare provider about Entyvio. Relief, remission, for real.
A message from the Sonic Department of Research and Deliciousment.
Did you know your new favorite burger has hand-smashed patties made to order, hot and melty cheese, and a tangy sauce? How rude of me. Let me introduce you. Try the all-new Double Sonic Smasher and at a half-price drink in the app.
You said you were certain this was a costume party.
Well...
Were you for imprint certain?
Certainty matters. Experience certainty with 4imprint. High-quality promotional products, expert service, and guaranteed on-time delivery. Visit 4imprint.com.
4imprint, for certain.
When life spells heartburn, how do you spell relief? ROLAIDS. Rolaids dual-active formula begins to neutralize acid on contact. Rolaids spells relief.
So it's Dylan Lee now against Brandon Nimmo. He ran into one, hit a big home run into the chop house in game 1. And Atlanta now goes to the lefty on left with Nimmo. He is a go-ahead run here in the top of the 6th. And he hits it hard. This one's down in front of Soler. He picks it up, heading quickly to third base. And in there is Alvarez. One pitch and a hit from Nimmo, and here are the Mets now, 90 feet away from tying this game up.
And that was his job to be able to get Nimmo out, and Nimmo gets a pitch up 86 miles per hour and is able to pull it. Now you have the Polar Bear, Pete Alonso up with runners on the corners, and you're facing a left-handed pitcher.
More danger time for the Atlanta Braves. Last inning, first and second, nobody out. The Mets couldn't come through with a hit. Here they have first and third with 2 outs. And Alonso, who singled this last time up off the end of this bat. Mets sweep this thing. They win this game. Arizona goes. Here's a bouncer to third, fielded cleanly. And Alonso checks out on his way down to first. One pitch lead gets Alonso. The Mets unable to push the tying run across.
What the biggest companies deliver is exceptional customer experience. What makes it possible is unmatched connectivity and 5G solutions from T-Mobile for Business. T-Mobile connects 100,000 Delta Airlines employees, powers Tractor Supply stores nationwide with reliable 5G business internet, and helps Red Bull revolutionize coverage of live events. This is how business goes further with T-Mobile for Business.
What's up at DQ? 2 sauced and tossed chicken strip baskets, all white meat chicken in your choice of Wing Famous flavors like honey barbecue or Parmesan garlic. Hurry in, wing joint flavor is at DQ. DQ, happy tastes good.
Thanks. What'd you get? Oh, I got another double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double whip, double hot, double calf, double sleeve. Hey, did you know that Discover doubles your cash back at the end of the first year?
You are cut off.
You earn, we match.
Debbie.
Unlimited cashback match.
You built this?
It was easy once I found the parts.
Looks like you need a break. The General gives you one with flexible payment options.
Look, a chemical reaction.
Oh! For a great low rate, go with the General.
Hit it again, Jen.
This week only at Domino's, get unlimited mini-priced pizzas for 50% off when you order online. Choose any size pizza you want, any crust you want, and any toppings you want. Oh, and any number of pizzas you want, too. Get 50% off your perfect pizza, or pizzas, this week only at Domino's.
Jose Altuve, the Houston Astros, back in familiar territory. Framber Valdez will go in Game 1. And the Baltimore Orioles, who's just started like a house of fire, they get their warm-ups in as well as the wild card starts tomorrow. Royals and Orioles. So Gunnar Henderson and Bobby Witt. Sign me up for that. In the same series, as Eduardo pointed out to us too, I mean, this is a star-studded postseason. You think about MVP candidates across both leagues, like so many of them are going to be on the field between Judge and Ohtani and Lindor.
Witt Jr.
Witt Jr.
Jose Ramirez.
Skubal will be like Cy Young winners everywhere. Would appear to be Cy Young winners.
Buster, you nailed that one too. Jose Ramirez.
Olsen towards the Mets dugout and out of play.
I mean, you can continue on and on from the stars that are in Philadelphia. Bryce Harper, there's stars all over the place. Jackson Chourio, how about Jackson Merrill?
How about Jackson Merrill? We'll see him tomorrow night. It's the Padres.
Manny Machado.
Yeah, Manny.
Finally, you'll get Shohei Ohtani in his first postseason game tomorrow.
2-2 to Olsen. And that one is towards the line. Going to go foul.
Tony, you talked about your first time, how nervous you were in the first postseason. Look, this is a different environment for Shohei.
Yeah, Shohei, though, with regards to every single hurdle that's been put in front of him, he has jumped over without scratching the top.
You'll be watching tomorrow, that's right. No wild card for the Dodgers.
Not too worried about Shohei. Are you concerned about Ohtani, postseason pressure? I just doesn't feel it. Plus, you're around Betts and Freeman and guys that have done that before.
I understand, but let's take the greatness of what Yordan Alvarez has been able to do in his postseason heroics. His first year, he struggled. He chased out of the zone. A lot of chase. It happens. The emotions come to you. He is not a machine, believe it or not.
And pitching generally better in the postseason. Speaking of pitching, we had a Langs note. 100th pitch for Lucchesi, now 101, and Olsen foul. Here's the Langs note. Luis Severino, 4th pitcher to start a postseason game for both the Mets and Yankees. Joining Kenny Rogers, Dwight Gooden, and the Cone Man, David Cone.
Watch this right here. Bat ends up breaking in two, holds it with the top hand.
Coney, how about that? You, Severino, Gooden, Kenny Rogers, Mets and Yankees.
A short list.
It's a very short list. Both New York teams starting the postseason. 3-2, he's gone. And throw that bat out too.
Yes, how about the outing that Joey Lucchesi has been having? 102 pitches and keeping this Atlanta Brave offense to just one run.
One down for Soler. Some of the Braves coaches have kind of been talking to the players about waking up a little bit. They don't want it to end. You get into this thing starting back in March, man. We don't want this to end today. Let's keep this going. You never know.
Yeah, and this hanging around thing, it's got to make you nervous over there in a one-run game.
Just wonder what impact the Sale news had on the team. Casey misses real bad. Long outing here for Joey, who's thrown plus 100 pitches.
You know, it's not just Chris Sale and the resume that he brings to the table. He's a leader in that clubhouse too, so it's a big blow to your point, Carl.
That's a warrior too, when like a warrior can't post. That shakes you up. So Ware turns one around. That's going to get down and go hard to the wall. Jorge Soler's engaged. That's his second double of this game, and with one down, he's in scoring position.
Leads off the second inning with the double that just barely stayed in the ballpark the other way, and this time Jorge Soler brings his hands on the cutter and just pummels this ball off the wall and easily gets him to second base.
Eli White's now at second base. To get that speed, Jose Soler with two doubles is out. Ramon Laureano, they're looking to get another run, if not more, in and solidify their spot.
One thing that you have to do if you're Eli White at second base is take a look first at how many looks Joey Lucchesi gives you. First time he looked at him, and then as soon as he looked home, he delivered. This time never looked at him and faked it. You have to change your looks, and it's exactly what Lucchesi's doing to keep White off balance.
Give Rosman another chance. He's warming up. He pitched in the first game. Through 13 pitches in game one. This one is sent to right. White goes back to tag on a ball that's fielded by Taylor. He will come up firing to third, and it is not in time. Good throw from Taylor, but good speed from White. It's an impressive arm. You got to remember that too.
Not too happy with that one right there. Able to move the runner over 90 feet. Anything in the dirt now, just put a little pressure on Lucchesi.
Urshela's come up with some big hits this month. He's got a single, an RBI, and a walk, looking to knock in his second run of this game. And it's out of play. Really strong fielder, Urshela. We knew that, and now it's his bat that has helped the Atlanta Braves this month.
He's always been kind of streaky, very aggressive swinger. Universally loved wherever he's been. Absolutely adored in the Yankees clubhouse when he was there. one of the really good guys in the game.
See that cast there on the right hand of Austin Riley, everyday third baseman. Now we got a little pitch comp problem here. Luke Casey unable to hear the sign being sent down. Now he's ready. 1 ball, 1 strike to Gio. Left field really shallow, coming in now, and underneath it to make the play is Nimmo, and that's how that will end. It stays 1-0, 7th inning coming up. Mets still trail.
BK Royal Crispy Wraps. Eat it with the meal or have it as a snack. Only $2.99. It's a hunger hack and it fits in one hand. At BK, have it your way.
You're leaving me?
For a TurboTax expert. Sing it, Adam.
TurboTax will beat your price. This is a tax break.
This fall, switch to a TurboTax Live expert and we'll beat the price you paid your pro last tax season.
Brisket is back at Chipotle. Seasoned, smoked, seared, spiced, sauced, bold, and guacced. It's a whole new kind of brisket done the Chipotle way.
I'm a dog, and since my owners got me a Spot Pet insurance plan, they're getting cash back on covered vet bills. Good boys like us rack up some bad vet bills, but Spot plans help my owners focus on our care, not the cost. Choose Spot. Customizable pet plans you both will love.
I love that my daughter still needs me, but sometimes I can't help due to burning and stabbing pain in my hands. So I use Nervive.
Nervive's clinical dose of ALA reduces nerve discomfort in as little as 7 days.
Now I can help again. Feel the difference with Nervive.
Johnson ready. His first pitch to Lindor. Swinging a high fly ball, well hit right center. Harris going back. It's on the way. It is gone. Into the Braves bullpen in right center field. Francisco Lindor has an MVP moment. Whether he wins one or not, he has just put the Mets back on top. 8-7, a 2-run home run, his 33rd of the year. He's not only hugged by Marte, Marte lifts Lindor off of his feet. This is an unbelievable baseball game. The Mets have taken an 8-7 lead here in the 9th inning.
Insane baseball game. That the voice of the great Howie Rose, longtime voice of the New York Mets, after Francisco Lindor's home run. And part of an 8-7 win in Game 1. The Mets rally from behind and they exorcise some demons, qualify for the postseason. Here we are with Marte, and the first pitch in there for a strike. Here are the numbers on Reynaldo Lopez, who gets the relief appearance. And Marte very late.
Lopez, of course, just started a couple days ago. This maybe the first sign of the how desperate the Braves are going to have to be to find pitching.
Yep.
Part of me thought that if the Braves were able to get through and play tomorrow in San Diego, if they win this one, it was Reynaldo Lopez who was going to get that start, maybe go 3 innings or so one time around the order.
He's been terrific, and there's an indication as to why and how he's been terrific as he picks up the strikeout of Marte here to start the top of the 7th inning.
See the gyro spin of the slider going straight down.
Tyrone Taylor. Strike one to get ahead, 95. We do see Brazoban. He will join Brooks Raley as Met pitchers to pitch twice in a day. Raley did it last May. Taylor behind 0-2, and the only Met since the start of 2018. He's gone too, and another spinner in there, a slider. Tyrone Taylor, 2 outs.
The thing that makes that slider so effective is that it's right over the heart of home plate and then dives right down over the middle of the plate. Looks like it's right down the middle with about thigh high, and then it's gone.
Lopez is 30 years old. His run value is the 99th percentile, and that slider of his is the 99th percentile on his breaking pitch and his run value. He's been outstanding. Four-seam slider, occasional curveball and changeup. It's a 2-1. Now it's 2-2, and he looks to strike out the side. No slider here to get Bader to chase. Send us to the bottom of the 7th. But with a four-seam fastball at 98, he fouled it off.
And that's how they were able to strike him out the last time, was because he was looking soft and he gets the heater.
Harris coming in a few steps, and he casually keeps running towards the dugout. Bader is out again. Harrison 0 for 3 with a couple of punchies. Bottom 7, still 1-0 Atlanta, needing to win.
Liberty Mutual customized my car insurance, so I saved hundreds. With the money I saved, I thought I'd get a wax figure of myself. Cool, right? Look at the craftsmanship. I mean, I even got my nostrils right. It's just nice to know, years after I'm gone, this guy will be standing the test of time. He's melting. Oh, geez. No. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Soft drinks are just $1 at Wendy's. Any size, anytime. 3 p.m. Fanta, 10 p.m. Sprite, 7:46 a.m. Coke. Yeah, you're built different. Dollar soft drinks, any size, gotta be Wendy's.
Life is better with the credit gods on your side. Rewards once available to the few are now accessible to the many. Credit One Bank. Get cash back rewards and live large. Starburst gummies, different every time.
Popeye's crispy, juicy, tender signature chicken is the meal your craving deserves. And now you can get 3 pieces of the chicken you crave for just $5. We don't make sense, we make chicken.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Gusto is the #1 choice for small business payroll. It's fast. It's trusted. It's a great value. And when it comes to running your business, it's the best choice you can make. Get started for free at gusto.com.
Well, we got UFC 307 main card 10 Eastern pay-per-view. That's Saturday night. Alex Pereira looking to defend the light heavyweight title. He'll get Khalil Roundtree Jr. Pereira Roundtree Jr. with our prelims at 8 o'clock Eastern time. ESPN+.com/PPV for pay-per-view. That's Saturday night. Coney, Eduardo, Buster, Carl Ravitch here. San Diego tomorrow. Our crews throughout the country set to bring you wild card action starting tomorrow during the day. ABC, ESPN, ESPN2 as well. And for the second time on this day, Brazoban now back on the mound for the New York Mets. And start, look out, spin Sean Murphy, spin Orama.
Real deja vu here, right? Brazoban on the mound and Joe Jimenez warming up in the bullpen for the Braves.
Brazoban struggled earlier today, didn't have great command. Wonder what impact a 0 and then Jimenez coming out would have on Both teams given Jimenez a struggle during the first game in the 8th inning. That's when all the magic happened, or the magic began, I should say, for the Mets.
Just nervous times on the Braves dugout right now. Just the clinging to a 1-run lead, allowing the Mets to hang around. Getting that danger zone if you don't add on here. A one swing being able to put you right behind the 8 ball.
Yeah. Well, one way to add on is to take 3 bases, and there is a walk. Longtime manager Brian Snitker, who has seen it all. Good conversation with him pregame just about this day and the environment and sort of the oddities, the weirdness, the weird word kept popping up with everybody you talked to about it that had to deal with this concept of going to a ballpark knowing you got to win 1, especially the first game, and then how you handle game 2. Me and Walt Weiss talking about it. You can see there's just not a lot of joy in Mudville over there right now. Brazoban misses to even the count. 1 ball, 1 strike. Say challenging is the word to describe the way the season has gone for Snit and his staff. Alex Anthopoulos. Big part of this game, Major League Baseball injuries, isn't it?
No two ways about it. Try to figure it out. Nobody can figure it out.
We heard Andrew Friedman as the Dodgers get set for their postseason. Like we've studied, we've researched, we've asked experts. Like, what in the world can we do to help protect our pitchers more than we're protecting them? And the answers range from using them more often, letting them stay in, building them up, to getting them out. That is strike 3. Big punch out there. Home plate umpire emphatic as Arcia goes back to the bench.
It's just a tough at bat because Brazoban's pulling everything glove side, and then all of a sudden just is able to throw a pitch dotted on the inside part of the plate.
Get Dan Bellino on this one. Got it. And we quickly jump to the first pitch of the Harris at bat. Metaphoric there. The old bubble could burst.
Yes.
That'll be there for a while.
Harris, Albies, Ozuna, Olsen. 0 for 11, 4 strikeouts and a walk in a game they got to win. Have not yet gotten production from the big fellas. Harris looks at one that is just off. Looked like Torrens liked where it was, but Harris doesn't offer. 2-0, looking for the big hit.
Carl, that question you asked, I think even if the Braves were to survive today, win this game, and move on to the next round, is how much can the Braves take before they break?
2-1.
You think about it, they lost Spencer Strider, who was a Cy Young favorite at the beginning of the year. They don't have him during the course of the season. Chris Sale steps up, maybe the best trade we've seen in recent years in terms of how it turned out. And now at the end of this year, he's not available.
Harris popped up on the infield, the polar bear, getting everyone out of the way. He makes the play. I agree, but I also saw an interview with Matt Olson on the day leading into this game, just talking about, like, look, nobody cares about our injuries. Nobody cares about the fact that we're playing on the day after the regular season. Nobody cares we're going to have to travel. So, like, nobody cares about what we're going through. So we internalize that and we play better. And he's right. This isn't something that people are thinking about too much. Go out there and play. some point, don't you get your spine up and be like, all right, bring it on again?
You have to have that bunker mentality.
This is going to be a tough play. Brazoban fires. Alonso can't make the play. Into right field and now heading to third base, and coming in quickly to pick it up is Taylor. That had shakiness written all over it from the minute he picked it up. Actually, the minute it came off the bat. Not one of those you just kind of eat. Good throw gets him, but it was a bad throw.
Yeah, I mean, this is when you find out about fielding pitchers. Got the bare hand. He kind of slipped when he tried to plant and throw. I think he had, watch his back, kind of stumbled on his plant leg. That's the toughest pick right there. That kind of in-between hop for Pete Alonso at first. A real high degree of difficulty to make that pick.
Yeah, you mentioned you learn about your pitcher and their fielding, and we saw Schwellenbach in that game one make some phenomenal routine plays on difficult plays.
A couple innings ago, after Marcell Ozuna hit a ground ball to end the inning, 5-3 to the third baseman. This was Eddie Perez right here, giving strong words to Marcell Ozuna, saying, let's go. You're the one that's been carrying us the entire time. Now it's his turn and opportunity right now to do so.
Second and third, full of Braves, and he lines one over the head of the shortstop. No play for Alvarez. 2 runs come in. That's the hit they needed. And maybe that speech from Perez woke up Ozuna as you take a look at Eddie in the dugout. The 2-base error for Brazoban hurts him, and the Braves now in a good spot, leading 3-0.
Don't tell me coaching does not matter. Right there, recognizing your personnel, understanding how to get them up. And Marcell Ozuna, who has been the epicenter of offense the entire year, the constant for the Braves, puts them up 3.
That is the huge hit. Look at Perez celebrating in the dugout, and that's got to feel really good for him, and you know it feels good for Ozuna. So he's at second now. Olsen sitting on 98 RBI this season. Swings and misses.
And you can sense the relief right now of the fans after that big base hit by Marcell Ozuna.
That one hit from Ozuna following that error, it feels like the Padres are going to get the Atlanta Braves, and the Brewers are going to get the New York Mets.
We were almost in the same position.
We were.
In game 1.
We were. But they're not bringing Lindor off the bench.
Well played.
Ozuna heads to third, and the brakes are going to be put on there. Olsen to second, and he is out. Matt Olsen thrown out going to second, and that arm we saw earlier in the inning from Tyrone Taylor fires to second to knock down Matt Olsen.
Base hit right here by Marcell Ozuna. You put your team up by 3. Eddie Perez loving it. Seeing the base hit, raising the Braves 6 outs away.
When I was just a little girl, I asked my mother, what will I be? Will I be pretty? Will I
He did it again. Yeah, poor guy. Oh.
Those look good. We've got to get you some.
Oh, we don't need to get one.
No, today.
Are you serious?
I'm serious, baby. Your boots have holes in them.
All right.
They look so good.
Are you certain he'll fit?
Sure.
Are you for imprint certain?
Certainty matters. Need promo gear? 4imprint certainly got it. Apparel, drinkware, bags, and more. Go get it at 4imprint.com.
4
I'm Dr. Shannon Klingman, the inventor of whole body deodorant like Mando. It's clinically proven to block odor all day and controls odor for 72 hours. Mando's unique formula stops odor before it starts. That's my secret to better odor control everywhere.
Since its inception, the Boys and Girls Clubs have been more than a fun place for kids to go after school. For some, it's been a second home where they can learn, play, and grow. Thanks to the partnership between Major League Baseball and Boys and Girls Clubs, children of all backgrounds have access to safe spaces. All right, let's go take a selfie. MLB Together and the Boys and Girls Clubs of America, empowering children and building futures. Bring it in.
We're back. Tyrone Taylor fires to second base, and he nails Matt Olson, who after the bat thought, I gotta double easily. Terrific throw. We saw that arm from Taylor. David Stearns, of course, saw it in Milwaukee, and he's like, all right, Howitzer, I'm all in on that. Let's bring him to New York.
Get rid of it, too, with something on it. Quick release. Impressive.
Well, here we go. Joe Jimenez, 8th inning, 3-0 lead, slider to get ahead of Luis Torrens. Eight, 9, and then top of the order. And there for a strike, 95, and now he works ahead. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The Braves win. They will move to the postseason again. It'll be 7 straight years. They would go to San Diego. In the air to right. Eli White is there. Let's send it down to Buster.
Guys, I talked with Eddie Perez after that half inning and asked him, what did you say to Marcell Ozuna? And what he looked at him in the eye and said was, look, when you hit, we win. Stop thinking about yourself. Certainly helped get him focused.
This looks like a frustrated parent talking to a teenager. You're not listening to me, and now that you've listened, see?
And that relationship is based on trust. You have to know when you can go and approach the players, how to make them tick. Personalities are huge.
That's straight emotions right there, 101. No, there's no data there. That's just a challenge.
And not every player can be taught that way, talked to that way. And Eddie Perez understands that dugout really well. Many of times he's in that bullpen.
Well, the psychology of the way it was phrased, according to Buster, is it's not like you stink right now. We need you to win. I'm telling you, you are so critical. It's a positive in the middle of a negative stretch.
And I think what's impressive this year is that you have 2 new coaches in the infield and down the lines as well, right? With Goodwin and Tuisasopo, who those two have done a really good job down the lines, but it's tough to replace Ron Washington and Eric Young, Sr. And the other 2 had a very good relationship with the players, and it takes time, and I think through that, the trust is now maybe in the hands of Eddie Perez, who's been here for quite some time.
It's a great point. You know, I mean, coaching is just, in any sport, it's kind of learning how to say the same thing a different way.
Yeah.
But who the message comes from and the respect that Eduardo was talking about means everything. Otherwise, you're just not listening.
Right, right. Deaf ears, right?
They do respect this coaching staff. One of the best in the big leagues right now. The right sort of balance between front office, information, and baseball coaches.
Cunha hustles, Albies picks it up, throws him out, he's gone. And a better than average Joe this time around. Throws 11 pitches, he picks up 3 outs. In game 1, he threw 8 pitches and gave up 3 runs.
Brisket is back at Chipotle. Seasoned, smoked, seared, spiced, sauced, bold, and guacced. It's a whole new kind of brisket, done the Chipotle way.
These hands cook for 30 people 3 meals a day. I can't stop when I have dry hands. I trust O'Keeffe's.
It's America's #1 selling hand cream for guaranteed relief.
If it works for these hands, it'll work for yours.
Also available in O'Keeffe's for healthy feet.
BK Royal Crispy Wraps. Eat it with the meal or have it as a snack. Only $2.99. It's a hunger hack and it fits in one hand. At BK, have it your way.
You're leaving me?
For a TurboTax expert. Sing it, Adam.
TurboTax will beat your price. This is a tax break.
This fall, switch to a TurboTax Live expert and we'll beat the price you paid your pro last tax season.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hi, my check engine light's on. Let's see what our free fix finder service says. And if you need help, we can refer you to a shop. That's an easy fix.
Eva, if you had to choose, herding cats or shopping for benefits?
Definitely benefits. Gusto helps me wrangle health insurance, 401k, workers' comp, and more for my team.
Is she supposed to be up there? Choose benefits without the chaos. That's working with Gusto.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent.
It is go time, man. Experience all the autumn action beginning on Tuesday. Postseason time is here. Go to MLB.com/postseason for the full schedule. ESPN, ABC, ESPN2, Deportes, the app. That's where you'll find all the wild card series. As Ottavino joins the list now with Brazoban and Raley as net pitchers to pitch twice on the same day, different games. Eli White leads things off for Atlanta. We're in the bottom of the 8th. The Braves up 3-0. A win gets them to the postseason in Game 1 against the Padres tomorrow night at 8:30 Eastern time. That was a buzzkill of a hit for Arizona. They weren't as into the Eddie Perez conversation as most others were. They would have liked Eddie to leave him alone. That's a strike from Ottavino. 1 ball, 2 strikes. When you look at these two teams and now the wild card as you watch the numbers from Ottavino on the screen. That's a swing and a miss. And given the pitching that the Mets have, the stars that Lindor and Nimmo represent, Alonso, and the Braves with their pitching prior to this back spasm issue for Chris Sale, felt like there was potential. You could go on the road and beat and compete with San Diego or Milwaukee. Just wonder, as Buster said, how much can you take before you break? It's not a question of not trying. It's not having the weapons. You've lost so much ammunition. And if Sale can't go in that series, it's a game changer.
They've lost, if Sale can't go, an MVP, Cy Young Award winner in all likelihood, in Chris Sale, as well as Spencer Strider, as well as all-star third baseman Austin Riley.
And the ability of Ozzie Albies hitting from the left side when you have to face a Dylan Cease and a Michael King.
A little squibber, Ottavino that time. He hustles over. A nice little flip there from Alonso to Ottavino. In stride, touchdown, Mets. 2 down. Here is Urshela. Alvarez is under it. It drops into the leather. Good inning for Ottavino. Well, head to the 9th. Mets' last chance to dash the chances of the Braves, and look who it is. Iglesias coming in again.
When you have something to get done today, getting everything you need today is helpful.
Order online at Ace and we'll deliver same day, or we'll have it ready for pickup in 15 minutes.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks. Big boss, man.
This is Belichick. Talk to me.
Double B.
Tyrese.
What's good with these wideouts?
He's going to get in the end zone, no doubt about that.
My man.
William, answer the phone.
Billy B, my man.
Cam.
How's QB1 looking?
It's looking more like QB3. Bryson, again?
Coach, it's urgent. Will he score a touchdown?
Yeah.
That was easy.
Still got it.
You make the call on Underdog.
I'm your football-obsessed best man, and I think you having your big day during the big game is the worst. What, are you kidding me? Physically, I'm right here, but mentally, I'm here. Yeah, I do. Come on, speed it up. When all eyes are on you, my eyes are glued to the game. Whoa! Touchdown, yeah. And if you didn't bundle your home and auto insurance, well, all of this could be tough to tackle. So get Allstate and be better protected from mayhem. Like me.
What's up at DQ? 2 sauced and tossed chicken strip baskets. All white meat chicken in your choice of wing famous flavors like honey barbecue or Parmesan garlic. Hurry in. Wing joint flavor is at DQ. DQ. Happy tastes good.
Why use 10 buckets of water when you can use 1 fire extinguisher? And to fight heartburn, why take 10 antacids throughout the day when you can take 1 Prilosec? For easier heartburn relief, 1 beats 10. Prilosec OTC. 1 pill, 24 hours, 0 heartburn.
Game 1 went the way of the New York Mets. As scintillating a game as they have played all year, rallying from behind. You can see the emotional outpouring from Lindor and all of the New York Mets, who started the season winless in their first 5. They were thinking about maybe trading at the deadline. Instead, they added, and man, those additions have paid off in a big way as they rally for the best record pretty much in the second half of the season. And they are on their way to the postseason. And if Iglesias can shut down the New York Mets, the Braves are going back to the postseason. We've seen this before. Raisel and Jose Iglesias against each other. 1 ball and a strike. '21-game hit streak on the line for Jose, and he swings and misses.
And these are 2 good friends battling it out. First one went to Jose.
Big hit came with 2 strikes. This time he hits one in the hole. And the hit streak is going to continue for Jose Iglesias. A thorn in Raisel Iglesias' side. A little different piece of hitting this time. Instead of a line shot to right, in between third baseman and the shortstop for a hit.
Look, what a year Jose Iglesias has had. Started off in spring training, not making the team. Just kept quiet, got his opportunity, and he has turned this team and career around.
And now, Brandon Nimmo. Lead on that fastball. Nimmo hit a massive, towering home run to right in game 1. It was his 23rd of the year. He's got 90 RBI. He's behind 0-2.
The most emotion I think you would ever see Brandon Nimmo express.
He's been pretty verbal the last couple of weeks. He's had some huge hits for them. And post-game at Citi Field's become kind of the guy on the microphone, interacting. A ground ball. He's fast. Albies will get 1, and they will go to first. And Nimmo is out. He was not running hard. That's a guy that would every other day beat that out without any problem.
Yeah, that was tough to see, to be honest with you, right there. Not too happy if you're Arizona right now, as getting down the line is not what we've seen from Nimmo in the past.
So now an out away, and the crowd here at Truist, 41,000 on their feet for Alonso. A ground ball, and the Braves back to the postseason for the 7th straight year. They win game 2, 3-0. And now will pack their bags and head to San Diego to start the wild card series against the Padres. They needed a split. They got a split. The Mets to Milwaukee. The Braves out west. Wild cards for both. And the Arizona Diamondbacks season is over. Marcell Ozuna with the big hit. You see the first wild card game tomorrow will feature the Detroit Tigers. Tigers will start things off for us as we take a look at the Atlanta Braves celebrating on their field again. And it never gets old here. The expectations and the bar so high. And in spite of all the injuries, they do it. The rarest of rarities, you see both teams celebrating, one after a victory, the other after a loss, but because the Mets won earlier, they're both celebrating a postseason. And in the end, that's the goal when the season starts.
It is. Mission accomplished. And what's the scenario? A Tribe Called Quest. Yo, yo, what's the scenario? And there it is, right there.
Mets and Brewers 5:30 and Braves Padres 8:30. That's the National League side of the postseason picture. The Mets lost 3-zip, and Lindor and company are celebrating. They did what they had to do today, and they certainly turned it on in the second half of the season. Congratulations to the New York Mets. A phenomenal finish. And boy, the Atlanta Braves, as resilient a group as you're gonna see given the injuries, off to the postseason with looming questions about their pitching, in particular their stud Chris Sale.
Grant Holmes, an unsung hero in today's game. 4 innings, 1 hit, and 7 strikeouts, and replacing Chris Sale.
Holmes was very good, and there's Max Fried and company. Which way do they go with regards to their pitching in game 1?
Hell yeah. Oh, what are these?
Buster, go ahead.
I'm here with Matt Olson. Matt, try to sum up the emotions of the day.
Man, that was an action-packed day. First game was crazy. Bunch of back and forth. You know, they played us hard all 18 innings. You know, a tough one there for a while for us offensively. Oso with a big knock, give us a little breathing room. Lopi coming in the 7th, JJ and Iggy coming back in after giving up a couple runs in the first game, 8th, 9th again. Just shows the confidence we got in those guys, and you know, it doesn't matter how you get in, and all that matters is what you do now. So everybody's starting with zeros, and we're ready to rock.
You lose Strider, you lose Acuna, you lose Riley, you make the playoffs. What do you make of that?
You know, everybody battles their injuries throughout a year. You get hyper-focused on it when it's yourself, but everybody's going through them. Been saying it, nobody on the outside cares. We've never used it as an excuse. Those are obviously some big names in the game and some guys who have some stats on their baseball cards, but you know, we never let it faze us, and we just continue to grind.
When did you learn about Chris Sale not being able to pitch game 2, and what was the emotion in the clubhouse after you guys got that news?
Yeah, you know, especially the rock that guy's been for us this year. But Holmes able to come out and give such a good start, being able to go, you know, 5 innings of just good, clean pitching was big for us. So, you know, we found a way to get it done.
When did you guys find out about Chris, and what do you think going forward?
I don't remember exactly. But, you know, obviously we're hoping to get him back as quickly as possible. You know, like I said, the dude's been a rock for us. You know, he's one of the top arms in the game.
When Ozuna got that hit, how much did it take pressure off in the dugout?
You know, those are a big couple runs. go 1-run lead to 3 is big. Oso's been that guy for us all year. He's shown up, time and time again. You look at the numbers he put up, and to be able to come through a spot like that, give us a little breathing room was great.
Matt, thanks. Carl, back to you.
All right, Buster, the playoffs are set. Atlanta a winner here in Game 2. 3-0 the final. The Mets an incredible win in Game 1. A phenomenal day here, and now we turn the page and we get into the postseason. We want to give a special shout out to Ivan Salkowski, who will leave us. He'll move on to a different wild card series. We will head to San Diego and bring you the Padres tomorrow night. For Eduardo Perez, David Cohen, Buster Olney, and our entire crew, I am Carl Ravitch. Don't forget, wild card round starts tomorrow. Have a great night. Enjoy SportsCenter now with Hannah Storm and Jay Harris. Thanks for watching, everybody.
Thanks so much, Ravi. And look at that picture. Atlanta's going to need all that resilience that they have displayed to get back to the postseason as they move forward. But the Braves and the Mets in the playoffs, and your defending NL champs, the Arizona Diamondbacks, out of the picture. I'm Hannah Storm. He is Jay Harris. That was an incredible day in Atlanta. So much pressure on that second game. What a day there. But we are taking you now to Monday Night Football at the top of the hour. Geno Smith's Seahawks are going to see how they measure up against the Lions. And we're going to look at the Ravens' run. What an absolute rush last night.
Plus, Hannah, you have got to hear what Aaron Rodgers said about the Jets' loss and our coach's reaction. We're going to start with a double dose of baseball and the playoffs on the line. Game 2, Mets and Braves. Braves need a win to keep their season alive, postseason hopes alive. Mets take Game 1, Game 2, bottom second. Gio Urshela blooper that falls into left field for a hit. Jorge Soler comes in to score. Braves take a 1-0 lead. Bottom 7, same score. 2 on, 2 out for Marcell Ozuna. Line drive for a hit. 2 runs come in the score. It is 3-0 for the kids from Atlanta. All right, so we are now an out away. Atlanta looking to go to the postseason. Atlanta into the postseason. With that out, Iglesias hands up to the heavens. 3-0 Braves, and they take it.
Going on to play the Padres, the Mets moving on to play the Brewers. So everybody wins today in Atlanta, Jay.
Yes, except for Arizona, like you mentioned that before. All right, the split doubleheader means the Braves get the 5 seed and a wild card series matchup, like Hannah just said, with the Padres. It is a 7th straight postseason appearance for the Braves. The Mets take the 6th seed. They will face the Brewers next. The Brewers took 5 of 6 from the Mets during the regular season, and the Diamondbacks, the defending NL champions, miss the postseason. Eduardo Perez called the doubleheader and joins us now live from Atlanta. Eduardo, Atlanta just riddled with injuries to key players all season long, and Grant Holmes steps in to start Game 2 for NL Cy Young favorite Chris Sale, who couldn't go because of back spasms. So what do you make of the job Holmes and the Braves bullpen did to win this game?
Yeah, really impressive job by Grant Holmes to be able to go out there and throw strikes and get swings and misses and get chases. And it seemed like the Mets were a little over-aggressive early on, and he was able to take advantage of it, getting those swings and misses on the slider. Look, to be able to be told this is a do or die game 30 minutes before the game and be able to come through in a big way here in Atlanta, gets them in, Arizona out, is huge. They're going to celebrate. They're going to get on that plane, and it's thanks to Grant Holmes, and tomorrow they're going to figure out who's going to start. But tomorrow's problem is tomorrow. They had to take care of business tonight.
Yeah, and they did. I want to go back to Game 1 because it was just crazy. The Mets came back twice, erasing 2 deficits in both the 8th and the 9th innings to make the postseason. So, Eduardo, how dangerous is this Mets team that's been red hot in the second half?
Yeah, well, Francisco Lindor was unbelievable today. He got a big base hit up the middle and then the home run to put him ahead after they had lost the lead. And it was a collective team effort. Jose Iglesias continues to get big hits and continued his hit streak that will continue until next year. But it was a team effort, the way that they were able to be resilient, not give in. And this is the team that we've seen all season long. They did not get off to a good start, 0-5 to start the season. And look, for them to come back and do it. It just tells you what kind of team they have been, and they believe in each other. Now they'll have Luis Severino going in the game against Milwaukee in Game 1 tomorrow night, and I think it's going to be a dandy over there. Two teams that know each other well because the Mets just came back from there. So a lot of perseverance by the New York Mets.
As we look at the celebration going on, both the Mets and Braves now have to travel to Milwaukee and San Diego, respectively, to play tomorrow in the wild card round. So, Eduardo, what's your take on how today's doubleheader will impact both teams going forward?
Well, it's the pitching. I think tomorrow both teams are going in limping, and I think this is exactly what San Diego wanted when they did lose yesterday to Arizona, is to have a little chaos, and chaos was created here in Atlanta today. Look, and the Milwaukee Brewers have to be ecstatic as well as the way that the New York Mets had to use Edwin Diaz today for 40 pitches, a gutsy performance after throwing 26 yesterday. Look, you got to give them a lot of credit. They battled, they grinded, and they were able to come out with a win.
Mets Brewers, Game 1 tomorrow evening, 5:30 p.m. Eastern. Braves.
Jay.
Yes.
Jay.
Yes.
I want to throw in a little breaking news, a little sad news that I just received as well here in the last inning. My father called me, and I confirmed it with my my brother, Pete Rose Jr. Pete Rose passed away today, and it's hard. So, you know, it's one of those times where Hannah and I have been together on set for the loss of Jose Fernandez years ago, almost to the day, and just to be able to have lost Pete Rose today is a big hit for a lot of baseball families. So it's a tough one right now.
All right, Eduardo, as we get more information on that, we appreciate you giving us everything that you have this evening on the baseball and the news. Eduardo, thank you so much.
All right. Thanks, Jay.